Lecture 1. What is war?
What is war? In this lecture, we will be talking about what might seem to be a very simple question. I could give a simple answer. War is what military historians study. But, as with any inquiry, the more we look into what seems to be a very simple question, the more complex this question becomes. The definition of war is no exception. Ancient thinkers and philosophers face this question too. We tend to think in terms of a Greek idea or a Chinese idea. But the fact is that individuals and groups in ancient and medieval cultures, like modern ones, often held different, ambiguous, and sometimes contradictory views about war. In addition, some ideas about war were remarkably similar across cultures. In subsequent lectures, we will look more deeply at these sorts of attitudes. But now, let's take a quick survey of how some ancient peoples viewed war, before we talk about modern theories of warfare. In some of their myths, for example, ancient Sumerians saw war as descending from heaven. Warfare was like other elements of society, such as kingship. War came from the gods and is part of what made humans civilized. This idea of warfare as a mark of civilization has a long history and underlines some definitions of war even in modern times, as we shall see. On the other hand, we find the god Nergal, represented in Sumerian myth as an uncontrollable god who brought warfare and plague to humanity. There was among the Egyptians an idea that the universe and human world had a natural state of harmony and balance, which they called Ma'at. Peace, both within Egypt and between Egypt and its neighbors, was normal and good. Wars, rebellions, and other violence, seen in the same way as drought or plagues, meant that Ma'at was out of balance, something that the Egyptian king had to address, if necessary, by himself going to war. While internal uprisings, civil war, and invasion were viewed like a plague, the war waged by the pharaoh was just. It was like a medicine. But there's another tradition in Egypt, that the goddess Sekhmet, like the Sumerian god Nergal, was responsible for both warfare and disease. War in this Egyptian view was uncontrolled, and even after a just war, the Egyptians had to hold a festival to stop Sekhmet from inducing more killing. Among the Greeks and Romans, we also see different views. War is a part of nature. Indeed, the Sumerian notion of war descending from heaven is in some ways similar to the Platonic idea of earthly war reflecting an ideal reality of war. We shall discuss this more in a later lecture. For now, it is enough to point out that there were other Greek ideas about war. For example, that war was a plague on mankind, brought by war gods such as Ares and Mars, a notion we find, for example, in Homer's writings. We also find the idea that war kept a people from becoming decadent and soft, which was a motif in the writings of the Roman historian Tacitus, for example. In both Chinese and Indian writings, we also see conflicting ideas. On one hand, warfare is seen as one of the elements of the degeneration of mankind from the Golden Age. It was an evil, but a necessary evil. On the other hand, war is a noble activity, especially when defending civilization against the intrusion of barbarians. I've only given a sample of ancient attitudes. The point here is that groups within a culture can hold different views on war. Indeed, the attitude of a group or individual can change, as can the cultural mores of a society as a whole. Some in academia assign so-called authentic or indigenous views to particular cultures. Thus, some cultures are seen as naturally peaceful and others as naturally warlike. This idea is associated with the multicultural view of history. In the case of war, however, multicultural theories generally do not reflect the historical record. We shall see cases of very warlike societies becoming relatively peaceful, and vice versa. Over time, theories and attitudes towards war become more sophisticated in most cultures. For the present, we will focus on the development of European ideas on war, as they are particularly influential on modern military theory. With the rise of the nation-state and that system of international law that accompanied it, a more legalistic definition of war arose. The Dutch scholar Hugo Grotius, for example, was one of Europe's leading legal minds in the 17th century and developed the basis for the modern laws of war. In his book, On the Law of War and Peace, first published in 1625, Grotius defined war not as the fighting and killing itself, but as the condition in which the fighting and killing were legally permitted. Grotius is very much in the Western tradition of logic, in which something either is or is not, like pregnancy. And thus, war does not exist on a continuum. It is a condition different from and incompatible with peace. In order to engage the laws of war, therefore, a state needed to publicly declare when the condition of war existed between it and another state. By the 18th century, most European states had accepted the necessity of a formal declaration of war, and this idea was adopted elsewhere, for example, in the Constitution of the United States, in which Congress is given the power to declare war. This legalistic view of war was not, however, shared by everyone in 18th century Europe. Denis Diderot, for example. Diderot was a French philosopher who edited the classic work on which all modern encyclopedias are based. He defined war as a plague or disease that attacked the body politic. For him, it was the very soul of irrationality, and when the Enlightenment was successful and all people were rational, there would be no war. This view was very widely held. On the other hand, it was also commonly thought in the 18th century that war was a noble activity, and military force was necessary, not only to protect and spread civilization, but also to protect societies from the threat of internal uprisings. The 19th century Prussian general and writer, Karl von Clausewitz, is generally considered to be one of the greatest military theorists of all time. In his most famous work called On War, von Clausewitz wrote that war is only a continuation of state policy by other means. Well, not exactly. Von Clausewitz wrote in German, and the German word Politik can mean both politics and policy. The translation of this passage, or indeed anything, reflects how the translator understands the meaning of the original, which is often ambiguous. What von Clausewitz was saying was either that war was like normal political interaction between states, that is, diplomacy, but carried out by other means, that is, force, or he meant that war is a way of carrying out national policy by other means, that is, by force instead of diplomacy, or perhaps he meant both, and the ambiguity was deliberate. In any case, most modern historians take von Clausewitz's definition to represent what we might call a rational or political theory of war. As I will explain a little later in this lecture, von Clausewitz's ideas about war are considerably more sophisticated than this. For the time being, however, let us stay with this idea of war as politics, as that is the way most people have taken von Clausewitz. So, as is often the case with great thinkers, what they actually meant is often less influential than what they are thought to have meant. According to this rational political view, a war is a conflict between two political entities, most often defined as states, and that the conflict must have a goal or purpose that is part of that state's policy. Thus, according to this view, tribal warfare or gang warfare is by this definition not warfare at all, but simply a sort of mass violence. This view has been criticized by John Keegan, also considered the premier living military historian. In 1993, Keegan published an important, though controversial book, A History of Warfare. Keegan's theory on the nature of war are, like von Clausewitz's, more sophisticated and nuanced than they are often characterized. Basically, however, Keegan argues that war is an expression of culture, and that von Clausewitz's definition is not a theory of war in general, but only of war in his own time and place, that is, Europe of the 18th century. Like other aspects of culture, war expresses, or perhaps more accurately limits, human impulses, as marriage rights are meant to control sexual impulses. In most places and times, Keegan says, warfare is a ritual, fought for symbolic and not political reasons. This applies as much to a British regiment, a sort of tribe in his view, as to the Aztecs in Mexico or the Yanomamo tribe in the Amazon. Since war is an expression of culture, what war is differs from culture to culture. Keegan's dichotomy between war as culture and war as politics is a very important idea. But it does not reflect accurately von Clausewitz's own idea on war, which is considerably more complex and useful. Christopher Basford, a professor of strategy at the National War College, has argued, very persuasively as far as I'm concerned, that von Clausewitz's ideas about war go far beyond the usual quotations. As Basford points out, von Clausewitz saw the rational and political element of war as war of the continuation of politics or policy as only one part of what he considered the paradoxical trinity of war. The political leg of the trinity von Clausewitz associated with government, which ideally made rational choices for the benefit of the state. The second part of the trinity, associated with the people, is its opposite, a blind natural force that is violent emotion, hatred, and other deep human drives. Another often quoted passage from On War states that war is an act of violence intended to compel our opponent to fulfill our will. Nothing diplomatic about that. The third part of von Clausewitz's trinity is the most enigmatic and perhaps the most revealing. It is, quote, the play of chance and probability within which the creative spirit is free to roam, end quote. What does this mean? Von Clausewitz associated this leg with the army. And here he seems to be saying that war is a sort of art or science, or again, perhaps both. In this sense of war are the weapons, the tactics, strategies, as well as the context in which an army fights, the unpredictability of weather, of morale, of enemy action, and so forth. In addition, it's the creativity of the general, of the officer, of the sergeant, and of the individual soldier. None of these three aspects of war defines it, according to von Clausewitz. Rather, he writes, quote, our task, therefore, is to develop a theory that maintains a balance between these three tendencies like an object suspended between three magnets. Far from excluding violent emotion and strategic creativity from the definition of war, von Clausewitz includes them with calculated policy as creating a holistic view of warfare. In this sense, von Clausewitz is far from an out-of-date relic of 19th century or a militaristic Prussian advocate of total war, but continues to be one of the premier theorists of war. He saw war as defined by the constantly shifting interaction of various elements like a metal ball floating between three magnets. A remarkably modern view. The study of war has not only been carried out by military historians and theorists. Other academic disciplines have also looked at war and tried to understand its essentials. Let us take von Clausewitz's lead and not see the various definitions and perspectives as necessarily contradictory, but as providing different perspectives on an elusive phenomenon. Political scientists have been writing about war since the time of Machiavelli. The American political scientist Quincy Wright, like many of his generation, was horrified by the carnage of World War I. Wright felt that understanding war would be a tool in ending it. So he decided to undertake a critical and quantitative study of war using social scientific tools. Ironically, the first edition of his great work, called A Study of War, was published in 1942, in the midst of the carnage of the Second World War. A revised and abridged version came out in 1964. Wright defined war as a relationship with distinct characteristics. For example, it occurs between organized groups. It is recognized by both groups as a specific type of legal or conventional condition, with distinctive standards of behavior that are acceptable in times of war, though not necessarily in time of peace. Thus, killing the enemy in war is not murder. For Wright, violent conflicts could be defined either as war or not, and therefore could be counted and categorized. He counted, for example, 284 distinct wars between 1480 and 1964. Sociologists have also been concerned with war. Stanislav Andreevsky, for example, was one of the century's most important sociologists of military force. In 1954, he published his classic Military Organization and Society. Andreevsky assumed that war was a constant in human relations, driven by motives such as profit, prestige, and power. His focus was not on how warfare affects the relations of groups, whether they were states or tribes, but how warfare influences societies internally, fostering hierarchies and altering social relations between classes. It would seem natural that war would be a major avenue of study for anthropologists. But Harry Turney, one of the most important anthropologists of war, as well as one of the first, complained in his book, Primitive War, published in 1949, that anthropologists of his day paid little attention to the wars of the tribes that they studied. Turney-High's own area of research was the Plains Indians, including the Sioux. And in interviewing members of the tribe in the 1930s, he found many who had taken part in the wars of the 19th century. Turney-High distinguished primitive from modern war, but did it functionally rather than racially or ethnically, as was common at the time. According to him, primitive warriors follow leaders and their orders voluntarily, inspired by a war chief's bravery and charisma. Modern soldiers, on the other hand, follow the orders of their commanders by compulsion, either real or potential. Thus, according to Turney-High, the Plains Indians practiced primitive war, whereas not only European states, but the 19th century traditional kingdoms of West Africa practiced modern war. Although there are many problems with Turney-High's analysis, he was right to point out that much of the anthropological view of war, especially war among tribal societies, was based more on philosophy, one might say wishful thinking, than on observations. Philosophers have argued about war since there have been philosophers, and the discussion continues. In modern philosophy, there has long been a debate between nature versus nurture, with most anthropologists taking the position that group violence is learned, with the strong implication, or even the explicit assertion, that primitive cultures were peaceful, somewhat like Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Noble Savage. This idea has had a great deal of influence on anthropologists. And there is a school of thought that sees war as introduced by what is cruelly called civilization. Of course, the opposite philosophical and anthropological view have existed for a long time. Thomas Hobbes famously referred to a life in the state of nature as, quote, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, end quote. And he thought that this was mainly due to incessant violence. This school of thought sees civilization as a moderating force on what is thought of, if not always termed, primitive society. The cultural anthropologist Lawrence Keeley has stepped into this debate with the most important work on the anthropology of war since Turney-High. His War Before Civilization, published in 1996, presents very convincing evidence based on historical sources as well as field studies that primitive societies, his term as well as mine, were quite the opposite of peaceful. Casualty rates relative to the population as a whole were much higher, as high as 60%, as compared to about 1% in modern war. Primitive war was frequent, if not incessant. In a survey of North American Indians, for example, Keeley found that at least 87% engaged in wars at least once a year. And scalping, by the way, was practiced long before the Europeans arrived. Although ritual was part of primitive war, as it is of modern war, tribal peoples were very efficient at fighting and killing, and they fought to win. Sociologists and anthropologists study groups, but of course, groups are made up of individuals. Psychologists have long been concerned with the issue of violence, although, like anthropologists, there has not been much of a study of psychology from a military perspective, at least on a theoretical basis. Sigmund Freud developed the idea of the unconscious. but his theories about human motivation fell rather flat in explaining war, attributing it merely to unconscious aggression, and suggesting, almost literally, that we make love, not war. Carl Jung agreed that war was the expression of inner aggression, although in his writings before the outbreak of the Second World War, he almost seemed to welcome it as being more honest, if not nicer, than peace. The psychological theories of both Freud and Jung have been discredited by new discoveries, especially the extraordinary recent innovations in neuroscience. Psychologists today very rarely use Freudian or Jungian theory, although both are still cited by social scientists, including, I am sad to say, many historians. Much of the discussion of psychologists in the early part of the 20th century revolved around the fundamental argument that had engaged the anthropologists, that is, whether violence is innate or learned. There were some important insights in this period that related to war. One is the idea that war is not simply a condition or a phenomenon, but is a state of mind. Human beings have a different sense of perception in war, and this applies both to the battlefield and to the civilians who stay at home. And this is a fact that we need to keep in mind. Another important psychological idea that retains its relevance is the theory of cognitive dissonance. Developed by Leon Festinger, cognitive dissonance describes the feeling of holding two contradictory ideas simultaneously. Such cognitive dissonance not only occurs in war, but is a necessary part of it. A modern military officer is responsible for the well-being of his or her soldiers and of minimizing casualties. But he or she is also responsible for carrying out a combat mission, which necessarily places soldiers in harm's way. Success on the battlefield necessitates the resulting cognitive dissonance. The modern advances in brain science, which have made Freud and Jung's theory obsolete, have shown us that the innate and the learned are not separate. Our genetic structure affects our environment and behavior, but remarkably, our environment and behavior also affects our genetic structure. Nature versus nurture turns out to be nature and nurture. Psychologists now see consciousness not as something separate from the physical brain, but as an emergent property. An emergent property is one that arises from an interaction of some sort. I'll return to this idea in a moment. A very important discovery is the key importance of inhibition in the functioning of the brain. Thus, there are parts of the brain that create violent, aggressive impulses, and other parts of the brain that inhibit these impulses, shutting them down, weakening them, or redirecting them. This idea of inhibition is very important and quite relevant to the study of war. Not only aggression, but uncontrollable panic is also an impulse closely linked to war. In some respects, all training, culture, and method of war can be seen as ways of trying to induce panic in the enemy and inhibit it in one's own men. Let me sum up with a few ideas of my own about the theory of war. In the first place, I agree with Basford. We need to bring von Clausewitz back into the forefront of our theoretical studies. He is the Charles Darwin of military historians, and although many of his ideas, like Darwin's, are rooted in the 19th century, the fundamentals remain relevant. We also need to remember that although the psychology of aggression is important to understand, war is not a matter or a condition of individuals in conflict. One person attacking or killing another in isolation, regardless of the motives, can be many things. It can be a crime, it can be a justified action, but it is certainly not war. Even if we accept with Keegan that tribes or even gangs can fight war, in war there is always an our side and a their side. And all wars have rules and conventions based at least on this simple division. War also has temporal limits, that it has a beginning and it has an end. Of course, in a sense, everything has a beginning and an end. Our lives, our country, even our world started at some point and will eventually end at another point. War, however, is a condition that is understandable only as a counterpoint to something called peace. There is an almost universal distinction of time of war and time of peace. Just as there is always an in-group and an out-group, there is also in war an on and an off time. Thus, in time of war, one takes an enemy life with impunity or even with praise, but in time of peace, the same act becomes something different. War is generally characterized by killing, sometimes on an almost unimaginably vast scale. The wars of the 20th century resulted in literally tens of millions of deaths. From a relative point of view, earlier wars were even more destructive. In some cases, entire tribes or peoples could be entirely destroyed. It is clear, however, that it's not the number of deaths, or even the relative number of deaths, that defines war. It is possible for a serial killer, for example, to be responsible for dozens or even hundreds of deaths, but these murders are clearly not war. Now, there are cases of targeted and organized mass killing, which are generally not viewed as wars, but in many respects can be seen as such. In these cases, the victims are almost exclusively innocent civilians, and the killers are government officials. At times they're military or paramilitary personnel. The Nazi genocide against European Jewry that we call the Holocaust can be seen as a war against the Jews, as Lucy Davidovitz argued in her book of the same title. The massacres of the Armenians under the Ottoman government, the man-made famine in the Ukraine organized by the Soviets, Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution or Pol Pot's purges, many more, can be put into this category. The discussion of these tragic events and whether or not they should be seen as wars could take up an entire lecture series, and indeed has. In any case, although not all violence is war, all wars are characterized by violence and the threat of violence. A virulent debate in print between two schools of thought, even one carried on for years and with great vehemence, can be considered a war only metaphorically. While violence or potential violence is a necessary part of war, unrestrained or uncontrolled violence is by definition not war. A very important point to remember is that war is not unrestrained violence. The constraint of violence by custom or command is the key element in defining war. In order to be war, there must be limits. Who can kill? When one can kill? The circumstances under which one can kill. Paradoxically, war is best understood not as a condition in which one can freely kill, but rather one in which one's killing is strictly limited. War involves the restraint of violence, but is more than that. War involves the organization of violence, and it is exactly in this organizational element that it has the most impact on the development of societies. I agree with Keeley that primitive war is different from modern war, or civilized war. But it is important to keep in mind that one did not replace the other. Rather, modern war absorbs primitive war, in a sense replaces it. But primitive war is also implicit in modern war. This insight is understood by those psychiatrists and psychologists working with soldiers dealing with the trauma of war. The psychiatrist Jonathan Shea, for example, wrote Achilles in Vietnam as a book of therapy, and it has helped and continues to help thousands of veterans. He points out, rather, that some soldiers can go berserk or feel that way on the death of a comrade, killing enemies in a blind rage. This is an example of how primitive war still exists within the context of modern war. I recommend Shea's book to anyone interested in the theory of war. The psychological idea of an emergent property, which I mentioned earlier in this lecture, is very useful in discussing all elements of war. Now, I've said that war has a beginning and an end, and an on and off time, and in and an out group, but human relations, both in individuals and groups, exist on a continuum, from emotional to rational, with not so much a dividing line as a point of interaction. War or peace can also be seen as an emergent property of certain of these interactions. Another point often forgotten by theorists is that war is about winning. And whatever the impulses or goals that lead to war, individuals and societies will try their best to win. This applies as much to the most primitive tribe as to the most civilized society. In addition, every fighting force needs to arm itself and eat and motivate its warriors or soldiers. Whether a tribal war party or an organized army, technologies and methods need to be adopted and adapted to meet these needs. War is about changing conditions, both changes in the physical world, such as weather, and changes introduced by interaction with the opposing force. Thus, while it is important to understand the cultural and philosophical and psychological elements of war, we should not forget to look at the way war was actually fought. In this series, we shall see that these methods are more often similar than different across cultures, and that cultures and individuals of any culture can adapt readily to the changing conditions of war. The theory of war is important, but theory must be based on the reality of war. In the next lecture, we shall explore how we can reconstruct and understand the wars of both the distant and the recent past.
Lecture 2. The Historiography of War.
Welcome back. In the last lecture, we talked about war from a theoretical perspective. War, however, is not a theory. A war is an event that actually occurred in the past. To understand war and its effects, historians must try to understand as much as possible about the reality of wars. In this lecture, we will discuss how historians try to reconstruct warfare in the past. Storytelling about war was originally the only way of preserving its memory. Of course, until modern times, this oral history only survived when it was written down. Homer, for example, drew on oral legends and myths to create the Iliad, and such epic literature is found in many different cultures. Today, war stories remain an important part of our culture and continue to influence our ideas. My own view of war, for example, has been shaped by listening to the stories of my father and my father-in-law, both combat veterans of World War II. When trying to reconstruct war in a non-literate society, oral histories can take on an important role. They must, however, be viewed critically. Some Australian World War I veterans, for example, were found to have incorporated scenes from movies, such as Gallipoli, into their memories of the war. Academic studies of oral history indicate that although certain details, such as names, can survive in stories for a very long time, historical events are so changed in the retelling that after 3 generations or so, fact usually cannot be distinguished from fiction. Therefore, for reliable information to survive about most of history, it needs to be written down. Indeed, virtually all our information about war comes from written sources. Remarkably, there are original ancient and medieval military documents and other writings about war that have survived, sometimes for thousands of years, in various forms, such as clay, papyrus, paper, stone, or metal. Examples include military orders on clay tablets from Mesopotamia, a roster of Roman soldiers on papyrus from Egypt, a series of supply documents on wood from Western China, and lists of captives on a stone stele from Mayan Mesoamerica. Such documents can range from a few words, or even a single name, to descriptions of hundreds of lines. The tombstones of soldiers, for example, can be a very valuable source. Even if each stone might contain little information individually, when a large number are studied, they can provide important data. For example, a single Roman military tombstone describes only a particular soldier's life. But studying hundreds of them, scholars have reconstructed enlistment patterns, conventions of promotion, and the movement of units. Whether a tombstone is inscribed, however, and whether it contains any military information varies from culture to culture and from time to time. In Rome, for example, once Christianity became the imperial religion, such detailed military tombstones become very rare. Most of our information about the pre-modern world, however, does not come from documents that have survived, but from texts that have been recopied, often multiple times, in what is known as manuscript transmission. In this category, we find historical descriptions of war, such as those of the Greek historian Thucydides or the Chinese historian Sima Qian. There are also military handbooks and technical writing about war, including famous ones like The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but also less famous ancient manuals on camp building, catapults, and cavalry. Of course, we can get information about war, both how it was fought and how it was viewed, from all sorts of texts. A great deal has been learned about late Roman warfare, for example, from the writings of the Christian theologians called the Church Fathers. Of course, to be useful, such writing must not only survive, but scholars must be able to read it. Some ancient scripts, such as the Indus Valley script, cannot be deciphered, or have not been deciphered. Some scripts can be read, but the underlying language is unknown. Scholars are constantly working to decipher and translate ancient scripts. The ability to translate Mayan script, which occurred only in the last few decades, dramatically changed our view of their military culture and allows us to follow the course of Mayan wars fought in the 7th or 8th century AD. Much writing about war derives from the author's personal experiences, and not just in modern times. The Jewish historian Josephus, who left our best account of the Roman imperial army at war, fought in the war he was describing. Indeed, after going over to the Roman side, he fought on both sides, a rare insight. Babur, who conquered India in the 16th century and founded the Mughal Empire, left a remarkable diary of his wars. Writers of all sorts of literatures have included stories, others in their own, into all sorts of texts. And the military historian should be careful not to neglect any possible source of information. In some cultures, like that of the Greeks, war was an important source for literature and art. For various reasons, a relatively large amount of this material has survived and has been critically analyzed. On the other hand, there is an enormous number of military books in Arabic, Turkish, and Persian, most of which have never been translated, and much of which remains in manuscript form in archives. Military historians, and I must say myself included, do not make sufficient use of the material that has been published on non-Western military forces, although this situation is improving. There are other archives, not directly military, which also might well give us an important perspective on world warfare. For example, the enormous number of Tibetan Buddhist manuscripts that have survived from the Middle Ages, or the thousands of Arabic documents from the West African city of Timbuktu. After the introduction of printing, written sources multiply exponentially. The development of printing led to an explosion of literature about war. Even a relatively minor war might spawn dozens of books. These included histories as well as personal accounts, often written either to celebrate victory or to justify defeat. There are a surprising number of accounts that are written simply to record the experience of common soldiers. Printing also brought an increase in the number of forms used by armies, and many of these have been saved. In fact, since the 17th century, military archives have become enormous, and modern military archives can contain literally millions of documents. The invention of typing made the creation of records easier and further increased their number, a trend that has only been multiplied by the computer. As important as writing is, what historians call non-written sources are sometimes more so. There are many cases in which we have no written sources at all, either because they never existed, as in the case of non-literate cultures, or because they have all perished for one reason or another. Even when we have access to writing, as in the case of ancient China or medieval Europe, archaeology gives us insights and often corrects misperceptions based on the written record. Traditional archaeology studied fortifications, such as the walls of cities. In some cases, traditional archaeologists found the evidence of battle, usually the remains of a siege, siege ramps or camps. This sort of study was relatively rare, as archaeologists rarely sought out battlefield sites. This has changed in recent years with the exciting work done in battlefield archaeology around the world. Battlefield archaeologists identify battle sites and reconstruct battles on the basis of physical remains. In addition, underwater archaeology, made possible by the invention of scuba gear, mini submarines, and remote explorers, has identified and even raised parts or all of dozens of warships, from the bronze ram of an ancient trireme to the USS Monitor. There are many physical objects of soldiers and armies that remain. Even from ancient times, many examples of armor and weapons have survived, found in tombs or excavated from ruins. Enemy armor was often taken as prizes, and looting was an important source for military artifacts, even in modern times. Starting in medieval times, we find such military equipment was often collected, not only in European castles, but by nobles all over the world. Modern armor, weapons, flags, and uniforms are, of course, more common. Both museums, including military museums, and private collectors contain large collections, and both are important sources for historians. An interesting repository is the Covent Garden Opera House in London, which has an enormous collection of genuine arms and armor from around the world, which was collected to be used as props. An often underestimated tool is reconstruction and reenactment. Archaeologists and historians have been reconstructing for many years, for example, building models of catapults to better understand ancient texts. Modern reenactors, who are generally amateurs devoted to various periods of warfare, have, however, made some important discoveries, for example, how the Romans carried their packs. Art in various forms is a very important source of information, both about the reality and the perception of war. It is obvious that paintings and sculptures can be highly stylized and do not necessarily represent reality. This is true even of realistic-looking Greek and Roman reliefs or 19th century paintings and illustrations. On the other hand, an understanding of a culture and its artistic traditions can reveal much about the underlying truth of the photo or of the painting. Audio recordings, photographs, and film about war are an exciting source, but also must be viewed critically. In the same way that fiction about war can be very informative, the Hollywood, or for that matter the Bollywood, war movie, while historically inaccurate, can tell us a lot about attitudes on war. It is important to remember, however, that seemingly candid photographs and films are often posed. This is not always obvious. Most people know that the famous photograph of Marines raising the flag on Mount Suribachi was posed. What is less known is that many combat photographs and combat film footage is also staged. The film of the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, for example, often shown in documentaries, was staged after the fact by the Viet Minh using French and Vietnamese Republican prisoners. In the study of war, as in any historical study, each fact is made up of a combination of evidence and analysis using a process we call the historical method. In some cases, our evidence is so good and the consensus among historians so great that we can be virtually certain of its truth. That is, that the statement accurately describes a real event in the past. For example, that Pearl Harbor was bombed by the Japanese on December 7, 1941. Other events are much less certain. Was there a Trojan War, for example? History is constantly changing. The past itself doesn't change, but our understanding of it does. Sometimes our view of the past changes because new evidence changes what we know about war. The 1970s, for example, were a time of wonderful new discoveries in China, many of which have added to our knowledge of warfare there. The thousands of terracotta warriors found in the tomb of Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor, are a famous example. Less well known are the ancient military manuals found in a Han-era tomb, including a copy of a lost book by the famous general and military theorist Sun Bin. There are times when our understanding of the past changes not based on new evidence, but based on reinterpretation. My own first published article, for example, argued that the Roman siege of Masada in Israel lasted only for a few weeks in the spring of 73 AD, and not for months from the winter of 72 to 73, as had previously been thought. My conclusion was not based on any new discoveries, but rather on a re-examination of the already existing evidence. While the length of a siege might not seem important, there are other historical conclusions that have been based on it. So, as each piece of the puzzle is changed, historians have to constantly rethink the big picture. We cannot expect, however, that our sources record everything. Even in the case of modern wars, in which we have literally tons of documents, certain aspects of war will remain unattested. Of course, this is especially true in ancient and medieval history, with so much less material to work with. So what our sources don't say is often as important as what they do. We happen to know, for example, a lot about Greek warfare. But the type of warfare they practiced was not typical of the ancient world. We must be careful of merely following our sources, lest we make the exception into the rule. Facts are important, but facts are not history, just as paint is not painting. Historiography is what historians call the method and philosophy of understanding the past. This is as important as in the study of war as in any other endeavor of history. The word history comes from the Greek word meaning to ask a question. In modern terms, history means not just a chronicle or narrative of the past, but rather an active inquiry into why the past occurred the way it did. In this series, for example, we will try to answer some of these questions. Why did the earliest cities have no walls? Why do Western knights and Japanese samurai seem so similar? How did the Europeans succeed in dominating the modern world? And others. One of the factors that leads to a regional view of military history is that historical sources actually do derive from various traditions, which use not only different languages and scripts, but had different views of what constituted history and was worth recording for posterity. Some historical traditions, such as that of classical Greece and Rome and that of China, think of war and warfare as very important, and they focus on them. Other historical traditions, such as those in medieval Europe or ancient India, concentrate more on religion and have much less information about warfare. The changing methods and theory of the Western historical tradition has had a particular influence on our view of world warfare. In the 16th and 17th century, a truly global historical narrative began to develop as non-Western books were translated into European languages. There were a flurry of translations of historical sources from Chinese, Indian, and Arabic texts, and any number of world histories were written. Ironically, just as the world was turning more global, due to a number of factors, imperialism, racism, and theories about history, Europeans started to systematically ignore the non-Western world. Due both to the influence of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, the idea of historical progress became more and more influential. The ancient empires of China and India were seen as historical dead ends. Since they were no longer progressing, they were therefore not worth studying. This included their military histories. By the 19th century, most Western historians held this view. Whig history refers to a type of approach that focused on progress, the great man, and in military terms, the decisive battle. This approach develops into Western civilization. This has been very influential in education. Edward Creasy's 15 Decisive Battles of the World, published in 1851 and still in print, is a classic of Whig history. Although the world is in the title, only one of Creasy's battles was fought outside of Europe, and that was the Battle of Saratoga in the American Revolution. The absence of Asian or African battles is something Creasy does not even bother to discuss. It seemed so self-evident to him that no non-European battle could possibly change world history. Ethnocentrism intensified during the 19th and early 20th century, as racial theory became accepted by virtually all academics. We shall discuss the idea of race in greater detail in a later lecture. But racial theory has had and continues to have an enormous impact on historical studies, including those of war. Some military cultures that are very similar, for example, the Greek and the Roman, Chinese and the Japanese, are treated separately in military histories due to the fact that these groups were once considered different races and thus thought to have different collective mentalities, including in military matters. Needless to say, racism and racial theory have brought a great deal of misery in their wake, but they have also had a very negative effect on military history. An example is the excavation of the remarkable fortified settlement called the Great Zimbabwe, now located in the country of the same name. The European excavators were convinced that the local Africans were racially incapable of such impressive stone walls, although in fact the stone walls had been built by the ancestors of the local Shona people. The excavators dug through all the levels of the site, discarding all the valuable evidence of the true builders, including, no doubt, remains of weapons, searching for some sign of Phoenicians or Persians or anything but Africans. Remarkably, the physical evidence they had just dug up was not enough to jar their belief in the immutable laws of race, and at the end they declared the identity of the builders of the Great Zimbabwe to be a mystery. The 19th century also saw the beginning of professional history. And in fact, this was not seen as incompatible with racism, since racial theory was considered at the time quite scientific. The racial, nationalist, and sometimes imperialist views of professors of history in European universities, especially in Germany, did not prevent them from developing and instituting more scientific and critical methods for understanding the past. These historians saw objectivity and accuracy as their goal, not teaching virtue or propagandizing for a particular side. This attitude is expressed by Leopold von Ranke's famous saying that the historian's duty, quote, was not to judge the past, nor to instruct the present generation how to best conduct itself in the future, but merely to show how it actually happened, end quote. Of course, history continued to be affected by the biases of historians, but the historical method these early professors developed was in practice enormously successful in reconstructing the past. The historical and related scientific methods were in fact so successful that many scholars felt they could discover the scientific rules of society, just as the physicists had discovered the scientific rules of the universe. This was the rise of social science, and in history it resulted in a school called positivism. Positivist history did very detailed studies, including studies of wars, with the assumption that from these focused studies they would find the elements with which to reconstruct the past. This was very valuable work on which historians still build, but the confidence that these small details would form themselves into patterns turned out to be misplaced. Positivism tended to lead to more and more intense studies of detail, seemingly for its own sake. This led to a reaction. The ideas of Friedrich Nietzsche, for example, were a powerful retort to both positivism and, by the way, racial theory. It took some time for Nietzsche's ideas to become part of historiography, but they are now very influential in academic circles, a development that is not necessarily to history's advantage, in my opinion. Another important direction in 19th century historical thinking was the idea of historical dialectics, proposed by Hegel and adopted by Marx and Engels. Whether Hegelian or Marxist, according to historical dialectics, history developed according to a set pattern. There was a historical thesis, say a war of conquest, which set forth an antithesis, such as the militarization of a state to defend itself, which resulted in a synthesis, as invaders and conquered form a new type of society. Dialectical thinking, by the way, had a great deal of influence on von Clausewitz's ideas. Since the dialectical process was supposed to move in a particular direction, and so in some respects, the dialectical historians resembled the positivists, as they both thought of themselves as uncovering the scientific laws of history. The focus of dialectics, however, was on theory and not on detail. The dialectic operated on a much higher level than the individual, even the so-called great men, whose impact was thought to be minimal. For example, dialectic historians thought that if Caesar had drowned in the Nile during the Battle of Alexandria, another Caesar would have ultimately created the Roman Empire. Warfare, however, was an important factor in the working out and unfolding of history. Positivism and Marxism and their various subsets were the two rival schools of historiography up to the Second World War. Now, the 20th century, particularly the later 20th century, saw the development of a number of historical schools, although these have had much less impact on military history than on intellectual and social history. Marxism, which we've already mentioned, was very influential in both the communist world and in the West. And indeed, many of the period's best-known historians were Marxists. Their focus on economic factors and class relations, however, tended to de-emphasize war, although it was by no means ignored. The French Annales school argued that we should look at history in the very long term to really understand it. War was not significant in this historical model, as even the longest war did not compare to other long-term historical trends in terms of duration. Finally, the modern theories that we might collectively call postmodernism have challenged the very basis of the historical method, that it is possible to separate truth from fiction. This view argues that it is impossible to put aside our class and ethnic biases. To put it simply, that when we think we are looking through a window to the past, we are actually looking at a mirror at ourselves. History is seen as a way for privileged groups to impose their ideology on the powerless, and of course, military history is seen as one of the worst culprits. Overall, however, the postmodernists have failed to convince most historians that one cannot be more or less objective. Simply to problematize, to use a favorite postmodernist expression, is not to disprove. The reality of war and genocide are particularly difficult subjects for the postmodernists, and some of their writing on the subject is, frankly, ridiculous. Just as these approaches had little interest in warfare, seeing it either as irrelevant or reactionary, military historians have generally had little use for them. As a result, writing on warfare did not always benefit fully from what was positive in these new theoretical approaches, and generally clung on to the Whig or positive approaches of the 19th century and was stubbornly Eurocentric. There were exceptions. In 1982, William McNeill, probably the greatest of the first generation of world historians, wrote his The Pursuit of Power, a broad-ranging discussion of warfare in the early modern period. Significantly, however, McNeill was not a military historian. This has changed with the introduction of the so-called New Military History, pioneered by Jeffrey Parker, whose groundbreaking book, The Military Revolution, came out in 1996. New military history puts armies, battles, and wars in the context of the societies in which they occurred. The last 20 years have seen an explosion of new and exciting historiography on war and military history. And of course, it is on this work that this lecture series is primarily based. Despite these exciting advances, most of the military history published today remains focused on the West in general and on Europe in particular. The phrase ancient military history, for example, still usually means Greek and Roman military history. Medieval military history means Western knights and castles. Even the new military history remains rather Eurocentric, at a time when world and global history is developing rapidly. This Eurocentrism continues due to a number of factors. There's the fact that the practice of military history has traditionally been and still is dominated by Europeans and Americans. Another factor is the continuing influence of the regional approach to history, which tends to put Chinese military history, for example, in the discipline of Chinese studies. This situation is changing, but the lack of sources and especially the lack of translation hinders progress. Now, there are some military historians, such as Victor Davis Hanson, who argue that Western war is totally different from war as practiced elsewhere in the world. In both The Western Way of War and Carnage and Culture, Hanson maintains that since Greek times, Western war has favored the decisive battle in contrast to other traditions. Well, there certainly were periods in which Western warfare differed from that in other parts of the world. I think that Hansen is fundamentally incorrect. We will discuss this issue throughout the series. On the other hand, and in history there is always another hand, there's the view that the cultures of the East, such as India and China, are very ancient, that they have a special way of fighting wars, along with other elements of their culture that are distinct and developed independently. I also disagree with this view, as the subsequent lectures will show. Even those who deal with the world history of warfare, though, tend to do so in a series of regional chapters, such as Western War, Islamic War, Indian War, Chinese War, and so forth. To some extent, this is unavoidable, and this series will sometimes take this tack. But these regions are all too often treated as if they developed in isolation. In addition, military historians tend to neglect the modern wars of Asia and Africa, except insofar as they involve Europeans or Americans. There are, for example, numerous books on such minor conflicts as the British-Argentine War over the Falkland Islands and the American invasion of Grenada. Yet the modern war in the Congo, in which literally millions have died, is largely ignored. Even Western military history can become quite parochial. You could read a history of World War II from an American, from a French, and from a Russian historian and think you were reading about 3 different wars. In recent years, there's been a new generation of military historians, such as Jeremy Black, Kristen Archer, Stephen Murillo, and Azar Gatt, who have explored and championed a global approach. Although they and I recognize the key importance of the West in the development of modern warfare, as well as the continuing importance of Greek and Roman warfare, one of the themes of this series is how similar warfare and its influence is around the globe. I do not take a global approach out of fairness or political correctness, but because it gives us a better understanding of war. Although it obviously covers more time and geographical space, a world history approach makes history clearer in many respects. Advances such as the zero, or gunpowder, no longer just enter stage right, but we see how they came about and how they spread. As you listen to this series, I hope that you will come to agree that military history has much to offer a world historical perspective. In the next lecture, we will start our chronological journey of war and world history. We will begin at the beginning, at least as far as humans are concerned, the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age.
Lecture 3, The Stone Age War.
Welcome back. In our last lecture, we looked at the tools, methods, and theory that historians use to try and reconstruct past wars. Today, we will address a very basic question. How far back in history does warfare go? In other words, how old is war? Before we begin, let me just point out something about dating that is especially relevant here. Dating events in prehistory is complex, even with modern tools such as radiocarbon dating. Thus, the dates I give in this lecture and the next few ones are approximate, at times very approximate. This is not to say that accurate dating isn't important. Indeed, it is the basis of history. Only that in the case of prehistory and early history, accuracy is very difficult and sometimes, frankly, impossible. In this lecture series, we are concerned with human war. But of course, human beings evolved out of pre-human primates, so we might theorize, as some have, that war is even older than humanity. Studies of chimpanzees, our closest primate relatives, have shown that they not only practice deliberate murder, but carry on group fights which involve killing members of other chimp groups. At least some of these wars, if we might call them that, are fought over territory. Indeed, recent logging activities in the African nation of Gabon set off a series of chimpanzee wars in which some 20,000 chimps were killed. These findings are relevant certainly to the issue of warfare among very early humans. But direct evidence for war, or indeed violence of any kind, during the early and middle Paleolithic eras from about 2.5 million years ago to around 40,000 to 30,000 years ago is very limited. Very few remains of any kind survive from this early period. And other than stones and bones, evidence for aspects of life in the Paleolithic, including war, if it existed, is very, very thin. To make matters worse, what we do discover is usually subject to multiple interpretations. A stone axe, for example, can be used as a weapon of war, but also for hunting or as a tool. The same problem exists in human remains, especially if found individually or in small numbers, as is almost always the case. A traumatic injury, such as evidence of a crushed skull, might result from war, but could just as easily be the result of murder or even human sacrifice. The Paleolithic or Old Stone Age is defined, of course, by the use of stones as tools. A stone can easily be used as a weapon, either held in the hand and used for blunt force or hurled. Unfortunately, there is no way to tell if a particular stone found at a Stone Age site was used as a weapon or not. The spear is the first identifiable weapon. The first direct evidence for the use of wooden spears dates to around 400,000 years ago, although the use of spear-like weapons by some chimpanzees suggests that humans might have at least used spears much earlier, perhaps millions of years ago. Now, spears were long a major weapon of war, but also a weapon used for hunting. War and hunting have always been closely related. Not only are the tools and the methods of war and hunting often quite similar, they both tap into some of the same psychological responses, for example, in the production of adrenaline. How Paleolithic people use the spear in obtaining food is quite relevant to our understanding of the development of war. We might think of hunting as being the oldest human activity, but in fact, one of the main debates now being carried out about the Paleolithic is how early humans became hunters. There is increasing evidence that our earliest ancestors were not hunters at all, but scavengers. If we think of early humans as scavengers rather than hunters, it changes our view of the Paleolithic considerably. Rather than humans boldly killing large and fierce animals, they are skulking in the shadows, waiting for the predators, like saber-toothed tigers, to finish their meal. In fact, although there are numerous illustrations in modern works that show Stone Age men facing off a mastodon with a spear, I venture to say this is easier to imagine than it was actually to do. According to the scavenger theory, the spear was not used to kill prey, but to drive off other scavengers like hyenas and vultures from the leftovers. Of course, it is possible that even in Paleolithic times, spears were used indeed to kill animals, and perhaps even other people. Nevertheless, this changing view of early humans does undermine to some extent our idea of aggression being part of a long evolutionary process. In any case, the next innovations in weaponry, the stone spear point, tied to a wooden shaft, and the dart, appear to go back to around 80,000 years ago, give or take a few tens of thousands of years. Although the stone spear point does not increase the amount of pressure that can be applied against a target, it significantly increases its penetration ability and also reduces the chance of the shaft breaking. Since it increases the weight of the spear towards the head, adding a stone point also makes it easier to throw, and it is likely this was one of the main purposes of the point. The fact that spears were often thrown probably led to the development of the dart, a shorter version of the spear, which can be hurled more easily and with more accuracy, although, since it's lighter, with less force. The accuracy was made possible by the addition of feathers called fletch at the end. It is possible that poisons were also applied to darts to make them more effective. The dart point, or head, is virtually identical to the later arrowhead and is frequently mistaken for it. Thus, the existence of the bow is often dated too early by confusion with the dart. Both the throwing spear and the dart allowed for killing at a distance, which is not only safer, but also psychologically easier. It also made killing animals much easier. And this period may represent the turning of humans from scavenging to hunting as the main source of meat. The development of the stone spear point and the dart may be part of what some paleontologists have called the Great Leap Forward, during which humans also invented clothing and sailing. Clothing allowed humans to migrate to the colder regions, such as northern Europe, Siberia, and ultimately to cross over to Alaska and the Americas. Australia has not been connected to the mainland of Asia for millions of years, and so the human beings that arrived there around 40,000 years ago must have sailed there. Some scholars suggest that these inventions are related to a change in the human brain, but this is highly speculative and controversial. In any case, it is also possible that along with hunting animals becoming more common, killing humans may have as well. It was certainly easier. Around 30,000 BC, the first cave paintings appear. These show the hunting of animals such as bison with spears. Some scholars have interpreted some human figures as showing signs of being wounded by spears, but this is far from clear. Around the same time, say 30,000 BC, one finds the first evidence for the spear thrower. This is a notched stick into which the spear is fitted. In effect, it lengthened the arm, allowing the spear to be hurled further. From the point of view of evidence for the development of warfare, probably the most important invention of the Paleolithic was the bow and arrow. It is also the most difficult, mainly because of the fact that dart heads and arrowheads are so similar. Indeed, the bow probably developed out of the use of the dart, which can become the arrow simply with the addition of a bow. The first direct evidence for the bow and arrow comes from the remains of arrows with the shaft still attached, comes from Germany and date to about 9,000 BC. Of course, the discovery was probably earlier, although how much earlier we can't say. The bow is the first machine. What it does is store kinetic energy when the string is pulled back. The archer controls when and in what direction this energy is released, propelling an arrow with sufficient force to kill an animal or a human farther than a spear or a dart can be hurled. The original bow is known as a simple bow. That is, it's a straight piece of wood, such as a branch, with a bowstring, generally made of sinew, that is, the tendons of an animal. Other material could also be used, such as twisted hemp or even human hair. The most basic element of the arrow is the wooden shaft with a notch at the end to fit it to the bowstring. Since the arrow developed out of the dart, stone points or heads were a feature from the beginning, fitted to the shaft with sinew or string. The feathers placed at the back of the shaft near the notch was, as we've said, also a feature of the dart. These feathers stabilized the arrow in flight and improved range and accuracy. Our earliest evidence for the use of bow and arrow are stone arrowheads, though these probably developed sometime after the arrow itself. Right? Now, as I've said, what looks to us to be an arrowhead might be the point of a javelin or dart. Right? But the bow revolutionized hunting and could, of course, also be used to kill people. In fact, the invention of the bow is so important that we can actually call it a bow revolution. Indeed, we should call this the first bow revolution, as there is another that occurs in the Americas many tens of thousands of years later. And we'll discuss this American or second bow revolution in a later lecture. Around 12,000 to 11,000 BC, we find the first direct evidence of the mass killing of humans, perhaps the first direct evidence of war. The so-called Cemetery 117, found in Egypt, dates to this period. It contains 59 bodies. Those that could be identified by age and sex were 24 females, 19 males, and 13 children. About 40% died from violent wounds, which, since none of them had healed, had almost certainly been administered at the same time. Stone projectile points, either from arrows or spears or darts, were found among the bodies. The most plausible explanation of these findings is of a surprise attack by an enemy that caught these people sleeping. Some of them may have escaped, but this killing probably represents the destruction of not a part, but virtually all of an individual tribe. Now, this may or may not be true. All we have here actually are the remains of humans who have died violent deaths. The evidence for warfare here is really only circumstantial, although it must be said that it is strong circumstantial evidence. Now, there is a cave painting from Spain that is often pointed to as the first direct evidence of war. This painting illustrates two groups, 5 individuals on the left and 3 on the right, who are shooting at each other with bows. Whether this is war depends in large part on how we define war, but it is certainly evidence of some sort of organized group fighting. And we should not assume that these 8 figures are necessarily representative of a larger group. Human groups in the Paleolithic were quite small, and a war with fewer than a dozen combatants on both sides is certainly conceivable. Well, the problem with this painting, however, is that it doesn't date to the Paleolithic. It is true that Spanish cave paintings in this style do date to the late Paleolithic period, but this particular painting probably dates to the Neolithic, between 4000 and 3500 BC. Now, some scholars have claimed it reflects the practice of the earlier period, but it should be borne in mind that it may well date to the same period as the first direct evidence of war in Mesopotamia. Now, in any case, there's no reason to doubt that some form of group conflict existed in the Paleolithic, whether or not we want to call it war. Other Mesolithic paintings, Paleolithic paintings, do illustrate bowmen in hunting scenes. One shows a file of archers, for example, though it is a bit of a stretch to call this military organization. Now, one method of trying to understand prehistoric war, however we imagined or whenever we imagined it started, is to try to think our way back into these very remote times in the past by studying the behavior of modern tribal peoples. Now, this idea is basic to the development of anthropology as a study. The problem with this approach is that the tribes that we have today do not necessarily represent a survival into the present of a previous way of life. There's good reason to think that tribal organizations often arise due to groups being pushed into marginal areas. Nevertheless, there is good reason to think that the study of tribal societies can tell us something about the origins and nature of war. In a recent article in the New Yorker magazine, UCLA geography professor Jared Diamond discussed vengeance and cycles of violence among certain clans in Papua New Guinea, where he had done research. His driver there was a man named Daniel Wemp, who described to him an ongoing war between Wemp's clan, called the Honda, and a neighboring clan, the Ambal. Wemp became involved in this war, this fight, in 1992 when his beloved uncle was killed by an Ambal, and he took it upon himself to revenge his uncle's death. Before Daniel felt that he was sufficiently avenged, 29 more people had been killed. Diamond concludes that the desire for vengeance expressed by Wemp and his hostility to other clans does not differ much from modern times. Indeed, it seems very similar to the desire for vengeance discussed in much of human literature, such as the Iliad, and expressed by modern participants in war, for example, the Vietnam veterans described by the psychiatrist Jonathan Shea that I mentioned in the last lecture. We have to be careful, however, in using such descriptions, which are not, and I emphasize not, of prehistoric people, but of modern people, albeit ones living in what we can call a more primitive society. Daniel Wemp's society in Papua New Guinea, for example, differs in a very fundamental way from that of prehistoric peoples. As Diamond points out, Papuan wars are not only fought about vengeance, but also over pigs, which are one of the bases of the economy. The stealing of pigs is often the cause of fighting. Even those people who truly have a hunting and gathering economy, and there are very few left today, cannot be said to be living in the same way as prehistoric peoples. Modern primitive people have often been pushed into very marginal lands, and their cultures may very well represent the response to a relatively recent migration rather than some age-old tradition. We certainly see this phenomenon occurring among the North American Indians of the 18th and 19th century. An important reality of prehistoric life to keep in mind when thinking about warfare is that populations of the prehistoric period were very small. Individual groups or tribes may well have numbered a few dozen at most. In addition, the territory in which humans wandered was very large, and there would have usually been little difference in the economic productivity of one area over another, that is, in how good hunting and gathering was in one valley over another. These facts would have made war rather unprofitable from the point of view of the Paleolithic economy. Other human bands would have been much more valuable as sources of mates, of trading goods, and even of information about herds and other food sources. To risk what minor gains could be gained from killing them under normal circumstances. War would seem to be a dangerous luxury under Paleolithic conditions. Now, this assumes, of course, a level of rational cost-benefit analysis that may or may not have been common during the Stone Age. In any case, it's just speculation. Nevertheless, most of the primitive people of today are generally dealing with a much reduced and marginal territory to which they have been pushed by more modern societies, and their tendency to go to war may be a result of these stresses. Let me stop for a moment. We have to distinguish between the psychology of primitive war and the functionality of primitive war. In addition, we have to see that prehistoric conditions could differ, and that the evidence for prehistoric war might reflect conditions in which there were stresses or benefits of fighting. Now, to go on. It is reasonable to imagine that the sort of vengeance war described by Diamond and indeed by other scholars such as the anthropologist Lawrence Keeley was indeed a pattern found in prehistoric hunting and gathering societies. But we should think of this sort of war not being replaced by, but rather being absorbed into modern war. It is not difficult to think of civilized counterparts to this sort of behavior. All of this discussion will have to remain, however, in the realm of theory. Before we turn to the Neolithic era, which is understood by scholars to mean the period of the domestication of plants and animals, we need to understand that the move from hunting to gathering tribes to agricultural villages was not a straightforward one. There were a number of human experiments with more dense populations, with many of the characteristics found later on, which were based on food sources such as shellfish, but not yet on farming. The Natufian culture found in what is today Israel is a good example. Around 12,000 to 11,000 BC, the Natufians developed settlements made up of groupings of thatch huts. Not only are they not nomadic, but these settlements have the same density of population that we find in early Neolithic villages thousands of years later. There's no evidence or sign of any kind of defenses, although there are skeletons of domesticated dogs, and it's possible that the dog was used as a sort of early warning system, but they also might have been used just for hunting or as companions. Now, these experiments, and in this period called by scholars the Epi-Paleolithic or the Mesolithic, generally failed. The Natufian culture, for example, simply disappeared. The Neolithic or agricultural revolution itself occurs in different regions at different times, as early as 8000 BC in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, much later elsewhere. Agriculture completely changed every society that adopted it. Modern studies have shown that, contrary to an earlier view, collecting food from domesticated animal and plant sources was not easier than hunting and gathering, and did not lead to better lives. Indeed, evidence indicates that Neolithic populations lived shorter, less healthy lives than hunter-gatherers. Populations probably turned to agriculture due to population pressures, and the fact that wild animal populations were no longer large enough to support human ones. Thus, agriculture developed out of a situation of demographic stress. The same sort of stress that may lead to war. In fact, there are scholars who think that war really begins only in the Neolithic. But there's no question that our evidence for war increases. And when we think about war in this period, we should keep in mind the various societal stresses that led to the adoption of agriculture. Since one's food source is tied to a piece of land, the stakes of fighting with other groups becomes higher. The development of agriculture allowed for denser populations, but also necessitated a more vigorous military force. While a hunting and gathering group could survive even a serious defeat by simply migrating, this was usually not an option for farmers. One could actually argue that war was necessary to allow agriculture, and that military force was a driving impulse behind and not merely the result of the Neolithic Revolution. Of course, the domestication of plants and animals did allow for a relatively steady and stable production of food. In addition, there is an incentive to raise more children, as instead of simply being an extra mouth that needed to be carried around while following herds, young children could be used to work in the fields. Thus, agriculture naturally led to higher and denser populations, and fairly quickly, the population density reached a point that was too great to be supported by the wild animals or plants in a region. So, once a population turned to agriculture, it could not return to a hunting and gathering lifestyle. For better or worse, people became reliant on agriculture for food, as we still are today. Now, Jared Diamond, whom I mentioned before in the context of his description of vengeance wars in Papua, is best known for his remarkable book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. Although Diamond is not a historian, his book has become a basic text of world history and really should be read by everyone with an interest in this subject. Diamond wrote this book to try to answer a basic question. Why did the West come to dominate the world? We shall refer to his ideas throughout the series, but for now, let's concentrate on his important insights on the agricultural revolution. Diamond is an evolutionary biologist, and he pointed out that out of the thousands and tens of thousands of animal and plant species, only a handful are capable of being domesticated. A zebra, for example, can be tamed, but it cannot, unlike its very close relative the horse, be domesticated. Thus, the success of a particular Neolithic is related to the local plants and animals that were genetically predisposed to be domesticated. Many more such plants and animals were available, for example, in the Near East than in Mesoamerica. And Diamond argues that this fact affected the development of those societies long after the Neolithic. Diamond makes another point, which is related to the theme of core and margin, which runs through our lecture series. Plants and animals species are more likely to be able to spread in an east-west direction along the same latitude and climatic zone than on a north-south axis, which will cross several climates. This is why, he argues, that the Western Neolithic and Eastern Neolithic eventually combine, trading domestic plants and animals and creating what we are referring to as the Eurasian core. From a military perspective, probably the most important animal to be domesticated is not the goat or the sheep or the pig, but rather the donkey. As we shall see, the donkey has a long, if not glorious, connection to the history of warfare. It is in the Neolithic that we find the first defenses being built around settlements. Surprisingly, the earliest such defenses are also the most sophisticated. At Jericho, north of the Dead Sea in what is now the Palestinian Authority, a stone wall about 5 feet thick and from 12 to 17 feet high dates to around 8000 BC, early in the Near Eastern Neolithic. A stone tower about 30 feet high and containing a staircase was built next to it. Some scholars have suggested the Jericho wall was for flood control, but its height and the presence of the tower strongly suggest a defensive purpose. Jericho was a large town by Neolithic standards, some 6 acres, with a population of 2,000 to 3,000 people. The town was already 500 years old when the wall was built, but the wall may well predate the introduction of agriculture. It may have been the safety provided by the wall that led to farming, and not the productivity of farming that led to the wall. By the way, the first weapon used solely for war, the club, appears in this period the late Neolithic. At Çatalhöyük, located in Anatolia, modern Turkey, mud brick houses were built tightly packed on top of a plateau around 7000 BC. The walls of the outermost houses formed a defensive perimeter, much as we see in the adobe buildings of the Pueblo Indians. Found at Çatalhöyük were the first example of stone daggers, maces, and pictures of slings being used. Sling stones was actually found at other Anatolian sites dating to around the same time. Now, both Jericho and Çatalhöyük are almost always illustrated in works on the Neolithic with the implication that these are examples of settlements of the period. In fact, they are unique, and neither of them seem to have led to any further development in defensive fortifications. After Jericho and Çatalhöyük were abandoned, it is thousands of years before anything like them, either stone walls or contiguous houses, are found anywhere in the world. It is certainly not a coincidence that these are the two most densely populated settlements in the world when they existed, or that both were located in the most unusual locations, where fertile soil allowed agriculture and near the source of valuable trade items, obsidian, that is volcanic glass, very useful for stone tools, or for blades, in the case of Çatalhöyük, and naphtha, natural petroleum, probably used for magic, in the case of Jericho. It is true that some Neolithic villages did have walls and ditches around their perimeter, almost certainly for defense. These defenses, however, while more primitive than those found at Jericho and Çatalhöyük, are all from a much later period. In the Samarab culture of Mesopotamia, for example, around 5500 BC, we find walls and ditches, and just when these people were expanding into the fertile Tigris-Euphrates Valley. Early European Neolithic villages, some of them, also had ditches. Some Neolithic villages in China, dating to around 5000 BC, have deep ditches around them, almost certainly for defense. Ditches appear in the Yangshao culture in the Yellow Valley around 4000 BC, and their settlements were built on terraces, perhaps for defense. However, there is no evidence for defense around most Neolithic villages in most places. Of course, it's possible that they used armed force to defend themselves, did not feel walls or ditches worth the effort. The lack of such defenses, however, should warn us against assuming that war was a major factor in the Neolithic, at least in most cases. There's no question, however, that war, or at least group violence, did exist, and not only at Jericho or Çatalhöyük. A 5,300-year-old body, found frozen in the Alps, gives us a remarkable view of early group conflict. Swiss scholars gave this body the name of Ötzi. It sounds better in Swiss German than English. In any case, Ötzi was carrying a flint knife with an ash handle, a copper axe with a handle made of yew wood, and a longbow some 72 inches tall made of the same wood. He had a quiver of 14 bone-tipped arrows and made of viburnum, a common source of shafts in early times, it was originally thought that Ötzi died of an arrow wound. Recent investigation concludes he received a fatal blow to the head. And careful analysis has shown that neither he nor his enemy was alone. In fact, DNA analysis of the blood found at the site shows there were at least 4 individuals. He died as a part of a group struggle, perhaps a battle. In this lecture, we have considered the complex and enigmatic evidence for war in the Stone Age. In the next lecture, we will consider the relationship of war to the first civilizations, those of Mesopotamia and Egypt.
Lecture 4. Peace, War, and Civilization.
Welcome back. In our last lecture, we discussed war during the period of the Neolithic, when agriculture arose. In this lecture, we will explore the complicated question of warfare at the time of the rise of the first cities and civilizations. Since force and coercion has been such an important part of political power for the last 4,000 years, many scholars of antiquity have naturally surmised that war and the use of armed force played an important role in the development of civilization. It is striking, therefore, that the Sumerian civilization that arose in southern Mesopotamia seems remarkably lacking in military institutions or evidence of extensive warfare. This is not to say that war did not exist. It certainly did. Wars and armies, however, do not seem to have been at the center of Sumer's early city-states, either in reality or in ideology. Beginning around 4000 BC, a sophisticated culture developed in Sumer, along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is today southern Iraq. Although the term civilization has fallen out of favor, this is the best way of describing what happened. Within a relatively short period of time, we see the development of densely populated cities, sophisticated irrigation systems, monumental architecture, writing, use of bronze, the wheel, social hierarchy, and many other developments. As has been pointed out by Mark van der Meeroop, one of the leading scholars of Mesopotamia working today, what is very interesting is the role played in the rise of civilization by a single city, Uruk. By 3500 BC, Uruk was the largest and most advanced city in the world, with at least 50 to 60,000 inhabitants and perhaps as many as 100,000 or more. In addition to Uruk, there were about a dozen other Sumerian cities with at least 10,000 people in each. There is evidence that Uruk not only affected the other Sumerian cities, establishing what has been named the Uruk culture, but was at the center of a colonization movement, which established settlements from the borders of Egypt to northern Mesopotamia and into what is today Iran. Now, in contrast to later similar events, there is no evidence that this colonization was accompanied by military means. Rather, it seems to be associated with trade. The earliest Sumerian tablets, engraved on stone around 3000 BC, are contracts and lists, and there is no mention of war or soldiers in them. In fact, from what we can reconstruct about Sumerian society in this early period, the Sumerian cities were ruled by a priest-king, whose power base was the central city temple that rose in the middle of every Sumerian city. There may be an indication of war in early Sumerian society in the form of some cylinder seals, which have been dated to somewhere around 3200 to 3000 BC. These show men being bound and attacked with what seem to be maces. This has been taken to refer to war, although it is possible that they have to do with human sacrifice, which was certainly a feature of early Sumerian society. Other than these cylinder seals, during more than a century of intensive excavation and study, including the study of many clay cuneiform tablets, there is virtually no evidence in 4th millennium southern Mesopotamia in the writing, illustrations, artifacts of architecture of Sumerian warfare or military force. Now, the cities of Sumer were certainly the wealthiest places in the world at the time. Yet, despite what must have been the tremendous lure of such luxury to neighboring tribes, the Sumerian cities lacked walls or evidence of armies in the 4th millennium. Now, it is true that the city temples in the center of every Sumerian city were surrounded by walls, and they might have functioned as citadels or as places of internal control. Yet, although we can trace the development of some of them archaeologically, such as the Great Temple at Eridu, for a period of 1,000 years, there is no evidence of such temples ever being attacked in this period. How can we explain that the cities of Sumer not only seem not to fight each other, but also seem not to have been attacked by surrounding peoples? What is most interesting is that while other aspects of the Uruk culture, such as writing, move from southern to northern Mesopotamia, the building of city walls moves in exactly the opposite direction. A number of small cities in northern Mesopotamia appear to have had walls in the 4th millennium. One example is the settlement of Hamukar, located in northeastern Syria near the Turkish and Iraqi borders. Sometime between 4000 to 3500 BC, a 10-foot mud wall was built around the town. Now, I mentioned previously how certain discoveries can completely change our view of history, and this is one. In 2005, excavators at Hamukar announced the discovery of the first known battle site. In fact, the most extensive evidence of warfare ever discovered for the 4th millennium. Around 3500 BC, Hamukar's wall had been bombarded by attackers with slings and clay balls. And some of these clay balls were the size of ping pong balls. Some tennis balls, or about 120 of these, apparently used to hurl at the enemy, and about 1,200 sling bullets. The wall had been destroyed by a fire. Now, above this destruction level, there was a resettlement level belonging to the Uruk culture. This has led the excavators to conclude that the attackers of Hamukar were from Uruk, and that they had conquered the city. And if this is true, this would be the most convincing evidence for warfare in the Uruk period. Yet, there is a fundamental problem with this analysis. If the city of Uruk could and did send a large army far to the north and capture and burn a city there, why is there virtually no evidence of warfare or armies in Uruk itself, or any other Mesopotamian city, or indeed any other southern Mesopotamian city, or indeed anywhere else that we find the Uruk culture in this period? There's another problem. Slings or hurling balls were not weapons generally associated with the Sumerians. The sling is absent from our earliest illustrations of Sumerian war. Now, I'll discuss these later. But we know that the bow was used by at least 3,000, and there's no evidence of the bow at Hamukar. On the other hand, the sling is associated with pastoral people from an early date, and we know that it was used in Anatolia to the north of Hamukar as early as the Neolithic. Now, how can we make sense of all of this? Why would the most advanced and presumably the wealthiest cities in southern Mesopotamia, such as Uruk, not need defenses? At the same time, we have evidence for fortifications and fierce fighting at Hamukar in northern Mesopotamia. Why did the technology of walls that existed in the north at 3500 BC not spread south for another 500 years or more? The answer might lie in the issue of population density and the development of pastoralism. Now, in comparison to the hunting-gathering people of the Neolithic, and who probably existed in early times in neighboring areas, the population density of Sumerian cities was so high as to provide an effective defense in of itself. An attack on a city of tens of thousands by a hunter-gatherer clan of a few dozen would have been suicidal. Now, it might seem that pastoral societies that herd sheep and goats and other small cattle have a lot in common with hunter-gatherer tribes. But in fact, pastoralism is a development not before, but after agriculture. Indeed, pastoral societies cannot exist without agricultural settlements with which to trade. Now, in ancient times, we find two basic types of pastoralists. There are hill pastoralists, who take advantage of pastures in highlands to feed their flocks in the summer months, and nomadic pastoralists who move their herds from place to place to find forage. In the 4th millennium, neither the horse nor the camel had been domesticated in the Near East, so that those who practiced an early form of nomadic pastoralism are called donkey nomads. Pastoralists of all kinds have one significant advantage over agricultural peoples. A larger proportion of their adult male population can be mobilized for war and for a longer period than farmers, whose production is both more labor-intensive and more tied to the seasonal needs of crops. Now, the situation in southern Mesopotamia was so. The desert regions to the south were not very suitable for donkey nomadism. The only hill pastoralists nearby were in the Zagros Mountains to the east, but it may well have taken hundreds of years for these pastoral tribes to grow large enough and strong enough to be a threat. In addition, Sumerian cities were not close to each other. They relied on irrigation of basically arid land, and so there was wasteland separating them in this early period, making territorial wars unnecessary. Hamilcar, however, is located in the far north of Mesopotamia. Just to the north were the Taurus Mountains, in which hill pastoralism could flourish. And to the south, the Jazira, a semi-desert region known to have been the center of donkey nomads. This far northern area of Mesopotamia was among the first areas to develop both agriculture and pastoralism. The area was quite fertile, but agriculture was based more on rainfall rather than irrigation. So there were not regions of wasteland separating cities in the north, and so they would be more likely to fight over fertile territory lying between them. Thus, walls made sense in a way they did not further south. In addition, northern Mesopotamia was right in the middle of valuable trade routes. Trade routes that went back to the Neolithic, but were being expanded by the growth of the Uruk culture, which no doubt was the economic powerhouse of the world at the time. In the north, Anatolia was the source of silver and gold. To the east, lapis lazuli and tin were brought in from what is today Afghanistan. To the west ran the trade routes both to the Mediterranean, from which timber was brought, and down to Egypt, which provided ivory and other goods. The wealth of this trade could be kept inside these cities, which made the walls worthwhile, as they did, as you'll recall, at Jericho and Çatalhöyük. But these small northern cities were not yet large enough or strong enough to take control of these trade routes themselves. In any case, the fact that Uruk was not only the consumer of trade, but that Uruk merchants were apparently the ones actually running the trade from these colonies, intermediate cities, no doubt, profited far more from its smooth operation than they would from trying to seize this trade. Pastoral people, however, would have had quite a different point of view. This may explain what happened at Hamilcar. The city was probably the victim of an attack by pastoralists, either hill people from the Taurus or donkey nomads from the arid regions to the southwest. Driving the defenders from the walls with missiles, they scaled the 10-foot wall with ladders, pillaged, and burned the settlement. Such pastoralists were not interested in occupation, but loot. The people of the Uruk culture who resettled Hamilcar were likely not the attackers, but were rebuilding to reestablish an important trade center. Now, as you can tell, in my view, these early peoples were making rational decisions about war making, and not simply acting out cultural rituals. Now, we can test this idea to some extent by looking at the presence or absence of walls in neighboring cultures. The Indus Valley civilization, located in what is today Pakistan, is almost as old as that in Mesopotamia. There are numerous and sophisticated mud brick remains of houses and large monumental buildings. There was long-distance trade to Sumer and elsewhere in the west. But despite many examples of Indus Valley art, there are no illustrations of war. Now, it is true that small Indus Valley cities were fortified with brick walls, but the larger ones, for example, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, had no walls, although they do have internal citadels. The absence of walls in most Indus Valley cities, especially the largest and richest, may well have the same explanation as in southern Mesopotamia, the lack of powerful warlike neighbors and an abundance of land between settlements, which was brought into agricultural production through irrigation. The small cities with walls may have been like northern Mesopotamia, more vulnerable to attack. In China, as in Europe, the geography of the early Neolithic put agriculture in close proximity to both hill and nomadic pastoralists. In the Neolithic Longshan period, which flourished around the Yellow and Yangtze rivers about the same time as the Sumerians, 3000, 2000 BC, villages began to be surrounded by walls. In upland regions, walls were made of rocks and boulders, but along the rivers, they were already being made of stamped earth. In this method, layers of earth are placed between wooden frames and hammered with wooden mallets until they become hard as concrete. This is a method that continues to be used by the Chinese up until very, very recent times. In this period, the Chinese were still using stone weapons, short knives, spears, stone axe. That would be the prototype of the later Chinese weapon called the ge. It would seem, therefore, that war was already known and even common in the Chinese Neolithic. In 4th millennium Egypt, we also find evidence for war. Here the evidence is not in the form of walls or fortifications, as these do not survive well near the Nile. The same annual floods that made this land so fertile destroy them over time. We do have pictorial evidence, however. As early as 3600 BC, we find an ivory knife handle illustrating a battle both by land and on a boat, presumably in the Nile. There are illustrations of war during the so-called Dynasty Zero, which was centered around Abydos around 3300 BC or so, and about to 3100 BC, give or take, we have the so-called Libyan or fortress palette, which shows walled settlements being attacked by animals with picks. These animals, such as a scorpion or a lion, may represent clans or kings of tribes or something like that. But the fact that we have walled cities illustrated shows that such cities existed and presumably existed long before they were destroyed. The so-called Narmer palette, which probably dates to the period of the unification of Egypt, also shows warlike scenes and has been interpreted to refer to a war that united Upper and Lower Egypt. Now, whether or not that's true, it's certainly evidence for war. There is good evidence that Egypt in the pre-dynastic and early dynastic period was made up of various states that were fighting over the fertile land along the Nile. In addition, there were valuable trade routes, both across the Red Sea to the east and the Sinai Desert to the north, both of which led to the Uruk culture. In addition, there were areas bordering the Nile that were very suitable for the growth of both hill pastoralists and donkey nomads. The growth of population along the Nile would have brought the Egyptians into conflict with bordering pastoralists and made it possible and desirable to subdue them permanently. It also would have made the conquest of the remaining independent states within the Nile Valley desirable. In the Second Dynasty, around 2600 BC, an inscription refers to the suppression of northern enemies, which may refer to a war with Libyan donkey nomads or the capture or recapture of some independent region in the Nile Delta. There's also evidence for the Egyptian expansion southwards into what is known as Nubia or Kush, modern Sudan. During the Third Dynasty, substantial forts were built in the south to keep the Kushites or Nubians from moving north up the Nile. There were also forts to keep sand dwellers from, as the Egyptians called them, from raiding Lower Egypt from the Sinai Desert to the east. Now, in the pre-dynastic and early dynastic period, there are many images of the Egyptian king trampling enemies underfoot. In these, the king grasps the hair of a group of enemies while he holds a mace over their heads. Other enemies are shown dead or captured under his feet. Once Egypt is firmly united, however, and the pastoral people presumably subdued, this image becomes much less common. The Egyptian king in the Old Kingdom is increasingly viewed not as a conqueror, but as a god who fosters peace and prosperity in the land. Once this single authority is established over the Nile Valley, its basis seems to have been partly religious and partly due to its actual success in fostering productivity through control of the Nile flood. Now, as in the case of early Sumer, in this later period of Egyptian history, there is little evidence for armies or warfare. Now, this change might be explained by the dramatic growth in Egyptian population. It is in the first few dynasties that the population in Egypt absolutely explodes. It has been estimated that in the pre-dynastic period, there were only some 100,000 to 200,000 Egyptians. By the third dynasty, the beginning of the Old Kingdom, there were 1 to 2 million. The change also made internal peace more profitable and desirable than war, as agricultural success was based on knowledge of the Nile flood, which could be calculated by the rise of waters in the far south, but this information was useless unless it could be communicated to the north by a central government. Egypt also outgrew Mesopotamian population and productivity and now became the economic center of the West. They now did not need to fight over trade routes, as the trade routes now led to them. This process was probably well established by the beginning of the Old Kingdom. The overall change in the economic situation of Egypt and its effects on trade routes may partly explain the changes in warfare that we see occurring back in Mesopotamia. Of course, other factors were at work. The general population was growing, land was becoming more scarce. In addition, the pastoral people who neighbored Mesopotamia were growing more numerous and powerful as they adopted the weapons and techniques of the more advanced city-states. Sometime around 2900 to 2800 BC, walls were built around Uruk. These were the earliest known in Sumer. The brick walls of Uruk, actually they were earth faced with brick, were on a completely different scale than those of the older northern Mesopotamian ones. These walls were rather 40 feet high and had elaborate gates. It was not long before all southern Mesopotamian cities were walled. Walls became very important symbols, both of the cities and of kings, and the size of the walls of Uruk and other cities might be due as much to prestige as actual defensive needs. But we also find other changes. Well, we know that the king was a new development. A mythology developed which made kingship and war created at the beginning of the world and sent by the gods. Thus we see the mythology itself being transformed to account for a warlike period. Around 2700 BC, we see other indications of increasing warfare in a more densely populated Sumer. We have to be a bit careful about our conclusions, since this is the very time that we start to find enough cuneiform tablets to start to build a picture of Sumerian society. This is the time that the priest king was replaced by the Lugal, literally the big man, a war king. In each city, the new king built a palace surrounded by walls. Sometimes this palace was built next to the old central temple, often though it was built on the edge of the outer walls. The fact, though, that the Lugal or king did not simply take over the temple complex of the priest king in the center of the city suggests that there was a certain amount of internal tension. In fact, we almost immediately find stories of kings being overthrown and replaced by others. The royal tombs of Ur, the city of Ur, which date to around 2600, 2400 BC, were the burial places of some of these new war kings. They contain much evidence of war, including weapons and armor, as well as the so-called standard of Ur. It wasn't really a standard. It was probably a musical instrument, but it dates to this period and illustrates on its side the role of the ideal king in peace and war. On the so-called war panel, there are 3 registers. which appear to be read from bottom to top. In the bottom register, a row of war chariots tramples enemies underfoot. In the middle register, an army of infantry lead off enemy captives who are presented to the king in the upper register. In a Sumerian document of around 2500 BC or so, we find the first written record of a battle fought between Umma and Lagash, two other Sumerian cities. This is a territorial dispute over a stretch of ground between them, but the war is characterized as the king of Lagash defending the rights of the god Ningirsu. Another sign of Sumerian war is the limestone stele called the Stele of the Vultures, dating to around 2450 BC. The king of Lagash is shown twice, once leading a phalanx of infantry soldiers on foot, and then leading other infantry from a chariot. The king can be identified by his distinctive helmet, which is virtually identical to one found in the royal tombs of Ur. On another fragment of the stele, vultures and lions eat the bodies of the enemy dead above a written description of the war. We have a lot more evidence of war from the middle of the 3rd millennium in Mesopotamia. We find not only the struggle between the Sumerian city-states, but also with various pastoral people and with the neighboring kingdom of Elam in southwestern Iran. At the same time that the Sumerian cities were becoming more warlike, we find cities growing and becoming more sophisticated in northern Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine. The city of Ebla, also in Syria, was founded around 3000 BC and reached its height around 2400. Ebla had it seems, a professional army and was surrounded by a high wall. Another city, Mari, grows to be a regional power. These changes are almost certainly connected to the growing value of the trading networks leading both to Mesopotamia and now especially Egypt. Northern Mesopotamia was now in the position to control trade routes, but southern Mesopotamia was also in a position to conquer northern Mesopotamia. Around 2400, the Sumerian king Lugal-Zaghazi created the first empire to unite all of Mesopotamia. This was soon replaced by the Akkadian Empire, founded by Sargon of Akkad, who conquered through Syria all the way to the Mediterranean. Now, we know that Sargon raised a professional army, which may have been as large as 5,400 men. At this point, the king seems to have been wealthy enough from both tribute and trade to feed this number of soldiers out of his personal income. By the end of the 3rd millennium, despite their differences in writing, religion, and architecture, and so forth, in most respects, all the cultures of the Near East shared a common military system. The spear with a bronze tip was used universally, with a bronze axe, sickle sword, dagger, or stone mace as a side or auxiliary weapon. There were metal helmets and leather armor studded with bronze discs. The sling is an early missile weapon, as seen at Hamukar, and continues to be used throughout the period. The simple bow was used by most armies, but around 2400 BC, the improved composite bow was invented, which was much more powerful and accurate. A heavy 4-wheeled chariot was used in Mesopotamia and Syria, but not in Egypt. Ox and donkey-drawn carts for civilian purposes had appeared in Sumer around 3000 BC, but the ox was too slow and the domestic donkey not aggressive enough to use these for military purposes other than carrying supplies. So the 4-wheeled chariot of this period was drawn by wild donkeys or onagers. Stamped earth slopes were added to the outside of Mesopotamian and Syrian walls as early as the 25th century BC, and the appearance of these slopes is probably connected to the invention of better means of taking cities, such as battering rams and mining. We already see the development of the basic forms of sieges, which remained fixed with changes due to technology even remaining today. The first type is the blockade, and the second, the assault. Most soldiers in all cultures were raised in the same way as was the labor that built monumental architecture. They were contributed by temples, villages, or neighborhoods, and commanded by the same officials who led them in peace. We also find the first use of military unit organization and ranks, as well as the use of foreign troops, especially for specialist purposes such as the Nubian archers used by the Egyptians. At the end of the third millennium, we get an intensification of warfare throughout the Near East. In Egypt, we get a collapse of the Old Kingdom into civil war and foreign invasion. In Mesopotamia, the Akkadian dynasty takes over northern Mesopotamia and Syria, but then itself collapses and is replaced by a short-lived Sumerian dynasty. This is soon overrun by both the Elamites to the east and by Amorite pastoralists coming in from the north. In this lecture, we have seen the development of highly militarized societies in the Near East by 2000 BC. In the next lecture, we will talk about a revolution in technology that affected and indeed created a new military culture that will stretch from Europe and Africa to East Asia.
Lecture 5, The Chariot Revolution.
Welcome back. In the last lecture, we followed the process by which the Near East, by around 2000 BC, had developed sophisticated military cultures. In today's lecture, I want to talk about the Chariot Revolution. But before I do so, I need to discuss two things. One is my use of the terms core and margin, and the second is the whole idea of military revolutions. World historians usually use the words core and margin to describe the relationship between two geographic regions, which, of course, changes over time. In this lecture, and subsequently in the series, I will be using the terms core and margin in a broader sense. We will see that with the spread of the chariot, and later with other military technologies, a core region developed that used the same weapons, and because of the nature of these weapons, often adopted similar political, social, and economic systems to use them more effectively. This core region ultimately covers a vast expanse of land running across the breadth of the Old World, including both northern and western Africa, much of Western Europe, the Mediterranean region, East Africa, the Near East, includes both Southern Asia and Central Asia, and continues along both sides of the Great Himalaya Mountains to East Asia and ends at the Pacific coast of China. This core region will be the focus of most of our attention in the rest of the series, since it is along this 9,000-mile length that most of the world's innovations in warfare have occurred and initially spread. We will not, however, neglect warfare in what we'll call the margin, that is, Central and Southern Africa, the Americas, and Oceania, which we will discuss later on. In this series, I am going to be referring to a number of military revolutions. That of the chariot is one, the sword, the horse, gunpowder, and so on. There'll be others. There are military historians, however, who reject the whole idea of military revolution, arguing that what we have is not revolutionary changes, but rather a slow, steady, ongoing development. This is a complicated issue, but to cut a long story short, I don't agree. I will argue in this series that there certainly were military revolutions and that they had broad and dramatic impact over relatively short periods of time. One factor that tends to obscure the dramatic nature of weapons innovation is that they tend to go through a two-stage process. In its original version, an innovation is important enough to be adopted, yet does not significantly change warfare. Then, with an addition or another innovation, the weapon becomes world-transforming. We will discuss this process with the chariot and see the same process occurring with other military innovations such as gunpowder, for example. Now let's get down to brass tacks, or in this case, to wooden spokes. We have already met the original chariots, the heavy Sumerian versions, with 4 solid wheels drawn by wild donkeys. The relationship of this Sumerian chariot to the new 2-wheeled horse-drawn chariot is a controversial topic among military historians. There are 2 basic theories: that the new style chariot, the one with spoked wheels and an axle at the rear, developed in Mesopotamia out of the older Sumerian version, first using the donkey and then the horse, and subsequently spread into the steppe. The second theory is that the new style was developed in the steppe region, where the horse was first domesticated, and its use spread south into Mesopotamia. New evidence is beginning to favor the first view, but whichever direction the technology moved, it was only with the development of the lighter version that the chariot's potential as a weapon system could be fully realized. The most significant new element of these chariots was the use of horses to draw them. Since the horse is so important to the chariot and to the history of warfare, let's discuss the domestication of this remarkable animal. Archaeological evidence has established that the horse was first domesticated in what is now the southern Ukraine and Kazakhstan, north of the Caspian Sea, around 4000 BC, again, give or take. They were probably first used for food and milk. Horses are natural herd animals like goats and sheep. There's another use of horses, and that is for breeding mules. A mule is the sterile offspring of a horse and a donkey. It is larger and can carry more than a donkey, and becomes not only a beast of burden, but is also used to pull carts. And like the donkey before it, and I must say often alongside it, the mule will become vitally important as a military pack animal. Already in the 3rd millennium BC, we find both the use of donkeys and mules to carry burdens on their backs and to pull carts and wagons. And this no doubt suggested the same use for horses. Now, unlike donkeys and mules, these early domesticated horses were too small to ride. If one sat on their spine, it would have broken. Horses, however, could be used to pull carts. Now, we don't know who invented the spoked wheel or designed the lightweight platform made of wood or wicker, but once it's hitched to a horse, the advantage for pastoralism is very obvious. The addition of a bit, which attached the reins to the horse's mouth, made control and maneuvering much more effective. In a previous lecture, we talked about the so-called donkey nomads, which developed pastoralism in the hill regions and marginal desert areas. Or not hill regions, but in the marginal desert areas. Now, with the use of the chariot, herds could be moved farther and farther from a home base. And with the bow, the composite bow, wild animals as well as thieves could be kept away. Now, in this use, the chariot had a dramatic effect on the steppes. The steppes are a vast grasslands that stretch from eastern Europe all the way to western China. And these now go from being hunting grounds supporting very small populations to an area of prime productivity for herd animals, such as goats and sheep. Now, the chariot and bow combination was not only useful for guarding herds and, by the way, for hunting. It also made raiding on other tribes easier. In its military form, the chariot's basket held at least 2 soldiers or warriors, a driver and an archer, although there was sometimes a third who carried a spear or some other weapon. The archer used, as I've said, the composite bow, which was small enough to fire in the chariot. It's only about a yard long, but powerful enough to be quite effective. Stealing cattle and horses must have been a common way of supplementing income, and soon it must have been apparent that one could easily defeat the foot soldiers of agricultural villages or terrorize them into submission and providing tribute or simply plundering them. Since the pastoral tribes needed the agricultural people, taxing them, usually in the form of ransom or tribute, was a way of shearing the sheep, but not killing them. As with the hill pastoralists, these new steppe pastoralists had a major military advantage. a much higher percentage of their population could be used in war. John Keegan has pointed out that the hunting culture of the steppes helped to develop new and effective tactics, such as encirclement and feigned retreat, which are used by steppe peoples up to early modern times. Now, once the spoked wheel, horse, and bit had been added to the chariot, its use spread rapidly along the grasslands of the steppes, opening this enormous region to pastoralism and later to trade. Chariot-riding peoples not only moved into these lightly populated areas, but also into regions that had already entered the Neolithic, although not the Bronze Age. These regions include China, where we see a rapid civilizing trend in response. But finally, the chariot also moved into already urbanized areas, such as the Near East, where it had a dramatic effect on empires and social hierarchy. Even though this process occurred over several hundred years, I think it's fair to call this a military revolution. The rapid spread of chariot technology, the relatively rapid spread, first in the steppe and then more settled regions, is closely associated with the Indo-European language family, of which English is a member. It has recently and convincingly, I think, been argued, based both on linguistic and genetic evidence, that the region in which the horse was first domesticated was also the homeland of the earliest Indo-European language called Proto-Indo-European. It has long been known that sometime before 2000 BC, how long before is a matter of great controversy, Indo-European speakers moved from their original homeland and migrated or conquered in every direction. As a result of this spread, we find Indo-European languages spoken from Western Europe all the way east to India. And indeed, there's evidence in written documents of Indo-European being spoken as far east as Western China. There was a great deal of historical resistance, however, to the idea of Indo-European warriors sweeping across the core on chariots. In large part, this is because the idea was a key part of the racial theory and racial thinking that dominated history in the 19th and early 20th centuries. In addition, as I've already mentioned, the idea of slow, gradual change is more attractive to some historical theories than dramatic military revolutions. Nevertheless, there is increasing evidence that this is exactly what happened. Now, in order to accept the idea of the chariot revolution, we need not accept racial theory, and indeed we have to keep in mind that Indo-European refers only to a group of languages and not to a race. In addition, we can recognize that Indo-European spread in other times and ways, and that the chariot and Indo-European languages do not always move together. It is clear, however, that for the next 2,000 years, the steppes were dominated by Indo-European speaking peoples. Most of them speak a language belonging to two closely related branches of Indo-European. We will meet many well-known Iranian-speaking people in the steppes, the Medes and the Persians, for example, as well as the Scythians, Sarmatians, and others. A second group consists of the Aryan speakers, including the people who later invade India. Now, keep in mind that Aryan here is not the same as the term used in the 20th century. The Nazis used this word to mean any German who wasn't Jewish. But the original meaning of the word, still used by linguists, refers to a language branch of Indo-European represented, for example, by ancient Sanskrit. The relationship of the chariot-riding peoples with Indo-European can actually be seen in the spread of this very word, because Arya, which means warrior, is the origin of the names of both Iran and Ireland. We've already discussed the impact of the chariot on the steppes, but this is only part of the chariot revolution. We see that as chariot-riding people moved into Neolithic regions, it often resulted in a kick-starting, as it were, of civilization, usually accompanied by intensive warfare. A good example of this is the impact of the chariot in China. We've already seen that although China is normally seen as a very ancient culture, that by 2000 BC, when the Near East was already part of a literate urban Bronze Age, China still lacked writing and was a Neolithic village culture. The traditional Chinese historical tradition viewed the rise of the first dynasty, the Shang dynasty, as an entirely indigenous affair. And indeed, for various reasons, including national pride, which is probably the most significant reason, historians of China and in China have been reluctant to admit to foreign, especially Western, impact on what is considered to be the first historical Chinese dynasty. Nevertheless, the introduction of the chariot from the West to the region does coincide with the first archaeological evidence of the Shang. There are certainly chariots found in the royal burials in the Shang capital at Anyang, and these chariots are certainly of Western origin. Other than national pride, there's really little reason to doubt the significant impact of a migration of probably Indo-European speaking chariot pastoralists from the West. In China's Shang period, we find the dramatic increase in the size of settlements, and for the first time we can really call them cities. Many have stamped earth walls, some with bases up to 60 feet thick. Now, we know that there were Indo-European speakers in Western China in a later period. They left writings in the Tocharian language, and it is tempting to think that the people who brought the chariot to China were also Indo-Europeans. There is no direct evidence for this, however. We also don't know the relationship between the chariot and the rise of civilization in China. Did chariot warriors found the Shang dynasty, or was the Shang dynasty founded by local people in order to defend themselves from the steppe people? We don't know. But the importance of the chariot to this process is undeniable. Shang culture was quite warlike and expansionist from the beginning. They fought both against the so-called horse barbarians to the west, that is the steppe chariot warriors, and expanded their domain within what was becoming China. Typically, Shang armies would invade enemy territory, burn the trees and undergrowth and plant crops, and sacrifice captured animals and humans. These regions were then absorbed into the Shang state. Military colonies were also built, surrounded by stamped earth walls. Thus, we see how war not only established the first Chinese dynasty, but also served to spread it. Shang society was based on aristocratic clans that were hierarchically organized. And these are very likely the same as the chariot nobility that we will encounter in other cultures, and which I will discuss in a moment. We know that aristocratic chariot forces served in the Shang army, that they used bronze weapons and the compound bow, as was common in the West. Of course, not all elements of the Chinese culture were borrowed. Writing, which is first found in the so-called oracle bones of the Shang dynasty, as well as on bronze artifacts, is almost certainly an independent development. What's interesting is the sign for chariot in that script, which appears very early on, clearly shows the same Western design as is seen in the royal burials. In the Shang, we find drums used for military purposes for the first time, as well as flags and pennants. Because white was the color of death, waving a white flag was already the sign of surrender. And this custom will be passed to Western Asia in the Middle Ages, and then subsequently to Europe and around the world. Now, China, of course, was not the only Neolithic region to be affected by the chariot. There are many rock carvings of horse-drawn chariots throughout the Sahara. The region had already undergone the dramatic desertification that had occurred around 3400 BC, again, approximately. And while these rock carvings cannot be accurately dated, the horse and chariot were probably introduced at the time of their more general spread throughout the core. Indeed, it may well be that the horse and chariot allowed the desert to be crossed in this period, connecting West Africa to the core. Unfortunately, we know little else of the period. There is about 1,000-year blank spot before the first evidence of urbanization in West Africa. But I would not be surprised, however, to see that denser populations and cultural development goes back to the period of the introduction of the horse and chariot. We'll have to await further excavation. We know that the chariot moved also into Europe, though it is a testament to how marginal this region is at the time that there are many questions about exactly how and how dramatically chariots impacted the region. In any case, having seen the impact of the chariot on the steppes and on the Neolithic cultures like China, we now turn to its very dramatic impact on urban cultures in the Near East. We left the cultures of the Near East around 2000 BC. The period of circa 2200 to circa 1900 is one of a great deal of conflict around the region. As I mentioned last time, the old kingdom of Egypt fell, and the various parts of the country fought each other, and there was a foreign invasion. In Mesopotamia, the Akkadian Empire collapsed, and the subsequent Sumerian dynasty was overrun by invaders. There are many theories about what caused these upheavals, and there does seem to be a general drying trend that some historians have looked to as the ultimate cause of social and political collapse. Archaeologists often object to models of invasion as the cause of such political and social change, as they often do not see evidence of sudden change in the archaeological record. Now, in the first place, the invasion of pastoralists into urban areas usually takes the form of gradually increasing raids and often involves interactions much more complex than simple conquest. We can see such a process happening later in the fall of the Roman and Han Chinese empires that we will explore in a later lecture. In the second place, even sudden conquests often leave no archaeological trace at all, a fact that is not always sufficiently appreciated. The downfall of the third millennium empires of Egypt and Mesopotamia need not have been from drought or social unrest or any other negative factor. They may well have been victims of their own success. The neighboring pastoral peoples, both hill pastoralists such as the Gudians, who lived in the Zagros Mountains to the east of Mesopotamia, and the donkey nomads, such as the Amorites, who lived in the arid regions such as the Jazira of northern Mesopotamia, benefited from the growth of agriculture and trade. They grew in population and also obtained the most advanced military technology of the time. In the same period, growing militarization within these civilizations would have led to greater chances for internal uprisings, as it became clearer that military strongmen could take on the ritual trappings of kingship without too much trouble. By 1900 BC, or thereabouts, we know that there were a number of small to medium-sized Amorite kingdoms established in Mesopotamia, for example, the well-known Babylon. These existed elsewhere in the Near East. Amorite dynasties arise in Syria, for example, at Mari, which now controlled the trade route from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. Another Amorite dynasty arises in Assyria. Now, not all these new dynasties were Amorites. We find the Canaanites established in a number of cities in what is today Lebanon, Israel, and Palestine, for example. By about 2000 BC, Egypt had been reunited under a family, a noble family from Thebes, which established the Middle Kingdom. This period of Egyptian history is much more militaristic, but we know that the chariot was not yet used by the Egyptians. Now, the relationship of the chariot to the spread of the Amorites is unclear. It may well be that the horse-drawn chariot was already in use in the Near East, either because it had developed there or because it had already been introduced. But whether or not the chariot was in use previously, we know that the Amorite dynasty of Babylon uses the chariot to establish its control over Mesopotamia, mainly due to the conquest of its most famous king, Hammurabi, who lived in the middle of the 18th century BC. In Canaan, a number of powerful city-states also grow up, also using the chariot. In any case, there is definitely an invasion of chariot-using and Indo-European-speaking peoples in the Near East. Sometime after 1900, again, not too clear how much after 1900 BC, we have the spread of the Hittite Empire. The Hittites were certainly Indo-European speakers, although not part of the Iranian or Aryan branches of that language family. They definitely used the chariot, however, and over the next 300 years established a powerful kingdom in Anatolia and Syria. A second people who used the chariot to establish an empire are the Hurrians. And we can't read the Hurrian language, so there are many questions about their empire, but it is clear that they created a powerful state in Syria that rivaled the Hittites. To the west, we find chariot states rising in both mainland Greece, the Mycenaean culture, and on the islands of the Mediterranean, such as Crete. By about 1600 BC, the Near East and Greece is dominated by a number of powerful kingdoms: Mycenaeans, Hittites, Hurrians, Babylonians, and Egyptians. These new Near Eastern states are characterized by a powerful monarch with a centralized bureaucracy, working out of a large palace complex. Thus, they are often called palace-centered empires. An interesting feature is the growth of inter-empire trade that is often the form of a gift exchange between monarchs. This sort of trade was in bronze, tin, textiles, pottery, precious metal, and horses. Now, the horse is remarkably suited for warfare. Yet, it requires special training, special care, special feeding, and constant exercise. The skills for this would have been second nature to steppe peoples, but at a premium in the agricultural regions. Here we see an example, which we'll see in later lectures as well, of how war drives the need for specialists, in this case, horse trainers. Another feature of these Near Eastern empires were the so-called chariot nobility. We've already referred to these in the case of Shang China. Now, chariots were a very expensive weapon system. The chariot itself was a delicate piece of craftsmanship, and even a simple one was quite costly. The horses themselves were quite valuable, and as I've just said, needed to be trained and maintained, get special food, constant exercise, and care. Drivers for the chariot needed to be quite skilled. The composite bow was another expensive feature. And simply being able to ride in a light chariot was quite a feat, not to mention being able to fire a bow from it, so archers needed to be trained. Even wielding a spear from a wildly bucking chariot is not a simple task. So it was not only the initial purchase of the various elements that were costly, but in addition, the fighting men, the archer and the spearsman, had to be trained, had to be maintained. One needed a host of other personnel, the driver, the trainer, grooms, craftsmen, to fix broken wheels and baskets and so forth. The chariot was such an expensive weapon system to purchase and to maintain that most empires were not in the position to take on the cost. And this is what led to the use of chariot nobility. Such nobles were given land by the king as well as peasants to work. In exchange, the nobles provided chariots for the royal army. In many of our written sources, we find the word Marianu, referring to exactly this kind of chariot nobility, especially among the Hurrians and the Canaanites. And this word, Marianu, may well be related to the Indo-European word, Arya, that we have already met. The Egyptian Middle Kingdom had collapsed did collapse in the middle of the 17th century due to the attacks of a chariot-riding people that the Egyptians called the Hyksos, but who were almost certainly Canaanites. These Canaanites created a number of small kingdoms in northern Egypt. The Egyptians, however, soon adopted the chariot, drove out the Canaanites, and created the new kingdom. This became the only Near Eastern state wealthy enough for the central government to create a professional chariot army. With this army, the Egyptians moved west, conquered the Canaanite city-states, south, conquering Nubia, or Kush. Under the new kingdom, the Egyptians created a powerful empire that soon came into contact with and conflict with the Hurrians and the Hittites. New Kingdom Egypt created a sophisticated military run by an elaborate military bureaucracy. Taxation and tribute to pay for it was collected by an equally complex civil administration, both in Egypt itself and in its provinces in Nubia and Canaan. The professional chariot forces were originally subordinated to the traditional Egyptian military elite, that is, the ship-borne Marines who fought on the Nile. But before long, the new chariot fighters became the most prestigious force. A new motif developed in Egyptian art of the king riding his chariot and firing his bow, trampling Egypt's enemies. I've left the discussion of perhaps the most classic example of the invasion of Indo-European chariot warriors to the last. This is the movement of the people known collectively as the Aryans into India, recorded in the sacred Hindu books known as the Vedas. As with China, there has been a modern reaction against the idea of invasion, although the view that the Aryans were native to India is held mainly by Indian nationalists and by very few serious scholars. On the other hand, although 19th and early 20th century scholars saw the chariot invasion as the cause of the decline of the Indus Valley civilization, this view has been abandoned by most archaeologists and ancient historians, although not, in my view, for very good reasons. The dating of the decline of the Indus Valley civilization is, on the other hand, perfectly compatible with an Aryan invasion, and other than a general reluctance to attribute cultural change to military invasion, there seems to be no particular reason to reject the idea. A strong support for it comes from the fact that a very similar invasion, linguistically, culturally, and technologically, occurs simultaneously next to India in Iran and Afghanistan. Very significantly, we have the development in all of these regions a warrior caste called Kshatriyas, both in Iran and India. That is almost certainly the chariot nobility that we have seen elsewhere. Scholars should not allow the historical use of the Aryan invasion by racial theorists of the past to blind them to the strong evidence for its existence and powerful impact. Throughout this lecture, we have seen how in this broad region we are calling the core, the spread of a common military technology occurred, the chariot. Very similar institutions develop in very distant places, partly due to diffusion, partly due to similar reactions to economic and social necessities of the new weapon system. Indeed, the chariot revolution is a basic factor in the creation of the core, which will play a pivotal role in world history. In the next lecture, we will explore another military revolution, the sword revolution, and its relationship to the Iron Age.
Lecture 6, The Sword Revolution.
Welcome back. Last time we investigated the chariot revolution and the development of palace-based states throughout the core. In this lecture, we will look at another military revolution, the sword revolution. The sword had a long history as a bronze weapon, but it is connected to the adoption of a metal that will transform history, iron. The term Iron Age, like Bronze Age, is a relative one. That is, it refers simply to the time after which a particular culture first used iron. This date differs, of course, from place to place. Thus, the Iron Age in Anatolia is usually dated to around 1500 BC, where iron tools and weapons are first found there. In China, in contrast, the Iron Age dates to a much later time, sometime between the 8th or 7th century BC. Indeed, in the Americas, the Iron Age does not arrive until the Europeans come in the 16th century AD. Early archaeologists often explained the replacement of bronze by iron in military terms. To them, iron weapons seemed obviously more effective, and the introduction of the new technology was thought to be an important factor, if not the most important factor, in the decline of the Bronze Age empires. This theory was discredited by a number of arguments. In the first place, the introduction of iron seemed too early. After all, the palace-centered cultures were at their height in 1500 BC when the Hittites first used iron. In addition, further studies showed that in the first place, the use of iron was very rare for hundreds of years after its discovery, and it was found that iron weapons were really not that much more effective than bronze ones, at least in the case of spears and arrows. In this case, bronze, or for that matter, stone points continue to be used, and they're not much less lethal than iron ones. In addition, as we have noted in other cases, archaeologists did not believe that a new military technology was capable of causing dramatic political and social change, and they searched for other explanations. The consensus developed that it was the downfall of the Bronze Age empires that led to the Iron Age and not vice versa. To explain the way in which iron weapons replaced bronze, we need to back up and explain the differences between the metallurgy of bronze and the metallurgy of iron. Bronze is a combination of copper and tin, or arsenic, and is a great improvement over copper alone, as it is more durable. But both tin and arsenic are rare, and places such as Mesopotamia and Egypt were dependent on long-distance trade to obtain them. This made bronze expensive, and during the Bronze Age, many, if not most tools, and weapons also, continued to be made of stone. Bronze Age kilns for smelting were no different than those for baking pottery, and were basically simply enclosed ovens. Such kilns produced enough heat for copper and bronze metallurgy, as well as for other metals such as silver and gold. Well, bronze did have some advantages over stone or wood in the making of certain agricultural implements such as sickles, much less so in the case of others like axes. Many simple household tools were much better in metal form than stone, but to a large extent, bronze was confined to the wealthy. In general, although bronze is a perfectly acceptable metal for the production of weapons, it's really not a great improvement over flint and other stones for axe heads and, as I've said, arrowheads and spear points. Indeed, stone continues to be used, especially for arrowheads, which might not be retrieved, and thus stone lowers their cost. Now, bronze did improve certain weapons. A bronze dagger was a big improvement over a stone one, which was liable to break. Stone could not be made into a cutting or slashing weapon larger than a dagger, and with bronze, short swords were possible. The sickle sword, which is a characteristic weapon of the period, could not possibly have been made of stone. Bronze swords, however, were not very effective. They couldn't be made longer than over about 3 feet, as they lost their tensility. Now, tensile strength is a very important factor in swords, although not very important in most tools or implements. It refers to the ability of a metal to bend without breaking. So, if a sword blow hits a hard object, such as a metal helmet, the lack of tensility is what causes it to break. Another problem with swords in the Bronze Age was one of design. In almost all cases, the blade was cast separately from the hilt, and this created a weakness which made them liable to break due to the stress generated by the force of a blow. So, it's not surprising that spears and bows continued to be the primary weapons of the Bronze Age, whether carried by infantry or charioteers. In fact, once the light chariot had been introduced, there was relatively little weapons development for many centuries. Let us return to iron. There seems to be, in fact, at least one and perhaps several independent discoveries of iron, but let's concentrate on the Near Eastern one. While ironworking is discovered by the Hittites around 1500 BC, the use of iron spread slowly, and it is relatively rare even among the Hittites and their neighbors until about 1200 BC. Since the military explanation for the adoption of iron had been discarded, it was often assumed that iron replaced bronze because it is obviously a better metal for civilian purposes. In fact, it is only marginally better for most purposes. While iron, unlike bronze, does not need the addition of a rare metal such as tin, there does need to be a sufficient demand to justify mining it, and this demand was difficult to generate. As I've said, there was really no advantage in iron for most civilian purposes. The fact is that iron is considerably more difficult to produce than bronze, which would have interrupted its introduction. In order to be worked effectively, iron needs to be heated up to a very high temperature, up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. This requires a much more sophisticated oven than that used for bronze. Oxygen needs to be introduced to raise the temperature. Now, how this was done in the earliest days of ironworking is unclear, but eventually bellows are developed to force air into the oven and raise its temperature. Now, in addition to a special kiln, both strength and skill were needed to work iron. Ironworking needs to be worked into effective tools and weapons, and the skills of the blacksmith, as the worker in iron comes to be known, is very important. Later on, we shall see, for example, that by hammering out a blade, then bending it in half and raising it again to red heat and hammering it again into a single blade, the tensility of the sword was doubled. And this process, of course, can be repeated over and over again to create very high-quality swords. Now, this sort of technique was very often kept secret, and it's not surprising that in many cultures the blacksmith is often a hereditary guild or even a caste. It took many, many centuries, however, before such skills were learned. Early workers in iron could not make weapons significantly better than bronze ones. In fact, early iron weapons, the Hittite ones, for example, seem to be a luxury or even a curiosity item carried by kings or other important people, more for their prestige due to their rarity and expense than for their usefulness. In the centuries before 1200 BC, one does find some increase in the use of iron in various regions, but in those cases there's usually some evidence of a shortage in tin and a disruption in copper supplies, so that the turn to iron may have been a way of substituting one metal for another, and it was abandoned when the supplies for bronze improved. It is only after 1200, and how much after is a matter of great debate among archaeologists, that the situation changes drastically. Iron tools and weapons become more common. From the point of view of weapons technology, at least, the real Iron Age occurs in the first millennium and not the second millennium BC. What happened around 1200 that might explain the change from bronze to iron? Well, it turns out quite a lot, and most of it seems to do with war. In a relatively short period of time, the Hittite and Mycenaean empires disappear. Many of the thriving city-states of Canaan are destroyed. The Assyrian and Egyptian empires are shaken to the core, and a host of new peoples appear in the historical record. The break is so sudden and violent that Robert Drews, who has written a number of important books on this period, calls it simply the catastrophe. Although there has been much criticism of Drews' use of this term, one can imagine that few of those who actually lived through it would have argued with him. The catastrophic period of history running from around 1200 to around 900 BC is notoriously complex and puzzling. For one thing, the invasions that racked the world, or at least the Western world, brought an end to much of our written record. In Egypt, the number of hieroglyphic texts taper off after around 1100 BC. During the invasion, some of the great cultures that used cuneiform documents were either destroyed, like the Hittites, or so weakened that far fewer records were kept or survived, like the Assyrians. In Mycenaean Greece, where a form of writing called Linear B had been inscribed on clay tablets, the disruption is so great that literacy is lost altogether, and historians call this the Dark Ages. The term might be applied to the entire region. There are some contemporary sources for this period. The best ones are the Egyptian ones, which date mainly from around 1200 to around 1100 BC. These both discuss and illustrate the invasion of the so-called Sea Peoples in a number of inscriptions. Although they mention, as an aside, that the Sea Peoples destroyed the Hittite Empire, the Egyptians are typically little interested in events outside of Egypt. There is a remarkable Linear B tablet from Mycenaean Greece that refers to a coming invasion from the sea. It was apparently written shortly before an attack destroyed the city. And it was left actually in a little oven to be baked. And the author apparently died before being able to do so. Since we are going to be using the Bible as a source in this and later lectures, let me quickly say something about it from a military historical perspective. The Bible is not a book, but an anthology of books, and they're not put together randomly. The part that we are dealing with in this lecture, the books of, say, Genesis to 2 Kings, were probably edited together during the Babylonian exile around 580 or so to 530 or so BC. Now, this part of the Bible, Genesis to 2 Kings, is called the primary history. And it is indeed a historical work, which is not to say that it's necessarily historically accurate. But it was intended to be taken as a history of the Jewish people from the creation down to the destruction of the kingdom of Judah by the Babylonians in the 6th century BC. Now, in using this history, and I use the word history in the ancient, not modern sense, very important to understand is the earliest parts of this history, the 5 books of Moses, were the last to be written. The books that contain the oldest material and the most relevant military material are the books of Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and the books of Kings. Now, the earliest portions of these books may date in their written form down to about the 10th century BC, perhaps a little earlier. Most of the primary history was probably written down sometime between 900 and 750 BC. Now, it is possible that some of the stories in the earliest biblical books, such as Judges, might go back to oral stories or legends, or even possibly written sources as far back as the 12th century. There's a reference, for example, to the Philistines, which note that they have iron, while the Hebrews do not. So this might refer to a period when iron is being introduced. Since at least some of these stories were already several generations old when they were written down, and since the text has gone through extensive editing to be put together into this form, separating fact and fiction in the biblical text and making sense of the events is very difficult. And the many mutually contradictory reconstructions of early Israelite history during this period, all based on the same source, is a testament to how confusing it is. Now, the stories of the Iliad and the Odyssey may also go back to the same period. There has long been an argument among classicists, called the Homeric question, on how the text, the Iliad and the Odyssey, came to be written down. In fact, whether the Iliad and the Odyssey were written by the same person. There are other questions. Now, suffice it to say that these texts were probably first written down sometime in the 7th century BC, but they were based on oral traditions which had developed over the previous century or more. Now, like the study of the Bible, Homeric studies is very complex and suffers actually from a superabundance of theories. But basically, it's been established that the text that we have, the Iliad, contains elements from the Mycenaean period, also from the Dark Ages, and also from Homer's own time. The problem is that without outside evidence, it is difficult, if not impossible, to untangle the various elements in most cases. Despite the paucity and confusing nature of our sources, it is clear that there were a number of major invasions or migrations, or both, in the 13th and 12th centuries BC. The first, I've mentioned before, is a series of attacks by the Sea Peoples, the term that the Egyptians give them. This had a dramatic effect. It certainly destroyed the Hittite Empire, probably the Hurrian Empire as well, probably destroyed most of the Canaanite city-states, although a few survived. And the Egyptians managed to defeat them, but the attacks of the Sea Peoples were almost certainly a factor in the end of the New Kingdom. The Egyptians name a dozen or more separate groups among the Sea Peoples, although what these groups were is not clear. They might have been subgroups of a single people or different peoples allying themselves in large-scale raids. We don't know. Indeed, only one of the Sea Peoples can be identified. That is the group called the Peliset, who in the English translation of the Bible are called the Philistines. As I mentioned before, the Egyptians not only wrote about the Sea Peoples, but illustrated them in a series of reliefs showing battles. The Sea Peoples wore a distinctive feathered, or in some cases, or horned, in other cases, helmet. But more interesting to us is their armament. In addition to bows, they carry swords and round shields. They are almost never shown with spears, which, recall, was the common weapon of the Bronze Age. Around the same time that the Hittite Empire was being destroyed and the Egyptians attacked, the Mycenaean cities in Greece were sacked. The palace-based culture there disappears. This invasion, which is sometimes called the Dorian invasion, was carried out by Greek speakers, just like the Mycenaeans. But their culture was completely different. Some scholars think that the Greeks, the Dorian Greeks, were part of the Sea Peoples, but this problem is too complicated to discuss here. Another invasion we can identify is that of the Arameans. These people seem to have originated in the arid region between northern Mesopotamia and Syria, the Jazira. They spread both to the southwest, into Canaan, and into the southeast, to Mesopotamia. They created a number of kingdoms that dominated Syria and both fight with and ally themselves with the early Hebrews. It's probably the Arameans who bring an end to the Middle Assyrian Empire, and they migrate along the Tigris and Euphrates, conquering the old Mesopotamian cities. One Aramean tribe, called the Chaldeans, takes over the region around the old Sumerian city of Ur. Thus, the Bible speaks of Ur of the Chaldees. Now, the relationship between the Hebrews and the Arameans is unclear. While they appear at the same time and they seem to be doing the same thing as the Arameans, that is, conquering the Canaanites, there's a big problem with identifying the Hebrews with the Arameans. That is, the Hebrews don't speak Aramaic. In fact, Hebrew is a dialect of Canaanite, which has led to much confusion. Without going into this issue, I want to point out that it's not unknown for conquerors to take on the language of the people that they are conquering. For example, the German-speaking Franks, who adopt French, and the French-speaking Normans, who adopt English. One of the most interesting and enigmatic features of this period are the people called the Habiru, or Hapiru, in Mesopotamian records, and Apiru in Egyptian ones. They have long caught the attention of scholars who saw a connection with the biblical Hebrews, since the Habiru date back to around 1500 BC, and a lot of scholars wanted to push Hebrews back into the second millennium. There are a lot of problems with this connection, not least of which that the Habiru do not seem to be an ethnic class, but rather a social class, or a rather social outcast. And we see the Habiru functioning sometimes as outlaws, sometimes as soldiers, although individual Habiru are seen in all sorts of professions. Now, we shall discuss the Hebrews later in the context of the development of monotheism, for which they're best known. But we should note that the earliest portions of the Bible to be written are filled with stories of wars and conquest. While the details may be difficult to untangle, there is evidence that the development of the Hebrew peoples and of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah occurred in the context of a great deal of fighting. And while these invasions, the Hebrew and the other ones, are very complicated from an ethnic and political perspective, as we've seen, they may be quite simple from a military one. Let us go back to Robert Drews, whose books have resurrected the military explanation for the fall of the Bronze Age empires. According to him, what may have changed the situation was the development of a new type of bronze sword, which is first seen in the region of modern Austria and Hungary around 1450 BC. Well, I like Drew's theory quite a bit. I do not particularly care for his name, the name he uses for this sword. He calls it the Naua II sword, and this is the name that has caught on among military historians. It is so called because it was identified by a German archaeologist named Julius Naua. Dr. Naua actually called this sword the Griffzungenschwert, which literally translates to grip-tongue sword, which is not much of an improvement on Naua II. Other military historians have called it the short slashing sword, which trips off the tongue but doesn't really describe the revolutionary feature of this weapon. With some hesitation, I will call it the tongue hilt sword, which is a bit awkward but gets the message across. The improvement in the tongue hilt sword is relatively simple. The blade and hilt were cast as a single piece, with the hilt sticking out from the rear of the blade like a tongue. A raised flange or edge around the tongue hilt portion allowed wood or board or bone to be added by the sword maker. For hundreds of years after their invention, the tongue hilt swords were made of bronze, but the all-in-one casting made them a big improvement over previous swords. Now, Drew's theory is that the use of this sword made possible the defeat of chariot forces. Swordsmen could get close to the chariots and cut their reins or stab the horses. Now, there's been a great deal of debate about this. Some have countered that chariots were not used in the close-up fighting that would have put them in touch with a swordsman, and also that the armies of the Bronze Age had plenty of infantry. Now, the fact is we know very little about how war was conducted in the Bronze Age, and especially in this period. The critics of Drew missed the point, I think. The stronger tongue hilt sword allowed for a new kind of fighting, close and personal. A good analogy is the better documented interaction that we'll talk about a little later between the sword-wielding Romans and the spear-carrying Greeks 1,000 years after this. The advantages of the short sword in the hands of a skilled and aggressive fighter are obvious, and the same can be said for this earlier period. We should note that the mighty man or hero becomes a common type in stories of this period. For example, in the book of Joshua in the Bible, and the story of Goliath and Achilles in the Iliad. This may reflect the new kind of warfare in which the individual's courage and skill involved in sword fighting becomes a premium. The success of the tongue hilt sword may have had another effect. This new type of weapon, unlike spears or axes, could be considerably improved by replacing bronze with iron. Iron has a much higher strength and tensility. So an iron sword of the same length as a bronze one is considerably more effective and especially more durable. In addition, iron swords could be made longer. The bronze tongue hilt swords were generally less than 30 inches long, as I said before. No effective bronze sword could be longer than 33 inches. Iron, however, was another matter. We now have the introduction of the long sword next to the short sword. Now, exactly when the switch from bronze sword to iron swords occurred is not clear. It was sometime between 1200 and 900. Once it happened, however, we start to find not only iron weapons, but iron implements of all kinds becoming more common. We can speculate that the advantage of the iron sword made both the mining and the smithing of iron much more attractive. Of course, as long as a blacksmith was making swords, he might as well make other tools and weapons as well. Iron is one of the first technologies where we see the increase of scale bringing down costs significantly. Once there was sufficient demand for iron and the supply of both ore and of skilled workers was sufficient, iron becomes significantly cheaper than bronze. As we shall see, the lowering of cost of individual weapons will have a significant impact on warfare. As complicated as the Iron Age is in the Near East, it is even more so around the world. Nevertheless, I think that the model developed here can be very useful. In India, we find iron around 1200 BC, and although many archaeologists have argued for an independent development, its proximity to the Near East and the similarity of their military culture suggests a second look. Now, there's no question that the quality of Indian ironworking is very high, and Indians were the first to cast arrowheads in iron, although exactly how early has not been determined. To the south of Egypt, the ancient kingdom of Meroe, located in what today is Sudan, became a major ironworking center. Whether it got its knowledge of ironworking from Egypt or developed it independently or some other way is debated. The adoption of iron in Europe is also a complicated question. We should note, however, that the Europeans also, like the Indians, became adept at ironworking, especially the Celts, whose spread into Western Europe may be associated with the quality of their iron weapons. In China also, although there is some evidence for early experiments with iron, it is becoming apparent that ironworking was introduced from Central Asia sometime around the 8th or 7th century BC, and that ironworking's adoption was connected to new weapons. I would like to suggest that historians of weapons and of metallurgy look not so much at the spread of iron, but rather at the spread of the tongue hilt or now-a-two sword. Does the rise in the use of iron follow the adoption of a more effective sword technology in each region? Perhaps someone will undertake such a study. One factor that might explain the way the Iron Age developed in regional fits and starts might have something to do with another factor we shall see in military revolutions. The adoption of a new weapon may increase military effectiveness, but this is often done at the expense of a military caste that has grown due to the previous military technology. We have seen the growth and spread of the chariot nobility, for example, and how the sword, and especially the iron sword, was involved in the decline and fall of the chariot-based empires of the Near East. It is not inconceivable that the spread of the iron sword and of the ironworking that goes with it was consciously blocked by some of the very elites whose adoption it would have threatened. For example, although there are some very early examples of iron in Egypt, it is very rare until the 7th century BC. And that's although Egypt stood literally next to an Iron Age Palestine. Indeed, Egypt is one of the last places in the Near East to adopt iron. Our first evidence for smelting comes from Naucratis, a Greek city founded around 620 BC. We are not sure why this is so, but it may be related to the reluctance of elites to adopt such culture-transforming weapons and technologies that we shall see in later lectures. There is one place where we know that ironworking was not adopted in response to a new type of sword, and that is in the case of the Bantu migration. The use of iron was an important factor in the success of the migration of the Bantus, which moved in 3 great waves southward from the modern Cameroons. This migration pushed the Bushmen out of Central and most of Southern Africa, and Bantu languages are spoken now from Uganda to South Africa. Yet, among the Bantu, iron was used only for spearheads and not for swords, and the reason for this is unclear. Bantu Africa, however, is the exception, and this area remains part of the margin militarily. In most places, iron and the sword are closely connected. In this lecture, we have seen how improvements in the sword may have brought about the Iron Age and its military culture. In the next lecture, we shall explore how another innovation, the horse warrior or cavalryman, affected societies throughout the core.
Lecture 7. Steppes, Standing Armies, and Silver Trade.
Welcome back. In our last lecture, we looked at the sword revolution and its role not only in the decline of the palace states, but also in the introduction of iron. In this lecture, we will look at the impact of the rise of cavalry, both on the steppes and in urban civilizations. In addition, we shall see how in the 8th century BC, there is a military reform in the Assyrian army that changed not only the role of cavalry, but the way that subsequent armies were organized throughout the corps. We shall see that, although the practice of riding on horseback goes back to the middle of the second millennium, it's only about after around 1000 BC that the use of cavalry begins to spread widely. Once it does, cavalry is adopted all over the corps, from Europe and West Africa east to China, although it only very slowly replaces the chariot. We will have to wait for an important innovation, which we will discuss in a later lecture, to make cavalry into a truly transformative weapon system. As I mentioned earlier, when they were first domesticated, horses were too small to be ridden. The idea of selected breeding had already been discovered, and gradually horses were bred larger, so that it becomes possible first to ride on the horse's haunches, like a donkey, and later on its shoulders. As in the case of the chariot, the story of the early development of cavalry is somewhat unclear. Perhaps, and this seems more likely, the use of cavalry began in the Near East and spread to the western steppes, but the reverse is certainly possible. Interestingly enough, our first illustration of a horse being ridden comes from Egypt. There's a relief of an Egyptian riding a horse dating to around 1300 BC. Written evidence indicates that Egyptian soldiers rode horses to be used as spares for chariots, but it never seems to have occurred to them to replace the chariot itself by arming the horsemen. There is no evidence that this Egyptian practice of riding spare horses led to the use of cavalry, and it seems to have eventually simply disappeared. The next sign of cavalry appears in Assyria, around 900 BC. The first illustration of horses shows them being ridden on their haunches, and the original horsemen operated in pairs. We have an illustration of two Assyrian cavalrymen riding, with one holding the reins of the other while the archer shoots his bow. The mounted archer shoots his bow. From a military point of view, the cavalry is operating like a chariot without the chariot, as the same number of soldiers and horses are needed as before. Of course, eventually, horsemen learn to fire while riding their horses by clenching the horse's flanks with their thighs. This is the development of a new type of soldier, the horse archer, which will be a very important part of warfare for thousands of years. The next type of cavalry soldier to develop, the lancer, does not come along in Assyria for another century or so. So let us turn to the effect that cavalry had on the peoples of the steppe and elsewhere. As we have seen, the chariot made it possible for pastoral people to exploit the grasslands that ran from Eastern Europe through Central Asia. Whether they borrowed horse riding or developed it themselves, the adoption of this practice increased the productivity of the pastoral peoples. Think of the difference of herding with a chariot and herding on a horse. And this resulted in not only a more populous, but also a militarily more powerful steppe tribes. From this point forward, steppe tribes and confederations of steppe tribes would become a constant threat to the settled people to their south along the entire length of the corps. While peaceful relations such as trading continued, raiding agricultural settlements became incessant, plundering expeditions into bordering urban regions were more common, and occasionally one or more of these peoples would seize control of cities, states, and even entire empires. Since the steppe peoples will be such an important part of subsequent lectures, let us look more closely into steppe culture and especially their military culture. The tribe is a basic political and military unit of nomadic pastoralists, and it could range in size from a few hundred to tens of thousands of people or more. All the members of the tribe think of themselves as related and as descended from a common ancestor, whether or not this is actually true. On the steppes, we find tribes that were related using the same tribal name, but calling themselves, for example, Western or Eastern, left or right, black or white, or perhaps divided into several tribes, each named after an ancestor. In some cases, there is a royal tribe as well as a common one, as in the case of the Scythians. Tribes could also form larger units, either in temporary alliances or in more permanent confederations. These confederations of tribes sometimes grew large enough to be referred to as kingdoms or even empires, and they are a constant feature of steppe political organization. They were led by a chief or king. The Persian word shah is often used in early times to refer to this leader in the West. In Chinese sources, the rulers of steppe confederations are sometimes called the shanyu. In later times, when Turkish-speaking people begin to dominate the steppes, we find the terms Kagan or Khan, these are simply different pronunciations of the same word, being used. Tribes were organized into clans, also organized around kinship. Like agricultural peoples, and unlike hunters and gatherers, there is a strict social hierarchy among pastoralists, with hereditary nobles serving as the leaders of clans. These nobles were often buried with great wealth and ceremony. Horses, and sometimes human beings, were sacrificed and buried with them, along with their arms and armor and other precious items. A burial mound, or tumulus, was put over the grave, and the excavation of these tumuli has provided much of our knowledge of steppe life in this period. Steppe armies were made up almost entirely of cavalry. In contrast to the settled people of the core, who almost universally wore some sort of tunic or robe in this time, the steppe people wore breeches or pants, which certainly developed due to the practice of riding horses constantly. Tall pointed hats were seen already by the 8th century BC, especially among rulers, and we'll see these tall hats coming back and see what Genghis Khan and Mickey Mouse have in common. These tall hats were perhaps used to allow rulers and warriors to be recognized in the dust of a horse battle. Originally, these steppe warriors seem to have worn little, if any, armor, relying mainly on the bow with an axe or sword as a sidearm. From an early period, we find the use of decimal organization, units of tens, hundreds, thousands, and eventually tens of thousands. The steppe warriors become highly skilled as horse archers and develop the ability not only to shoot while riding, but to turn and shoot over the horse's back while riding away from the enemy, a practice that becomes known as a Parthian shot. This method of firing leads to a common practice of the steppe people, the feigned retreat, in which the steppe warriors would pretend to ride away to lure the enemy into a reckless advance. Then, at a signal, the retreating warriors would turn on their pursuers. One of the most interesting features of steppe warfare is the practice of women fighting. Women, of course, will fight and fight quite well when necessary, and during sieges, even in ancient times, it was not unusual to find women fighting alongside their men. With some minor exceptions, however, it's only among the steppe peoples that we find women commonly fighting among men in ancient times. The practice no doubt derives from the fact that women, like men, would have spent much time riding, and skilled riders were highly valued in war. Noble women who fought were buried with weapons like men, and in some cases up to 30% of female burials contain weapons. This steppe practice is the origin of the Greek myth of the Amazons, which were all female tribes of warriors who were thought to live on the steppes. Naturally, given their nomadic nature, there is little sense of land ownership among steppe peoples, either individually or communally. But since grazing land is important, the control of territory is vital. And this was usually organized on a tribal basis, so that when territorial rights were threatened, a large enough force could be raised to defend it. The actual herding of animals was often done by children, and much of the other work by women. So adult men were more free, one could say more idle, than agriculturalists, and could develop horse riding and other military skills through hunting and playing games such as polo or archery contests. The two-humped or Bactrian camel was domesticated around 2500 BC in northern Iran. It was first used for its hair, which can be woven into carpets and garments. The Bactrian camel was not suitable as a cavalry animal, but it could carry a great deal of weight, and thus, once the steppes began to be exploited for pastoralism, the Bactrian camel became the ideal beast of burden there. Indeed, it was the two-humped camel that made the long-distance trade through Central Asia possible. This Central Asian trade route, which will collectively become known as the Silk Road, is going to be a very important element in world history and, of course, in our lecture series. As the Central Asian trade routes developed, tribes began to derive income from either plundering merchants who traveled through their territory, and the right to plunder in a particular region was jealously guarded, or demand tribute from the traders, or serve as guards for the traders, or to put that another way, by practicing a sort of protection racket. Hereditary leaders, such as leaders of clans, gained much of their power from the traditional right to lead plundering war parties, as well as the right to receive tribute and pay, which they then could distribute to their followers, building loyalty. Another source of income was to serve in the armies of more settled peoples. Steppe people seldom served as individuals, however, and generally it was as tribes or clans that they served, and leaders, aristocratic leaders, would generally take their followers with them, receive their pay, and then distribute it. As the market for war horses grew, the breeding of horses became another important factor in the economy of the steppes. In both the plains of northeastern Iran and the Fergana Valley, which is shared by Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, we find especially large horses being bred. This breed, which is called Nicaean horses in the West and blood-sweating horses by the Chinese, were highly prized, as they were strong enough to carry much more weight and had more durability without sacrificing speed. In the first millennium BC, most of the steppe people were still Indo-European speaking. One branch, the Iranian-speaking tribes, dominated the western and the central steppes from the Ukraine to the Tarim Basin, which is now located in western China. We shall meet many of these peoples in subsequent lectures, so let's get acquainted. A group of related Iranian tribes migrated into what is now Iran, of course, renamed for them, and Afghanistan. Roughly from west to east, they are the Persians, the Medes, the Parthians, the Sogdians, and the Bactrians. To their north, in the western area of the steppes, what's now Ukraine and Kazakhstan, other confederations of Iranian-speaking tribes started to raid into the Near East and Eastern Europe starting in the 8th century BC. We normally call them by the names the Greeks gave them. These peoples included the Sumerians. They were called the Gomer by the Hebrews, and this is the origin of our name Gomer. Also the Scythians, who were also known as the Saka. To the east of the Scythians, we find a number of steppe people speaking Indo-European languages, such as the Sarmatians, and even farther east, the best known tribe are the people known by the Chinese as the Yuezhi. They are better known in the West as the Kushans, which is the name of one of their constituent tribes. Now, there's another language family that was present in the steppes even in this period. They are the Altaic speakers, or were the Altaic speakers, which included and includes both Turkish and Mongolian. The people that the Chinese called the Xiongnu, who lived to the north of China, may well have been the earliest Turkish speakers to adopt the horse and bow and live on the steppes. Their relationship to the later Huns, another famous steppe people, is hotly debated, but in any case, we'll see that the Xiongnu had a dramatic impact on Chinese history. Later on, we'll see how both Turkish-speaking and Mongolian-speaking peoples will grow in importance in the steppes eventually eclipsing the Indo-European speakers. In addition to the nomadic culture of the steppes, other pastoral economy begins to develop in the semi-arid and arid regions. These are the desert nomads. Now, there's a debate about the date of the domestication of the dromedary, or one-humped camel, in Arabia. There is some evidence for domestication as early as the Bactrian camel, say around 2500 BC or so, but the use of the dromedary does not become common or widespread until after 1200 BC. We find the dromedary being used both as a beast of burden, like the Bactrian camel was, though in Arabia, Syria, and Palestine. The one-humped camel allowed the nomad pastoralists to penetrate deeper into arid regions and even deserts to exploit oases and other sources of food for flocks. But this had the effect of opening up new trade routes, especially the important one running along the length of the Arabian Peninsula. This route becomes increasingly important for, among other reasons, it allowed traders to avoid both Egypt and Mesopotamia with their high taxes in order to gain access to the Mediterranean. Now, unlike the Bactrian camel, the dromedary was used as a military mount. In an Assyrian relief, we see Arab warriors riding camels in battle. At first, there were two men on a single camel, one to guide the animal and the other to shoot a bow, but soon the desert nomads become skilled enough to both ride and shoot. Now, remarkably, although the camel is common in ancient Canaan, modern Israel and Palestine, by around 1200 BC, its use does not spread to Egypt or to North Africa, where it's common today. It was introduced there only in Roman times. At this point, I would like to turn back to the Assyrians. In the 9th century BC, around the same time that cavalry is first attested, there is a resurgence of Assyrian power. To distinguish it from the earlier Assyrian states, it is called the New or Neo-Assyrian Empire. Although cavalry was used, the Assyrian army in this period was still dominated by a traditional chariot nobility backed by an infantry force. And although the iron sword, which we discussed last time, was used by virtually all Assyrian soldiers as a sidearm, it was not used as a primary weapon. In fact, the spear again becomes the main infantry weapon in this period. This may be a matter of training. The use of the sword requires a more intense drill, both to learn the complex methods of killing with a sword and to overcome the fear inherent in such close fighting. Due to the difficulty of its use, we often find that the sword, although a very effective weapon and common in tribal societies, is replaced by the spear over time, especially in established armies. The Assyrians also used iron armor, mainly in the form of scale armor, in which small plates of iron were sewn onto leather coats. Iron helmets were also common. Assyrian success in expanding their empire was due to a number of factors. They constantly experimented with different sizes of shields, different roles for the cavalry, and chariots, and different types of battering rams. Indeed, the Assyrians were very open to innovation and borrowing and incorporating foreign military ideas, for example, foreign-style chariots and use of cavalry experts. This ability to borrow is one of the features we'll see in successful military states. The Assyrians were also the Assyrians also had a series of highly aggressive and capable kings. Another possible factor is Assyrian religion, which we will discuss in a later lecture. Now, the Assyrians also used military intelligence effectively. Careful records were kept of campaigns. In fact, in some cases, it's possible to follow a campaign almost on a day-to-day basis. Now, these reports were dedicated to the god Ashur, but their detail indicates that they were used partly for intelligence purposes to aid in later campaigns. Not only battles, but marches were described, and careful attention is given to logistics, such as the number of mules and camels used in the supply train. Now, in addition, the Assyrians used propaganda very effectively, presenting themselves as terrifying and irresistible. Terror tactics and deportations were used, but not necessarily out of a blind cruelty, but as a systematic method of policy. Now, the Assyrians actually did use terror and cruelty. They flayed their enemies, taking their skin off. They made piles of heads. They impaled and burned enemies alive. The Assyrians also practiced deportations, moving peoples from their homelands to distant areas in the empire. Captives were humiliated. For example, the Arab king, who was chained like a dog in front of one of Nineveh's gates. These cruelties and humiliations were done especially in the case of rebellion, and they were carefully advertised in palace reliefs and inscriptions. It's interesting to note that these famous reliefs of cruelty are only in the public parts of the palace, where enemy ambassadors or foreigners would come, and they're completely absent in the private chambers of the palace. In the 9th and early 8th century BC, the Assyrians either incorporated regions into Assyria itself. They thought of this as returning to the rightful size of the earlier Assyrian empires, or they allowed conquered kings to remain on their thrones in return for submission and tribute. Around 750 BC, however, we find a major change. The Assyrian king Tiglath-Pileser III reformed both the Assyrian state and its military. The power of the nobles was suppressed, and the chariot was replaced by a cavalry force made up of horse archers and a new type of cavalryman, the lancer. Now, at this point in time, there are no saddles or stirrups, and horsemen rode only with a saddle blanket. Thus, an Assyrian soldier on horseback could not use his lance as a medieval knight or a samurai did, and he would he would go flying off his horse. But this did not mean that lancers were useless in war. We find them, for example, being used as scouts, and they could also be used to pursue routed enemies. Eventually, we will find the lancer being armed with a bow to create the prototype of the heavy mounted warrior, although to make this combination effective, we'll have to wait until the development of a new type of saddle, which will take centuries to develop. This switch from chariots to cavalry may have had as much to do with diminishing the importance of the nobles as any military advantage. But it is noteworthy that this is the same period of increased interaction with steppe peoples such as the Cimmerians and the Scythians, who I mentioned before, who were used first as allies by the Assyrians and then who then launched a series of invasions, both of Assyria and other regions of the Near East and Europe. The increasing importance of cavalry among the Assyrians might well be a reaction to this. The most important Assyrian innovation, from the long-term perspective, was the establishment of a standing army. There was, as in earlier armies, a royal guard, and there were traditional levies provided by provinces and vassal kings. But what was new was the practice of using settler soldiers made up both of Assyrian and foreign contingents. These included Arameans, Israelites, even Greeks from Asia Minor. And although these settler soldiers were drawn from different ethnicities, all of them were armed in a standard manner. Now, the settler soldier will become an important feature of ancient war and needs to be understood. Soldiers received farms in exchange for military service. From each farm, a single adult soldier was recruited, the father until the father became too old, then the son. And even when he was at war, the farm could then be operated by his family and slaves. Now, technically, the farm then would be forfeited to the king if they could not provide a male heir. The foreign contingents may have had their origins in deported people, as the movement of captives from one point of the Assyrian Empire to another became common. The importance of this model for subsequent militaries is often not appreciated. The idea of using uniformly armed settler soldiers, both as garrisons and as the basis of offensive forces, is going to be adopted by the Persians, the subsequent Macedonian and Greek dynasties, the Romans, and quite possibly the Indians as well. It is another sort of military revolution, in this case an organizational rather than a technological one. The Assyrians also introduced permanent arsenals on their frontiers, where weapons and equipment were stored for the army. This allowed for more rapid mobilization and the movement of soldiers to the border. It was very expensive, however, and the practice was not generally adopted by their successor states. The areas incorporated into Assyria proper were vastly expanded and organized into provinces. For the most part, the provinces established by the Assyrians remain the administrative units used in the Near East through Roman times. The Kingdom of Israel, for example, was incorporated into the Assyrian Empire in two different wars. The northern part was first incorporated as the province of Galilee, and then sometime later, in another war, the southern part was conquered and made into the province of Samaria. These administrative divisions, which were created by military campaigns, end up defining ethnic groups. In this case, the people who had previously been the Israelites now, because of these arbitrary borders, come to think of themselves as Galileans and Samaritans. We'll mention the most famous Galilean in a later lecture. As was typical in such cases, the Israelite king and nobility were deported to various parts of Assyria. And at least parts of the Israelite army were incorporated into the Assyrian army, almost certainly as settler soldiers. The kingdom of Judah, to the south, became a vassal state, but managed by judicious groveling and the payment of tribute to maintain a precarious independence. Assyrian expansion was not random, but was carefully thought out to control trade routes. The eastern trade route to the mines of Afghanistan, the western route to the sources of iron and silver, the southern route toward Babylonia that provided access to the Persian Gulf trade. Other areas were conquered to provide resources. For example, northeast Iran, which provided the large Nicaean horses for the cavalry. The first attempt of the Assyrians to drive to the Mediterranean had been blocked in the 9th century by a coalition of kingdoms, including Israel and Judah. And much of the Book of Kings and the prophetic books of the Bible deal with these Assyrian wars. In the 8th century, however, with the new Assyrian army, the resistance is overcome and these areas are conquered. And eventually, the Assyrians in the 7th century conquer Egypt as well. And for the first time, these two major cultures of the Near East are united in a single state. The most important function of the Assyrian province was to collect taxes. The new standing army was effective, but very expensive. The Assyrians standardized provincial structure, which was overseen by a central bureaucracy. A governor was installed in each province who was in charge of collecting silver and sending it to the central government. There were reforms in taxation based on the silver shekel, still a weight, but not a coin yet. This need for silver, partly due to the needs of the Assyrian military and partly because of a healthy economy, had a very important effect. Until recently, historians have thought the Phoenicians had set up colonies in the Mediterranean because they were fleeing the Assyrian invasion in panic. This view was supported by the image of the Assyrians in the Bible and in the reliefs in their palaces, showing them razing cities and slaughtering civilians. Recent analysis of Assyrian cuneiform documents, including copies of contracts, now prove that the Canaanites were not fleeing, but seeking profit by providing silver from Spain to support the Assyrian economy and especially its army. Starting around 800 BC, the Phoenicians built a chain of maritime colonies as far west as Spain. These include famous cities such as Gades, now Cadiz in Spain, Carthage in what is now Tunisia. Like other Phoenician colonies, Carthage was politically independent, although it sent a ritual tribute to its founding city of Tyre. This was the model that the Greeks used later. There were many other Phoenician colonies in Cyprus, Sicily, North Africa, Spain, and elsewhere. In part to protect their trade from pirates, the Phoenicians developed a new type of worship, the bireme, which subsequently is improved as the trireme. These are shown in Assyrian reliefs. They perhaps developed out of the ships used by the sea peoples. These were much more sophisticated warships, the first ships solely designed and used as a warship to fight other warships. Its revolutionary weapon was the ram. Since it sinks the other ship, is not suitable for commerce raiding. The trireme, the bireme, and the trireme were probably designed specifically to sink pirate ships, and then, as other naval powers adopted the trireme, to fight them. In this lecture, we have seen the wide-ranging influence of cavalry, the impact of the Assyrian army and conquest, and its effect on trade in the Mediterranean. In the next lecture, we will see how this trade fostered a new kind of political and military system, that of the Greek city-state.
Lecture 8, Pirates and Hoplites.
Welcome back. Last time, we saw how the rise of the Assyrian Empire created the economic motivation for the development of Mediterranean trade and the Phoenician trading colonies. In today's lecture, we shall see how the wealth of this trade helped lead to the rise of a new and distinctive type of political unit and culture, the Greek city-state. The city-state has been such an important phenomenon in terms of its impact both in ancient times and its effect on modern political theory, that its origins have long been a matter of investigation and debate among scholars. The elements of the city-state developed in the Greek Dark Ages, and scholars have focused attention on the so-called Dorian invasion, which occurred around 1000 BC. The Dorians were one of the dialect groups into which Greek is divided. It was the form of Greek spoken by the Spartans, for example. There is good evidence that the Dorians, along with other Greek tribes, migrated south from the Balkans after the fall of the Mycenaean civilization. There's an important point here. The so-called Dark Age culture associated with the Dorians certainly led to the distinctive Greek cultures centered around the city-states. Most of the debate on this issue has focused on ethnicity, and it's a reflection of earlier discussions on race and on cultural issues. Now, this is a complex problem, but we might gain some insight by looking at changing military technology and the interaction of some of the military cultures that we have discussed in the last few lectures. The timing of the Dorian invasion is very suggestive. The era between 1200 and 1000, when the Mycenaean civilization fell, is not only the time of the Sea Peoples, but also of the Sword Revolution. Indeed, Robert Drews included the Dorian invasion in his discussion of the catastrophe that brought down the palace-centered empires. There are certainly some similarities between the Greeks and the Sea Peoples. There is a great deal of evidence that the early Greek connection to the sea was not simply as peaceful fishermen. The English word pirate, for example, comes from the Greek word pyrato. And both the Iliad and the Odyssey illustrate the Greeks in this role. They use the pentaconter, or 50-oared raiding ship. This is mentioned in Homer's poems and in other sources. These ships seem very similar to those illustrated in Egyptian reliefs of their fights with the Sea Peoples. In addition, some scholars have argued that the names of certain tribes of Sea Peoples correspond to the ethnic groups and names of early Greeks, such as the Achaeans, the name for Greeks used by Homer. We've already mentioned the debate about Homer and discussed how difficult it is to use his poems as a historical source. There is no question, however, that ships and seafaring played an important part in his representation of Greek war, and this undoubtedly reflects an underlying reality. The Trojan War, whether or not it is a real event, illustrates exactly the sort of seaborne attack on an urban civilization in search of loot and not occupation that the Sea Peoples practiced in the Near East. Yet, in other ways, the early Greek culture has some sharp distinctions from those we see in the Sea Peoples. For example, Greece has some of the earliest evidence for the use of horses by aristocrats. Greek aristocrats long had a close relationship with horses, especially in war, although their use was increasingly out of step with actual military practice. In Sparta, for example, we even find an elite group of infantry who were called the cavalry because the name itself had such aristocratic prestige. Indeed, there's a great deal in early Greek culture that is reminiscent of steppe culture, and many legends, including those of the wars with the Amazons and of wise men among the Scythians, that are suggestive of such connections. It should be remembered that the northern Balkans, where the Dorians and others migrated from, is right next to the westernmost portion of the steppes, for example, the Hungarian and Bulgarian plains. Whereas there is a tendency for historians, including military historians, to look at the development of Greece as an isolated phenomenon, it is in fact a part, culturally, of the Near East, just as much in the period of the rise of the city-state as it was in the Mycenaean period. This connection is reflected in the mercenary service that was common among the Greeks. References in the Bible suggest that Greek mercenaries were present there at an early stage, perhaps going back to the 11th century BC. In fact, it is possible that some of the military forces that King David used to put down his son's rebellion were Greeks. Herodotus writes that after Greek mercenaries helped an Egyptian king to take power, that king set up a garrison of Greek settler soldiers on one of the branches of the Nile, and this developed into the Greek colony of Naucratis, which we know was founded in 620 BC. Perhaps the best indication of the impact of mercenary service by Greeks in the Near East is the fact that the Greeks obviously borrowed from the Assyrians certain of their arms and armor. For example, the iron helmet, the round convex shield, the spear as a primary weapon, and the iron sword as a sidearm. As we shall see, the Greeks will make distinctive use of these weapons, but their Near Eastern origin should not be neglected. Finally, there seems to be a certain amount of military continuity from the earlier Mycenaean civilization. It has been suggested that the other major Greek dialect group, the Ionians, were descended from the Mycenaean Greeks, and that the Ionian migration around 1000 BC to western Anatolia, which is subsequently called Ionia, was due to the Dorian invasion, pushing them out of Greece. In any case, we know that unlike most Greek cities, Athens, where Ionian was spoken, was inhabited continuously from Mycenaean times through the Dark Ages, although it shrank to the size of a village. Perhaps the most significant feature of the Greek city-state that may be left over from Mycenaean times is the use of a high point as a citadel, or, as the Greeks called it, an acropolis. Perhaps the best way of understanding Greek culture and the rise of the polis or city-state is not to think of Greekness. That is, not to think of the cultural features of a particular ethnic group, but that the city-state results from a mix of military culture, urban culture left over from the Mycenaean period, the steppe culture from the north, elements of the sword revolution, as well as elements borrowed from the Near Eastern empires such as Assyria. In addition, we should put the rise of the city-state in the context of the political events of the time. The rise of the Assyrian Empire, its demand for silver to pay its armies, and the resulting Phoenician colonization movement that we discussed in the last lecture. Of course, before we discuss the rise of the city-state, we have to describe what a city-state was and what made it distinctive. The city-state, or polis, as the Greeks called it, is distinguished by a number of social and political elements. The idea of citizenship, the existence of an assembly, as well as an aristocratic council and elected magistrates. The Greek city-states were originally ruled by kings, but these kings were not of the Near Eastern type, but resembled more a tribal chief, the hereditary or elected leader of a group of aristocrats who shared power. In early times, the aristocratic clans held a monopoly of political power and also religious authority. The city-states generally lacked a class of hereditary priests, and sacrifices and other rituals were carried out by magistrates elected from among the aristocrats. In the same way, military command was also held exclusively by aristocrats. The aristocrats also had a great deal of economic power based on large land holdings, sometimes worked by serfs, and they had large households with personal retainers and slaves. But one of the most interesting and important features of the city-state is that much of its land was worked by individual families owning small farms. Indeed, smallholding is one of the most distinctive economic features of the Greek city-state. The existence of a class of free citizens also seems to be a very early institution. And from early times, there is an assembly of these free citizens, although it had very little real power at first. The city-state also had some distinctive architectural features, or rather the lack of them. Rather than the large temple or palace that stood at the center of Near Eastern and other ancient cities, the Greek polis, city-state, had an empty space called the agora, rather than a temple or palace standing at its center. Now, traditionally, agora is translated as marketplace, but it was also the site of the gathering of the army, and out of which developed the Greek assembly. And the Greek assembly actually met in the marketplace. Now, it's possible that its original function might be related to the piracy that we'll talk later, that it was a place to distribute loot rather than to trade. But let's get back to this question of origins. The aristocratic clans in Greece have much in common with similar institutions among the steppe people, as I mentioned. For example, there's a strict division between the well-born, as they were called, and the common people. Indeed, Greek aristocrats felt more attachment to aristocrats of other peoples, even of non-Greeks, than of the common people of their own city-state. Now, this is not a feature of the urban society of the Near East. Aristocrats led their clans into battle, but also led plundering expeditions, as illustrated in Homer's writings, as well as commanding and leading mercenary units, again probably drawn from their clan and their retainers. There was a distinct aristocratic ideology. The Iliad and the Odyssey were clearly written for an aristocratic audience and reflect its ideas. Many of the features of the aristocratic ideology in Greece are reminiscent of later noble ideologies that are found around the core. The focus on courageous, even reckless behavior in battle, on nobility and the fame of one's ancestors, the desire to add to this tradition through one's own actions, especially in battle, a disdain for merchants and money-making, and the importance of showing generosity, especially to other aristocrats. Common people are either ignored or treated with contempt, which is a constant theme in Homer's writings. On the other hand, as we have noted, the common people in Greek city-states had a relatively high economic position based on their ownership of farms. And we have an alternate vision in the ideology of this smallholding class that we find in the writings of Hesiod, who was a contemporary of Homer, but clearly wrote for the common people. In his book, Works and Days, Hesiod's attitude towards aristocrats, for example, is quite hostile, and he sees them as self-serving and hypocritical. Another target of Hesiod's criticism is his brother, who he thinks is foolish in investing his money in a trading expedition. This indicates that such investments were not unusual and that trading income was not confined to aristocrats. And this brings us to another important point. Where did the money to buy farms and invest in trading come from? This was perhaps a function of the income brought back by Greeks serving under the aristocrats as pirates and mercenaries. Although on the steppe, such plunder was distributed by clan leaders and would have been just transformed into herds, in Greece, the same wealth distributed by clan leaders had to be invested in either land or in trading expeditions. I have mentioned the importance of piracy in early Greek society. But who are the targets of these raids? Certainly the Near Eastern states, as well as other cities and even coastal villages, would be tempting targets, and this is the sort of raid illustrated in the Iliad. Yet, by the 8th and 7th centuries BC, the Near East was controlled by a powerful military state, the Assyrians, and this sort of coastal raid could be quite risky. Fortunately for the Greeks, another target was available: the Phoenician trading vessels that were bringing silver and other valuable objects from Spain right past Greece to ports in Phoenicia. The contents of these ships no doubt bought many a Greek farm. The work of David Tandy, an archaeologist and classics professor at the University of Tennessee, focuses on the economics of this period of Greek history. In his book, Warriors into Traders, Tandy traces how early Greeks mixed piracy and trading. And this is quite a common pattern, and we shall see how seafaring peoples often mix the two, raiding weak settlements and trading with strong ones. Tandy shows how, given the enormous profits to be made from moving goods through the Mediterranean to the Near East, trading gradually became more profitable for the Greeks than plundering. As a result, in competition with the Phoenicians, starting in the 8th century, the Greeks began establishing colonies of their own to profit from the trade into Assyria and its successor states such as Egypt, Babylonia, and others. By the 7th century, these Greek colonies stretched from the Black Sea to Spain and were especially common in Sicily and southern Italy, so much so that this region was called Great Greece. Like the Phoenician ones, Greek colonies were sent out by a mother city. The Greeks called this a metropolis. And although the new colony shared political and cultural elements with its founding city, the new city was politically independent. Of course, these cities needed to feed themselves as well as trade, and so distributed land to colonists as small farms. I've already mentioned the Greek practice of mercenary service in the more advanced and wealthier states of the Near East. Some of these mercenaries served in the kingdom of Lydia in central Anatolia. While it was the Near Eastern custom to pay mercenaries in silver, since the money normally went to the aristocratic leader, it could be made in the form of silver bars or other forms, and then the wealth distributed to individual soldiers in some other form, such as grain or cattle or land. By the 7th century, this model may have started to change. It is possible that individual Greeks, such as Hesiod's greedy brother Perses, may have looked to mercenary service as well as to trading as a source of income. Now, this is only speculation, but a practice of recruiting individual mercenaries and the need to pay them in small units may explain the introduction of the first system of coinage by the Lydians, which occurred in the middle of the 7th century BC. Whatever its origins, the Greeks found coinage highly useful, given the rather freewheeling nature of their economy. Coins allowed for not only mercenary pay, but loot and the results of trading expeditions to be divided up more easily. And as I mentioned before, this may well have happened in the agora. Of course, it had other advantages that were not related to warfare. But it is striking that coinage spreads rapidly among the Greeks and is not used very much, if at all, by other more developed economies, at least in this period. Coinage had another advantage. It made it easier for individuals to collect the wealth necessary to buy arms and armor. This brings us to another distinctive feature of the Greek city-state: hoplite warfare. We don't know exactly when the Greeks adopted this style of military organization, nor whether it was a slow development or a military revolution of sorts. It occurred sometime before 650 BC, which places it in this period of the development of the city-state. As I mentioned before, Greek arms and armor were probably borrowed directly or indirectly from the Assyrians. The name hoplite derived from the Greek hoplon, the name for the large, round, convex shield about 3 feet across. Now, this protected the hoplite across the chest, although they also often wore a breastplate in addition. The head was protected by a helmet, originally just an iron cap like the Assyrian one. Though one does see the crests of horsehair on some Assyrian helmets, but on Greek models, these horsehair crests grow larger and more elaborate. Especially striking is the way that cheek pieces and a nose protector were added, and these eventually develop into what is called the Corinthian helmet. This provides a great deal of protection to the face, but at the cost of vision and hearing. As we shall see, this development in armor is closely associated with the way that hoplites fought. As if this were not enough armor, however, hoplites wore greaves to protect the lower leg, which was exposed under the shield. Hoplites, however, did not fight as individuals. Another distinctive feature of hoplite warfare is the phalanx, in which hoplites stood in ranks and files close enough so that their shields, or the shields of the front rank, formed a continuous shield wall. These phalanxes range from about 6 to 12 men deep, but could be hundreds or even thousands of men wide. Now, there's an ongoing debate among military historians about how exactly hoplites fought. Originally, scholars visualized the front ranks of the phalanxes dueling with spears, and then, when wounded or exhausted, being replaced by a fresh soldier behind. Victor Davis Hanson developed a very compelling theory that the phalanx fought by not by such dueling, but rather by literally pushing against the opposing phalanx, trying to break the enemy's line. Now, which theory is correct need not concern us here. What is significant for the development of the city-state, however, is that this shoulder-to-shoulder fighting created a new kind of military ideology, one that was incompatible with the aristocratic one. As we have seen, aristocrats valued courage, even reckless courage, running ahead of one's colleagues to challenge and fight enemy aristocrats, as is seen and praised in Homer's writing. This was not only useless in hoplite warfare, but counterproductive, as it would create a hole in the line. In part because of the nature of hoplite warfare, we have the development of a new kind of Greek ideology, the one that is reflected in the writings of Hesiod. Ancient historians call this the middling ideology, another term that I'm not very happy with. Let's go with hoplite ideology, as it is more keeping with the military theme of this series. We shall explore the ramifications of this new hoplite ideology in a later lecture. But for now, let's sketch out its basic features. In it, all citizens are equal, whether aristocrats or not, since they stand together in the line of battle. Courage is still an important virtue. However, the phalanx fought, whether a duel or a push, being in the front row took special courage, and one could gain prestige by volunteering to serve there. For most soldiers, however, courage was defined by holding fast, not running away, but standing together with one's neighbors and fellow citizens. A very important part of the new hoplite ideology is that one's loyalty is not to one's class, but to one's city-state. Citizenship is not just a political status. It is a new way of thinking about oneself and one's relation to the state, and this is due, at least in part, if not in large part, due to hoplite warfare. The most interesting and historically significant element of hoplite warfare is its method of recruitment. In virtually every city-state, each and every citizen who was wealthy enough to purchase hoplite equipment had to do so. They had to fight for the state when called upon. Citizens not wealthy enough to buy armor, along with slaves and non-citizens, were not only not required to serve, they were banned from service in the hoplite forces. From an ideological point of view, this is quite remarkable, especially from a 21st century perspective. We are used to saying a rich man's war and a poor man's fight, and the idea that not only were the rich required to fight, but that only the rich were allowed to fight is difficult to believe. Nevertheless, it is a feature of almost every Greek city-state. Its advantages are obvious. One does not need an elaborate tax structure to get the money from the rich in order to arm the poor. Nor does one have to rely on a system of large land holdings run by serfs, but one can use the more efficient small farm. In addition, it doesn't matter where a citizen's wealth comes from. It could just as easily be from trading or mercenary service as from land. This aspect of the hoplite system allowed city-states to field large armies relative to their size and wealth. Athens, for example, had a population of some 300,000 in the 5th century BC and could raise a hoplite army of 30,000 men. In way of comparison, the army of New Kingdom Egypt was about the same size, although it had 10 times the population of classical Athens, about 3 million. Even very small city-states, and most were small, could raise military forces in this way. As we shall see in a later lecture, the hoplite system had many political and social ramifications that are important even today. One of the reasons for this is that the hoplite system is, to be frank, quite weird. It has a number of features that are difficult to explain, and this is one reason for cultural explanations, such as Victor Davis Hanson's. Well, I do not pretend to be able to explain the mystery of the origins of hoplite warfare in a few lines. Let me suggest an avenue of exploration, and that is, counterintuitively, hoplite warfare developed out of Greek piracy and trading. Now, the Greek hoplite system may seem very ill-suited for seaborne expeditions, although it is also, frankly, quite ill-suited for the hilly terrain of Greece. Let us consider, however, that Greek piracy did not occur, at least originally, on the high seas. The Greek pentaconter could not possibly have captured a Phoenician cargo ship by boarding, and we never find a description of this. Rather, piracy involved raiding coastal towns and villages. In such raids, what is desirable is getting in and getting out of a village without suffering casualties. This is where the heavy armor and tight formation of hoplite warfare might well be very effective, especially against the sword-wielding peoples along the coasts of Italy, Gaul, and Spain. The same principle would apply in order to defend colonies against attacks by these same peoples. The Greeks were not interested in conquering vast stretches of territory inland, where they could be surrounded, but only in holding on to enough land to feed a trading colony. Defense was more important than attack, and one can see that the hoplite system would have been ideal for this purpose. The Greek-on-Greek battles that occurred between city-states, whatever their nature, would then have been a later development and not the initial system. The hoplite system of recruiting, which was highly efficient, may also have derived from the colonial system, where, because of the small numbers in the colony, efficiency at recruiting was at a premium. However, it might have another origin. In some respects, it resembles the soldier-settler system used by the Assyrians, with the change that instead of owing service to the king, one owes it to one's own city. It is conceivable that the idea for the hoplite recruiting system was brought back by mercenaries who had served in the Near East. Despite its efficiency, the Near Eastern kingdoms did not adopt the hoplite system. They had subjects, not citizens, and naturally were uninterested in allowing them to arm themselves. This might well lead to uprisings. And as we shall see, that's exactly the effect it had in Greece. The kings could just as easily simply continue to use Greek mercenaries, which they did. On the other hand, the Greek hoplite system does spread. It is certainly used by the Etruscans in northern Italy, and it is also adapted by the Latins, including the tiny city-state of Rome in central Italy. The case of the Phoenicians is a bit more complex. In some respects, colonies such as Carthage resembled Greek city-states. In fact, Aristotle, in his description of city-state constitution, lays out that of Carthage with no indication at all that it is not a Greek polis. The Greek and Carthaginian city-states certainly shared some features, like elected magistrates. Although the Carthaginians often used mercenaries, there is some evidence of a hoplite system as well, but this is not at all clear. As we have seen in this lecture, the development of the distinctive Greek political and military system, the city-state and hoplite warfare, did not occur in isolation from the changes, especially the military changes, occurring in the core. In my next lecture, we will look at the changing political military institutions that were transforming empires in both the West and the East.
Lecture 9. Great Empires of West and East.
Welcome back. In last time's lecture, I discussed how the development of the Assyrian Empire, as well as other factors, led to the rise of the Greek city-state. Today, we will look at how, after the fall of the Assyrian Empire and of its successor states, the Persian Empire expands until it not only unites the Near East, but incorporates parts of Europe and India into a state for the first time in world history. In the East, in a similar way, the fall of the Shang dynasty leads to the expansionist Zhou Empire. One of our main sources of information about the Assyrian Empire is the vast library of Ashurbanipal. After this king's death in 627 BC, a sort of veil descends on the historical record, and even the course of political events in the last decade of the empire is very unclear. Therefore, we cannot really say what internal factors or external enemies might have left Assyria so vulnerable. We can say for certain, however, that in 612 BC, the capital of Assyria, Nineveh, was sacked by a combined army of Babylonians and Medes, two subject peoples who had revolted. Both before and after the fall of the Assyrian Empire, the Near East had suffered a series of devastating invasions from steppe peoples, the Scythians, the Sumerians, and others. Obviously, the steppe populations had grown to the point, and the tribes had become wealthy enough to arm themselves with modern equipment, in this case, iron weapons and composite bows. Clearly, they had already developed the tactics necessary to defeat the armies in urban regions. These invasions need to be put in the context of the constant fighting of the Assyrians with their subject peoples and with the successor states to them. The 50 years after the fall of Nineveh in 612 were ones of very intense fighting throughout the Near East. The Scythians, however, the steppe people, did not just raid. They migrated into and occupied northern Iran, very valuable as horse breeding country, as we have seen. Indeed, they had been important allies of the Medes. After the Medes defeated the Assyrians, they created the Median Empire, but the eastern part of Iran was actually controlled by the Scythians. And this fact is important in understanding the later Persian government in that area, and we will return to it. The Medes' allies, the Babylonians, were ruled by an Aramean dynasty, which had descended from the Chaldean tribe. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, or New Babylonian Empire, took over much of what had been the Assyrian Empire, that is, Mesopotamia and Syria, as well as Phoenicia and the provinces that had been Israel, Galilee and Samaria. Now, this empire, the New Babylonian Empire, also adopted the Assyrian manner of administration. And although we have few sources, it seems that they also organized their army in a very similar manner, especially when it came to the use of settler soldiers. The book of 2 Kings in the Bible, which is one of the most historically accurate, tells us that when the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar took Jerusalem, he deported not only the Jewish king and the Jewish aristocracy to Babylon, but also 7,000 soldiers of the Jewish royal army, who were no doubt settled somewhere in Babylonia and incorporated into the Babylonian army. Now, there are two other major empires in the Near East during this period. Egypt had only recently been incorporated in the Assyrian Empire when Nineveh fell, and it again became an independent nation under the so-called Saite dynasty. According to Herodotus, who visited the country well over a century later, The Egyptians had a hereditary military class, and again, this may refer to Egyptian settler soldiers. We happen to know about 2 foreign settler soldier units as well. There was a settlement of Greek soldiers in the north, in the Delta region, and one of Jewish soldiers in the south, near the border with Nubia. And there were certainly many others. Now, the fourth kingdom that replaced the Assyrian Empire was Lydia, which we have mentioned earlier in the context of the invention of coinage. The Lydians seem to have had an army in some respects similar to the pre-hoplite army of the Greeks. Aristocrats provided cavalry, who were especially famous for their skill with the lance. Infantry was raised from Lydian cities and from conquered peoples, such as the Ionian Greeks. And since the Lydians controlled gold mines and were very rich, they used at least some of this money to supplement their forces with mercenaries, Greeks, and others. Beginning around 560 BC, we see the rise of an imperial power that succeeds not only in reuniting the Near East in a single empire, but expanding its power westward into Europe and eastward to the borders of India. This empire will succeed in stemming the tide of barbarian steppe invasions and establish a 300-year period of relative peace and security. And this was the Persian Empire. Its founder, Cyrus the Great, defeated and conquered 3 of the successor states in turn. First Media, then Babylonia, then Lydia. Before turning to the wealthy region of Egypt, however, Cyrus led an expedition against the Scythians, which he clearly thought more important, but he died in this war. His son, however, did add Egypt to the Persian realm. Now, while the Persian Empire was founded by Cyrus, it was a later king, Darius I, who created the highly effective Persian imperial system, which ruled the heart of the Western core for the next several centuries. Darius was a usurper. He was a distant relative of the previous king, at best, and probably the murderer of the rightful heir, the king's brother. His propaganda, however, which is shown on an enormous sculptured relief found at Bisutun, portrays him as the dynasty's savior and the king's brother as an impostor. Well, despite these questions about his character, Darius was indeed a brilliant general and politician, much like Sargon before him or Augustus and Napoleon after him. Well, he is best known for his unsuccessful attack on Greece, which ended at the Battle of Marathon. He did lead a series of successful campaigns that pacified the northern border with the steppes. Partly through force, and partly, as we shall see, through accommodation, Darius succeeded in ending the threat of the steppe peoples. Darius and his successors instituted a number of reforms, both in the military and in the administration that supported it. The Persians take a revolutionary approach to government, which turns out to be highly successful. They have what is in essence a 2-level state. The basis of the empire, this first level, is the highly productive urbanized system that had developed over the past several thousands of years. The Persians left the Assyrian provincial system in place and generally let members of the local elites, sometimes even local kings, rule not only villages, towns, and cities, but often provinces themselves. The Persians did not insist on standardization, but allowed local variation in government. So while Babylonia was ruled as it had been under the Assyrian Empire with the difference of a Babylonian governor, the Greeks in Ionia retained their city-state system. We know the case of the Jews in the province of Judah in some detail, as the books of Ezra and Nehemiah in the Bible focus on the establishment of a theocratic government there by a high priest. And that is instituted by and quite loyal to the Persian government. Now, under the Persians, there were two types of local military forces. One was the traditional levy, that is, locals who were conscripted into military service, either to repel a local attack or take part in an imperial expedition. As had been the case for centuries, in most of the regions of the Near East, men could be drafted either into labor projects or into military service, with a sort of tax on labor. These troops could be useful if defending their own homes or districts, but were not very effective otherwise. The real backbone of local defense and of the army in general were the settler soldiers. These were often foreigners in the sense that they differed in ethnicity from the locals and were not Persians, but it must be recalled that they lived in a particular region for generations. So in that sense, they were locals. The Jewish military unit at Elephantine, an island in the Nile, is known from a cache of Aramaic papyri, which was discovered there and has given us a lot of detail. Now, this unit was probably established around 650 BC and served the Egyptians during the Saite period until it was incorporated into the Persian army in the 5th century. Now, this Jewish unit had its own temple to the Jewish god. And one can guess this is rather typical. Probably the settlers, soldiers had their own religions, which they worshipped in their villages. The relationship with the local Egyptians was rather hostile, not least of which over the question of religion. But from the Persian point of view, this was not a bad thing. The unit served partly to guard the frontier with Nubia to the south, but it was also there to maintain Persian control in Egypt. So it was good that relations with the locals weren't that great. The Greek settler soldiers who had served the Saite Egyptians at Naucratis, near the Delta, no doubt continued to do so under the Persians. Now, this system of local control was fairly successful in most cases, and the Persians suffered from far fewer uprisings than either the Assyrians or the Babylonians had. Now, there were some exceptions. One is the Greek city-states in Ionia, which were restive perhaps due to the proximity of the independent Greek states across the Aegean. The other was Egypt, which was in a state of almost constant rebellion. Unlike the Assyrians, and really unlike their normal practice, the Persians really took over Egyptian religion. The king took over the religious persona of the Egyptian king, that is, as of God. And thus, the Persians weren't only political monarchs, but actually deities in the Egyptian religion. And as one might imagine, this led to a great deal of unhappiness in Egypt. In addition, as we've seen, the Persians used minority groups such as Jews and Greeks in both administration and in the military. And in addition, no doubt due to the wealth of Egypt, we have far more Persians moving to Egypt than elsewhere, taking over as local landlords and administrators, which probably also fed local unhappiness. In any case, there are a series of revolts, and at some points in Persian history, Egypt won its independence, sometimes for decades at a time. Despite these revolts, however, the success of the Persian Empire in controlling the very productive urban areas is indicated by a number of factors. The anecdotal evidence of the Greeks, who were always impressed by the wealth and luxury not only of the Persian nobles, but of the empire as a whole. Of archaeology, which shows it to be a period of expansion in population and in agricultural production. And in the fact that when Alexander the Great, as we shall see, took over the Persian treasuries, he found them full of literally tons of gold and silver. So clearly the Persians were not running a deficit. The success of the Persians was partly due to the second part of their two-part state. The Persians successfully incorporated a steppe nobility and especially its military advantages on top of the Assyrian-style provincial administration. The Persians themselves maintained themselves culturally and even physically separate from the urban population to try and maintain their steppe traditions, especially military ones. The king and the royal government was not placed in an urban center, as had been the case with Nineveh or Babylon. Rather, the Persian kings had a series of palace complexes built far from the urban areas and migrated in pastoral fashion from summer to winter palaces. The king and nobility also retained a focus on skill in horsemanship and battle. In his royal inscriptions, Darius emphasizes his personal strength, his skill at riding, and at shooting the bow. Persian kings, at least in the earlier years, actually led their troops in battle, as we have seen Cyrus was killed fighting the Scythians. Persian nobles also generally did not live in the cities. They were known for their rural villas, where they could both live in luxury, but also ride horses and hunt, maintaining their martial skills, as well as enjoying themselves. Interestingly enough, these rural nobles got quite interested in horticulture, and their enclosed gardens were quite famous for their beauty. Indeed, the Persian name for these gardens was a paradise, which, as we know, was borrowed not only into Greek, but into Hebrew as well. Gardening might not seem the most military of hobbies, but in fact it has been, and continues to be, quite a popular pastime for military men. There was a training program initiated to introduce young Persians to the steppe military methods and culture, and we find about this method from a number of different sources, including Greek ones. The Persians were quite concerned that luxury would undermine the discipline and military effectiveness of their youth, an idea that we'll run into again and again. From an administrative point of view, the Persians developed a level of government, as I've said, above the province and below the palace or the king. This was called the satrapy, and it was introduced by Darius. The satrapy was made up from a number of provinces, from a few of them, or in the case of Egypt, simply one, to up to a dozen. But it was always ruled by a Persian. Now, the innovation of the satrapy is often seen by historians as a way of making the large number of provinces more manageable. But the satrapy was never just another level of bureaucracy. Rather, it was a kind of steppe chieftainship placed over an urban population. The satrap could command local levies and settler soldiers, but he also maintained Persian troops. Persian nobles living in the satrapy provided both military leadership and the core of the cavalry forces. There were also regular Persian infantry units in garrisons and as settler soldiers who were placed under the command of the satrap. The Persians introduced the steppe custom of decimal military organization, and units were organized in the hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. Now, the king had his own units. For example, the 10,000-man Royal Guard, which is called the Immortals. There was another way in which the Persians successfully combined the urban and the steppe. While most of the focus of scholars is on the western part of the Persian Empire, this is not surprising, both because our sources are from there and our interest is there, in the Greeks and the Jews and the Egyptians. Yet the Persian Empire spread to the east as well, covering all of modern Iran and Afghanistan and much of modern Pakistan. The eastern border was the Indus River. And the kingdoms of India, which we'll discuss later, were its neighbors. This broad area in the east was also divided into provinces and satrapies. But the actual rule was left in the hands of the local steppe peoples, the Scythians in Iran, and the Bactrians and Sogdians in what's now Afghanistan. This was one way in which the Persians managed to end the steppe attacks on the urban center, that is, by sharing power with them. These semi-autonomous steppe kingdoms in the east also provided much of the cavalry that the Persians used in their campaigns. The Persian system benefited by allowing local autonomy. But central control was maintained in a number of ways. One was the steppe notion of kinship and collective identity as steppe peoples, and this was carefully fostered to help keep the ruling class among the Persians and also among the eastern steppe peoples loyal to the king. Another very important element was the idea of the king of kings, which was introduced and spread particularly in urban areas. And the king of kings was seen as a peacemaker, both in rhetoric and reality. The king's role as a warrior was emphasized to the internal audience, but he was portrayed to his subjects, such as the Jews, as a lawgiver and a fair arbitrator. It's very interesting that King Cyrus, whose name in Hebrew is Koresh, is the first person in the Bible to be named a Messiah. The king also sent royal commissioners to take control of localities when necessary. The prophet Nehemiah, who has a book in the Bible, was actually a Persian royal official. He had worked in the palace and was sent to Jerusalem by the king as a commissioner to rebuild the city walls and also, one guesses, to take control of a restive situation or some sort of difficult political situation. We don't know what it was. In addition to such commissioners, there were agents called the eyes of the king, who kept the king informed. The Persians retained and improved the Assyrian road and postal system, which Herodotus praises for its efficiency. The royal roads and the overall security introduced by Persian rule fostered trade, as did Darius's introduction of a standard system of weights and measures. Darius also introduced gold coins, which he modestly named after himself. They're called darics. And these were used all over the empire. A silver coin, which was called a shekel, was also produced, although it had a more limited circulation. Now, along with the Greek circulation of coins to the west, we see the development of a coinage system based on precious metals, gold and silver. Now, the use of gold and silver in the form of coins is going to continue to be a feature of economies in the western part of the core, although, as we shall see, not in the eastern part. Now, the steppe peoples had not only invaded the west, they had moved into India and China, which were results that were very similar to those that we have just discussed. Now, unfortunately, although we know that there were powerful kingdoms in India at the time of the Assyrians and Persians, we're not very well informed about this period of Indian history. The various kingdoms called Janapadas in Indian history vied for power. These kingdoms were ruled by dynasties that claimed descent from the Aryan invaders of the Vedic period, and sometimes they're called Aryan kings. Much of our information about this period is gleaned from various parts of the Buddhist Pali Canon and the Vedas, both religious texts which are hard to use and unfortunately very difficult to date. And some of the military information, especially that which is prior to the Mauryan dynasty, may come from this period, but like dealing with the Bible or with Homeric texts, it's very difficult to say. Although because of our sources, the vocabulary used in Indian history is quite different than that used in the West, it can be quite confusing. But if we look at India as part of the same military culture as the rest of the core, at least the western part of the core, then it begins to make more sense. And I'm going to avoid using technical Indian terminology and just try to explain it. In the first place, the arms and armor are much the same. By this time, the Indians are using high-quality iron weapons. Their infantry relying primarily on the spear and the bow, but also using the sword as in the West. Now, the Indian bow had some distinctive qualities. It was made of bamboo, and the Indians were the first to use iron arrowheads, but these differences are relatively minor. The Indians also had cavalry, although, unfortunately, we don't know a lot about it. It's clear, however, that like the Assyrians and the Persians, they used steppe warriors as allies and auxiliaries, and also adopted, to some extent, the methods of steppe warriors for their own cavalry. As in the West, and as we shall see in China as well, cavalry did not immediately replace chariots, which continued to be used. Indeed, chariots have a much longer history in India than elsewhere, partly because the Indians go back to the future, as it were, redesigning the chariot as a four-wheeled heavy platform for archers, reminiscent of the original Sumerian model. These chariots, by the way, survive in Indian religious customs and are used in the Jagannatha festival, from which our word juggernaut derives. There is one element of Indian warfare that is completely different, and that is the use of elephants in war. It is unclear how far back this practice goes, but by the Janapada period, they are definitely being used. Elephants can be quite effective, especially as horses, which hate the smell of them, and inexperienced infantry, which are likely to panic. Elephants are difficult to manage, however, and when wounded can be quite as dangerous to one's own troops as the enemy. They are also voracious eaters, as every army that subsequently adopted them soon discovered. In our Indian sources, we see references to military units and communities that are organized as so-called sanghas. Now, this literally means community, or as a sreni, which means a guild. Now, exactly how and whether these terms are different and exactly what they mean is a matter of great debate. It seems very likely, though, that what we see here is the institution of settler soldiers, whether borrowed from the West or independently developed. Now, there's another kind of military sangha called the Gana Sangha, which is in Indian histories usually called a republic, although they sometimes had kings. Now, the complicated question of their political organization aside, these Gana Sanghas seem to have been communities of steppe peoples. One example is the so-called Kambojas, an Iranian tribe, that lived in northwestern India. The Kambojas retained their steppe culture for centuries, like the Persians did, and provided cavalry for many subsequent Indian dynasties. Towards the end of the period we are discussing, northern India is united into a single state. First the Magadha dynasty, and then the Nanda dynasty that replaces it, expand their powers, defeating and absorbing the Janapada kingdoms, until the Nanda king rules from the Indus Valley down the Ganges as far east as Bengal. The Nanda kingdom had a large standing army, supported by an efficient administration and tax system. Indeed, it is the first of the great empires of India, although it is generally ignored outside of Indian historiography. Let's look at the situation farther east in China. The Shang dynasty was defeated and replaced by the Zhou dynasty around 1000 BC, give or take. The ritual position of the king was inherited from the Shang dynasty, but like the Assyrians, the Zhou dynasty was highly militaristic and expansionistic. Our first Chinese historical narrative to survive, which is called the Spring and Autumn Annals, says that the important affairs of a state are carried out by sacrifices, that is, the ritual part of the king, and carrying on war, that is, the military part of the king. Like many of the Western empires, although a few centuries later, the Zhou instituted a chariot nobility. A member of this class was called a shi, which in this period meant a noble, but later on is going to take on the meaning of gentleman or gentry in the Confucian sense. We'll discuss this process later. For now, there's nothing gentle about a Chinese shi or nobleman. In addition to the chariots, the Chinese had infantry armed both with bronze-tipped spears, with bows, and a distinctive Chinese weapon called a ge, which is a kind of dagger axe with a blade attached to a haft. This was used both by infantry and chariots and was very effective on the chariot. The third person on the chariot, besides the driver and the archer, would hold it, and when driving by another chariot, would use it to decapitate one of the people on the enemy chariot. Quite a weapon. Zhou armies were organized into units, some decimal, such as the 100-man and the 1,000-man unit, and some not. There's a 5,000-man and a 15,000-man unit. We know that there were some Chinese units, both of infantry and cavalry, as well as foreign troops, that included those recruited from steppe people. The Zhou were very effective at expanding their power, establishing military colonies and military districts, as well as using a civilian administration. Villages were reorganized around a 5-household unit that was collectively responsible both for taxes and providing conscripts for the army. This system continued to be used for centuries in China. This is the period of the independent development of Chinese coinage. In its earlier form, bronze coins were made in the shape of spades or knives. Although both gold and silver are used and valued in China and the eastern part of the core, with some minor exceptions, precious metals are not minted into coinage. Rather, Chinese coinage is fiduciary, like our modern coinage. Indeed, an interesting coin line develops, which persists into the early modern times. To the west, gold and silver coins are used. To the east, they are not. Gold and silver coins are also absent in the growing civilization in West Africa along the Niger River. This is ironic, as the region is a major source of gold, both in antiquity and today. As we shall see, however, neither gold nor silver, much less coinage, is used at all in this region. Rather, salt and cowrie shells are used. In the latter case, a fiduciary system like the Chinese had and like, in fact, we have. As I have said before, there has been too little archaeological and historical work done in the early history of West Africa. What we can say is that the use of cavalry had spread across the Sahara by this time. Among the remarkable terracotta statuettes of the so-called Nok culture, which date as early as 500 BC, there were horsemen. And we'll return to West Africa in a later lecture. We have seen that a number of powerful states arise along the core in this period. The Persian in the west, the Nanda in India, and the Zhou in China. None of these states, however, are very long-lasting. Their attempts to merge steppe and urban cultures are more or less successful, but ultimately not sustainable. Both internal strife and external threats will grow and bring them down, which we will discuss in a later lecture. In the next lecture, I want to stop, indeed go back, and investigate a specific theme, the relationship of warfare and religion.
Lecture 10, War and the Rise of Religion.
Welcome back. In our last lecture, we discussed how Iron Age empires developed throughout the core down to about 300 BC. Having brought our chronological narrative down to this point, in this lecture I will go back and look at how religion and warfare have interacted during the several thousand years we have covered up to this point. Even before the rise of the great religions we will discuss in this lecture, the various polytheistic traditions of the core region had developed much more sophisticated theologies and religious ideas, including the idea of martyrdom, celestial war, and cosmic order, with the king and the social order on earth mirroring heavenly order ruled by a king of the gods. With the rise of monotheism and the other great faith traditions of the core, we find religion struggling with the moral and ethical dimensions of war. There seems to be a period of time called the Axial Age, in which this sort of religious questioning is particularly intense, and warfare had a role to play in this, as we shall see. We will find that from an early time, religions did not have a single attitude towards war, but often included different, ambiguous, and at times contradictory views. One of the common features that we find in early religions is that gods are anthropomorphic. That is to say, they are like human beings, although more powerful. The gods are not morally better than humans, or even moral at all. So at this point, there's no question of war being judged in that respect. In fact, gods can get quite angry with each other or with human beings and actually fight. The Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and indeed most ancient religions were polytheistic. That is, they believed in many gods. It is interesting that neither Egyptian or Mesopotamian religion has a specific war god in its earliest mythology, although in Egypt the falcon god Horus seems to have functioned at least partly in this role. Gods like Nergal and Sekhmet, who we met in previous lectures, brought war, but also disease, and they were seen as plagues, as very negative deities. The earliest mythology that we see among the Sumerians is actually quite unwarlike. Civilian government seems to have been the model for the way that the gods ran the world. The Sumerian gods are rather legalistic in the way that they deal with each other and with mankind. As time goes on and the war king, the Lugal, takes over the Sumerian city around 2700 BC, the gods get more involved in war, but even the first war we can follow politically, that between Umma and Lagash, is fought, according to our sources, to defend the god Nin-Girsu's legal rights. The Egyptian religion starts out being more military, with the warlike god Horus associated with the pharaoh, but he is replaced in the Old Kingdom by Ra, who is a benevolent and peaceful king of the gods. After 2000 BC, when both Egypt and Mesopotamia become more militarized, we do find more specific and positively viewed war gods, such as Montu among the Egyptians or Rapha among the Canaanites, also known as the Phoenicians. Even so, war still plays a rather minor role in mythology. It's only around 1500 BC that we see the first mythologies of war among the gods. Among the Hittites and Hurrians, the Kumarbi myth describes the overthrow of earlier by later gods. And around the same time, we find the first attestation of the Egyptian myth of the contending of Seth and Horus. Now, this idea of divine warfare is adopted by the Babylonians in the story about their god Marduk, and ultimately by the Greeks is referred to by Hesiod. What's interesting to note in this regard, however, is that a myth and reality are often not connected. That while changes in the way warfare really is can have an effect on ideas, and vice versa, that these are often not connected. And I think this is something that historians, particularly cultural historians, need to keep in mind. In any case, an element that most religions share is sacrifice, both human sacrifice and animal sacrifice. One problem for historians of early war is that illustrations or even the reality of human sacrifice can often be mistaken for war. Indeed, war is a kind of human sacrifice, and so the concepts often blend into each other, an ambiguity that existed for the ancients as well as for us. Both human and animal sacrifice, however, can have different motivations and thus have a different or absolutely no relationship with war. In the early Sumerian concept, for example, the gods are thought to feed off the life force of the sacrificed animal, and since the entire city is seen as a sort of household of the gods, particularly the city god, who owns not only all the land of the city, but the animals and the crops and the people as well, who are the slaves of the god, sacrifice is done as a duty, simply because that is why humans were created, in order to feed the gods. There is another notion of sacrifice, however. This is the idea that sacrifice is a sort of bribe to the god. The Romans referred to this as, I give in order that you might give. Thus, in order to ensure victory in battle, a general might sacrifice a large number of especially valuable bulls. Or, if he's really clever, he will promise to sacrifice the bulls if he wins, or build a temple, or please the god in some other way. The Canaanite religion included human sacrifice, in particular the sacrifice of children to the gods. Now, human sacrifice is actually quite common in religious traditions around the world, but it's usually tied to the idea of keeping cosmic order, appropriating the power of enemies, or keeping away evil. In the case of the Canaanites, the offering up was of one's own children to the gods. And although we see this as a barbaric act, it did lead to a more sophisticated notion of sacrifice. The previous notion of I give in order that you might give, in other words, a sort of divine bribery, became I give up in order that you might give, where faith is proven by one's willingness to give up what is dear for the sake of the gods. And this notion will ultimately lead to the idea of martyrdom, which is an important element in religious warfare. As I mentioned in my lecture on the sword revolution, the Hebrew language is a dialect of Canaanite, a fact that confuses both their early history and their religious connection to the Canaanites. Part of Canaanite mythology is a war between the god Baal-Hadad, storm god, and Yam, or the sea. And this is borrowed into the Bible as the struggle between God and Leviathan. This mythology develops into the idea of the struggle between order and chaos, and religious war develops in part as an earthly version of this universal struggle. Now, there's no question that there are many Canaanite elements in the Hebrew religion, but monotheism was not one of them. The origin of monotheism, that is, the idea of a single God, is complex and controversial. But theologians note an intermediate stage between polytheism and monotheism that is called henotheism. The way the Assyrians viewed their god, Ashur, was henotheistic. Although they recognized that other gods, including the gods of other peoples, existed, Ashur was considered the supreme deity in heaven, who ruled over all the others. In contrast to the other ancient deities worshipped in Assyria, there was only a single temple to Ashur. It was the Assyrians' duty to see that Ashur's supremacy in heaven was mirrored on earth, and they fought on their god's behalf. Indeed, illustrations of war found in the palaces of Assyrian kings show Ashur fighting and leading the Assyrian army. As I said in my lecture on the Assyrian Empire, detailed intelligence reports on the army's progress were written to Ashur and deposited in his temple. The idea certainly existed that the expansion of Assyria's empire was not only sanctioned by Ashur, but done on his behalf. Now, turning to the Hebrews. The difficulty of dating biblical texts is notorious among religious scholars, but the prophets, such as Amos and Micah, are the earliest biblical texts we can date with certainty, to the 9th and 8th century BC. It is in these books that we find the first evidence of Hebrew monotheism. It is striking that this was the same time that Hebrew culture was coming under pressure and influence from the Assyrians. Other early books include the books of Judges and the book of Judges and the books of Samuel and Kings, and a major theme that runs through all of them is warfare. Indeed, God, called either El or Yahweh, often functions as a kind of general, directing the children of Israel in their wars. It is in the early prophetic books of the Bible that we find the most common use of the term Lord of Hosts. The common English translation of this title, used both in the King James and Revised Standard Version, masks the military connotations of the Hebrew Yahweh Tsabaoth. Yahweh was the personal name of God, becoming our word Jehovah. And Tsabaoth can mean either army or war and derives from the Assyrian word for soldiers. So Lord of Hosts actually means God of War or God of the army. It is highly suggestive that this name for God is used at the very time of the Assyrian portrayal of Ashur as God of the army and may well be related to it. The move to have a single temple of God in Jerusalem, which is also a theme in the Bible, may also be in imitation of Ashur. Of course, the Hebrew religion is not simply a copy of the warlike cult of Ashur. From the earliest datable books of the Bible, an ambiguity about war is apparent. One sees these different views expressed by the prophets. For example, both Isaiah and Micah predict that at the end of times, they will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. The prophet Joel, however, says just the opposite, exhorting Israel to fight the enemies of God. Beat your plowshares into swords, he says, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. These two different ideas are found throughout the biblical text. On one hand, God abhors war and loves peace. On the other, those who believe in him will triumph in war over non-believers. Now, war represented a special theological problem for monotheistic religions. In polytheism, war can be seen as either the earthly reflection of conflict between gods, as it is in the Iliad, or simply as something inflicted on humanity by a war god, just as storms are brought by a storm god. In a strictly dualistic religion, that we'll discuss in a moment, terrestrial war can be seen as the counterpart of the ongoing celestial battle between a good God and an evil God. Yet, when God is considered all-powerful and perfectly good, as in the monotheistic religions such as Judaism, later Christianity and Islam, then the problem arises. Why does he allow or even bring the evil of war? One common answer, we find this in the Bible, is that war is a punishment for a people's collective sin. And there is a recurring theme of this among the prophets. When Israel strays from the worship of God, foreign peoples, such as the Assyrians, are given victory over them. And this is an influential notion even today. What is striking is at the same time, around 800 to 500 BC, that the Hebrew prophets were developing the idea of monotheism and struggling with the theological issues of warfare. There were a number of other religious and philosophical traditions that were dealing with the very same issues across the core. The German philosopher Karl Jaspers coined the term axial age to refer to a period between 800 and about 200 BC in which revolutionary new types of thinking, Greek Platonism, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism occur across Eurasia. Now, to be honest, referring to a 600-year period as a turning point is stretching things a little bit, even for a philosopher. Now, let's focus on something a little more manageable for a world historian, let's say 300 years. We will focus on Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Buddhism. We'll leave Platonism, Confucianism, and Taoism for later lectures. Jaspers felt that the various societies involved in the axial age did not have contact with each other. And he explained the similarities in these movements to the sociological response to a period of warring small kingdoms. As we have seen, there was actually considerable connection between the Western and Eastern core in the 800s BC. Nevertheless, I think Jaspers was onto something. What is the connection between warring states and religions? We have seen how in the Chariot Age, the king was not only an important military and political figure, but also the center of religious ritual. The relationship between the gods and the king were very important, and the priesthood played an important role in all of this. When the kingships began to break up, however, something happened during the Sword Revolution, there was a split between the new military nobility and the hereditary priesthood in many cultures. Much of the axial age religions and ideologies revolved the rejection of older priesthoods and the introduction of a new type of faith, one that is more individualistic and concerned with virtue. Our survey of the dramatic military changes of the period, for example, the Sword Revolution, the introduction of cavalry, the impact of standing armies and settler soldiers, and especially the wars involving steppe people, which affected the entire core, puts the axial age theory into context and supports its basic premise. Well, there are similarities. There are also fundamental differences between the Western and Eastern religious traditions. We have seen that, although many technologies spread rapidly across the core, there were, in some cases, lines of cultural division between East and West. For example, there was the coin line with gold coins used to the west and not to the east. And we're going to see a bow line with mounted armored warriors carrying a bow to the east and not to the west. And this line was different in every case, but it was definitely there. Likewise, there is a sort of soul line, one whose border has ebbed and flowed over time, but is nonetheless evident even today. Although these religions come to define West and East, interestingly enough, they do not originate at the extremes of the core and move inward. Instead, they develop near its center and move outward. In the West, there grew a monotheistic tradition, eventually including Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and related faiths. These religions share the notion of the almighty and perfectly good God, who is the king of both heaven and earth. They all believe that human beings are born with souls, that after death are rewarded in heaven or punished in hell as they choose the side of good or evil in life. Indeed, God is opposed by a powerful and evil counter-god, or Satan. History moves in a definite direction, beginning with the creation and climaxing in a battle, a literal battle between good and evil, known in Christianity as Armageddon. This final battle ushers in a kingdom of heaven on earth. All these religions incorporate gods from previous traditions, either as angels, demons, or saints. The Hebrew monotheism that is reflected in the biblical text that we've been discussing developed by around 600 BC, as most of the ideas are found in books that become the Bible, that were brought to Babylon when the Jewish king and aristocracy were deported there in the 6th century BC. What is striking is that most of the elements that one associates with modern Judaism and with the religious tradition of the West are absent for most of the Hebrew Bible. The idea of heaven, for example, of Satan, the end of the world, and the Messiah. It was Zoroastrianism that introduced most of the common elements of Western religion. This Iranian faith was founded by Zarathustra. Zarathustra was born around 600 BC in Sogdia. As we have seen, the Sogdians were one of the Iranian steppe peoples who had such a dramatic impact on the Eurasian core. Now, as we said, this is a time when cavalry is being widely adopted, iron weapons were becoming cheap and widespread. And it's interesting that it's exactly in the region of Sogdia and also Bactria where Zoroastrianism arose. This is where the heavy Nicaean or blood-sweating horses, whom we met in previous lectures, were bred. As we've seen, it was an Iranian steppe people who overthrew the Assyrian Empire and ultimately formed the Persian Empire, whose official religion was Zoroastrianism. Now, in Zoroastrian belief, as expressed in its holy book, the Avesta, there is a good god, Ahura Mazda, and an evil god, Ahriman. These two deities are constantly fighting over the earth, which is a spiritual battleground, with humans free to choose sides. While on earth, both Ahura Mazda and Ahriman can operate and battle each other freely. After death, Ahura Mazda's followers are rewarded with an eternity in paradise, Persian word. Those of Ahriman are cast into a pit. Zoroastrianism teaches that there will be ultimately a cosmic battle between the forces of good and evil, and the armies of good will be led by a savior figure who will be born of a virgin who has bathed in a sacred lake. These elements were added to Judaism at some point after Judah became part of the Persian Empire. Now, although the royal family and Persian nobility were devout Zoroastrians, they did not try to impose their religion. They were not only tolerant, but actively supported local cults, giving money to rebuild not only the Jewish temple in Jerusalem, but also the temple of Marduk in Babylon. As I have mentioned, it is striking that the title Messiah is first given in the Bible to the Persian king Cyrus, and that the biblical prophet Nehemiah was a Persian official sent to Judah not only with royal authority, but with the backing of Persian troops as well. This tolerance and support may be what attracted the Jews to Zoroastrian ideas, such as that of a good and evil god, or god and anti-god. It is at this point that we can speak of Judaism developing as opposed to Hebrew monotheism. We will discuss the continuing interaction of warfare with Judaism and its daughter religion, Christianity, in later lectures. Now, to the east of the Soul line, we see the Eastern religious tradition exemplified by Hinduism, Buddhism, and other faiths. In this tradition, souls are born not to spend an eternity in heaven or hell, but are constantly reborn in a process known as samsara. One's soul is reborn on a lower or higher level, depending on one's actions, or karma, and adherence to the right path of life, or dharma. One is not trying to achieve heaven, but to escape this cycle of birth and death, a state called nirvana. Various traditions have either many gods, or one god, or no god, but they all have spiritual beings, either bad ones or demons, or good ones, or rather enlightened ones called bodhisattvas. An important belief is that everything we perceive ultimately is an illusion. It is the recognition of the ultimate unreality of the universe that is key to achieving nirvana. Now, in a way similar to that in the Near East, in which the Western religious tradition arose, India had gone through the upheaval of the chariot invasions of the steppe peoples. As we have seen in a previous lecture, it was a steppe people collectively called the Aryans who conquered India sometime in the middle of the second millennium BC. The original Aryan religion was based on animal sacrifice and ritual and resembled the Iranian steppe religion that we've seen was replaced in the West by Zoroastrianism. After conquering the Indus Valley civilization, Aryan belief changed dramatically. Ideas such as reincarnation were probably borrowed from the Indus Valley people whom the Aryans had conquered. And it is this mixture that ultimately evolves into Hinduism. In the original Aryan social hierarchy, the warrior caste, the Kshatriyas, who probably evolved out of the chariot nobility, were above the priestly class called the Brahmins. With the development of Hinduism, we see the Brahmin class taking priority. They held their primary position in large part due to their control of religious ritual. To some extent, Buddhism was a reaction against the Brahmins' control of religion. Siddhartha Gautama, known as the Buddha, was born into a Kshatriya caste in a tribe called the Shakyas. He was the prince of a small kingdom, a Janapada kingdom, located in what is now Nepal. And it's interesting to note that the founder of Jainism, a closely related religious tradition, also lived around the same time. He was also a prince of a Janapada kingdom and also a Kshatriya. Now, the date of the birth of the Buddha is unknown. Estimates range from around 580 to around 480 BC. Some scholars have connected the Shakyas to the Saka, or Scythians, the steppe people we've seen in previous lectures. And it may be that the Scythians, in addition to invading the West and Iran, also invaded northern India and Nepal and had become the ruling class there. We've already seen the importance of the steppe people in the rise of Zoroastrianism, and the Buddha's possible connection to the Scythians may not be coincidental. Now, the idea of the Buddha's connection to the steppes or the Iranians has been rejected by most scholars of Buddhism, and far be it from me to disagree. But the widespread influence of the Iranian steppe peoples in military and social arenas, I think, does make a possible religious influence at least worth a second look. In any case, while the Buddha rejected the life of warfare and politics into which he was born, there is evidence of the influence of military ideas in early Buddhist thought and organization. One example is the Sangha, the name for the original community of Buddhist followers that becomes the term for a community of Buddhist monks. As we've seen, the term Sangha was specifically used to refer to communities of settler soldiers in India. In the earliest Buddhist texts, called the Pali Canon, there are many references to the army. Military discipline is used in the Pali Canon as a metaphor for Dharma. The early Buddhist Sangha, like the later Western monastery, may well have used the discipline of the military as a model for religious behavior. As in the Western tradition, Eastern religion faced a problem. Is killing war or waging war good or evil? In this case, good or bad karma. On one hand, since both good and evil are illusory, so is the destruction of war, as explained by Lord Krishna in the Hindu epic, the Bhagavad Gita. Now, Buddhism has a stronger pacifistic element than Hinduism, yet war and military service are certainly part of the Pali Canon and other early Buddhist writings. While all killing is condemned, service in the army is no different from any other earthly activity. War is both condemned and praised in these texts, an ambiguity that is similar to that seen in the Hebrew prophetic tradition. War is evil, yet the battlefield is a place where one can perfect one's dharma or righteous path. In a very similar way, we also find the Buddhists adopting local pagan people as, local pagan gods rather, as bodhisattvas. And in this form, they are known as Dharma protectors, very similar process that we see in the West. Buddhism has the same transformative impact on the East as Zoroastrianism does in the West. In later lectures, we'll see its transformation into a state religion, follow its influence on Hinduism, and discuss its impact on East Asia. In this lecture, we have seen how religion has played a role in warfare and what a complicated role it's played in religion, as well as in the axial age. In our next lecture, we will discuss another ideology included by Jaspers in his axial age, Greek philosophy. We will see how important the Greek style of warfare was to the development of Greek philosophy as well as other elements of Greek culture.
Lecture 11, The Greek Way of War.
Welcome back. In the last two lectures, we have looked at developments in the larger empires in the core, both political and religious. In this lecture, I would like to return to Greece and the Mediterranean region to discuss the impact of the rise of the city-state and the adoption of the hoplite system. We are going to be unabashedly Western here, but as we will see in subsequent lectures, what happens in the classical Greek world will have an effect on the entire core and the world in general, not just in antiquity, but in modern times as well. We've already seen how the development of hoplite warfare not only changed the way the Greeks fought, but developed an entirely new ideology, the hoplite ideology, that challenged the aristocratic ideology that continued to be held by the elite in the new city-states. The tension between the hoplite class and the aristocrats, and the hoplite ideology and the aristocratic ideology, is going to play itself out in many different ways in Greek society and culture. As we shall see, many of the elements we associate with classical Greeks, such as democracy, philosophy, and even homosexuality, develop from the interaction, usually hostile, of these two groups and traditions. As I mentioned in a previous lecture, the empires of the Near East did not adopt the hoplite system, despite its effectiveness at raising soldiers, exactly because it held the potential for revolt. Now, it's not exactly clear why the aristocratic class in Greece did so. They must have known it was dangerous to arm a class of people with no political rights or privileges. But for the relatively poor states of Greece and for the colonies, the advantages in military force must have outweighed the dangers. No doubt the aristocrats of the 7th century BC thought that they would be able to maintain control. The military and political success of hoplite warfare, however, led to exactly the sort of social unrest the aristocrats feared. As the hoplite class grew wealthier, in large part due to the success of the colonization movement and the growth of the economy through the spread of coinage, they grew increasingly dissatisfied. After all, the hoplites were doing all the fighting, but they were barred from military command, not to mention religious and political posts. A special cause of complaint were the courts. Increased wealth meant more legal disputes, often between wealthy members of the hoplite class, and recall that all members of the hoplite class were wealthy to some extent, and wealthy aristocrats. Now, all the judges were aristocrats, so you can imagine the anger that this generated over time. In the 7th century BC, we start to see revolts all over the Greek world that removed the aristocratic oligarchies from power. These were replaced by tyrants, who were popular figures who ruled dictatorially, but on behalf of the hoplite class. Tyranny and its development into democracy is a complicated subject. So let us follow them in the city about which we know the most, Athens. Like other city-states in Greece, in around 600 BC, Athens was ruled by an aristocratic oligarchy. There was an assembly which contained all the male citizens, but it had no power. All the magistrates or city offices were held by aristocrats who were elected to one-year terms. Only aristocrats could serve in the city council, which functioned as an aristocratic oligarchy or rule of the few. The army was organized into what are called tribes, but in Athens these were kinship-based groups made up of clans, which were led in battle by their aristocratic clan leaders and by aristocratic generals. Athens, however, faced increasing internal stresses. And frightened by the success of tyrants in other city-states, around 594 BC, give or take, they decided to allow one of their number, an aristocrat named Solon, to try to create a constitution which would maintain aristocratic power while preventing revolution. So what Solon decided to do was to create 4 wealth classes. The entire citizen body, their property was counted in census, and 4 classes were made. Now, the top 3 classes were eligible for military service. The 4th class, the lowest class, was made up of citizens who were too poor to serve in the hoplite forces. Solon only gave real power to the highest class, the first class. That is, those with tremendous wealth, and this was a class obviously dominated by the aristocrats. Now, Solon did something else. He replaced the kinship-based tribes with new artificial tribes. There were 10 of them, whose primary purpose was to provide soldiers for the city's military forces. These 10 tribes became the primary mechanism for keeping the roster of citizens. And while there's no direct evidence of this, it's probably that these citizenship rosters arose out of the rosters that had been kept for the army. Now, Solon's reforms do not solve, or did not solve, the basic social problem. That Athens was still relying on the hoplite classes for military service without giving the vast majority of them any power within the society. Now, it's true that many scholars in ancient times thought it was Solon who introduced democracy into Athens because power was now based on wealth and not birth. But still, most of the hoplite class lacked power. So it's not a surprise that, like in other Greek city-states, tyranny came to Athens. In around 546 BC, Pisistratus became the tyrant of Athens. Now, he held sole power like all tyrants, and like all tyrants, he supported the hoplite class. So he introduced a series of reforms. For example, he abolished serfdom. And since many of the aristocrats had opposed Pisistratus and had been exiled for their opposition, he confiscated their lands. But instead of keeping it, he distributed it to landless Athenians, including the serfs that had just been freed. Now, this gave them enough property to become hoplites. So this increased the size of Athens' military force, not to mention making a lot of happy new hoplites who were loyal to Pisistratus. Now, under Pisistratus and his 2 sons who succeeded him as tyrants, the propertied class, the hoplite class, became larger and more self-confident at Athens. Now, in 510 BC, a group of aristocrats who were helped by the Spartans, we'll talk about the Spartans in a moment, they organized a plot which assassinated one of the tyrants, one of the 2 brothers who ruled Athens and overthrew the tyranny. However, instead of reinstating aristocratic oligarchy, the Athenians who took over from the tyranny organized a new form of government, a democracy. This was a great surprise to the Spartans, and it was only internal Spartan politics that prevented them from intervening again. The Athenian democracy differed in many respects from our own. It was a direct democracy, not a representative one. All the power was in the assembly, at which every male citizen could vote, speak, and propose laws. The Athenians did not, with very few exceptions. One of those exceptions were the generals of the army. They did not elect their officials or magistrates. Rather, they chose their leaders by lot for 1-year terms. One might ask whether this wouldn't improve our own political system. Trials were often also democratized. Juries replaced judges, and these juries could have hundreds or thousands of members. Now, while historical sources, both ancient and modern, often speak of two parties in Athens, aristocratic or oligarchic party and the democratic or popular party, there were actually three groups competing for power in the city. There were the wealthy landowning aristocrats who still held a great deal of power. There were the propertied classes, the hoplite class, made up of merchants or craftsmen, and these were the sort of people who had just gotten political power. And then there were the poor, the fourth class, who were too poor to serve in the hoplite army. They worked for wages, and they really had still been left out of the early democracy. And so it was the struggle for power between these three groups that stood behind many of Athens' political changes. Most aristocrats participated in the democracy. Indeed, for its first 100 years, every major Athenian leader came from the aristocracy. There were those, however, who tried to reinstate an aristocratic oligarchy. For example, in 411 BC, aristocrats seized control of the government with the support of the hoplite class, which at the time was fearing that too much power was being given to the poor. And during this period, the oligarchs used force to maintain power. Many of the democratic leaders were executed and their property seized. This resulted in the democratic government being restored by force of arms, mainly because the property classes now realigned themselves with the poor, having seen what the aristocrats would do to stay in power. To understand the growing power of the landless poor in Athens, we have to look at the change in naval warfare among the Greeks. We've already mentioned the Phoenician development of first the bireme and then the trireme. Both are adopted and used by the Greeks and others in the wars we've mentioned over the trade routes running from Spain to the Near East. Sometime around 540 BC, there was a naval battle off the coast of Corsica between a Greek fleet on one hand and an allied fleet of Etruscans and Carthaginians. Involved over 200 triremes. It was fought over control of the northwestern portion of the Mediterranean trade routes. The Greeks lost that battle, but it illustrates the increasing sophistication of naval warfare in the Mediterranean. Well, soon, every Greek city-state had to have at least a trireme or two, and the larger ones, like Athens, maintained permanent fleets of warships. The Greeks relied on their wealthier citizens to pay for triremes. Indeed, by lot, a wealthy citizen was given the responsibility to build a warship. Imagine assigning a billionaire to build a battleship. They could say no, but if they said, no, I'm too poor to do that, then any citizen could exchange property with them and take their property in return for building the trireme. So it was a real incentive to be honest with your tax returns. While the wealthy built these triremes, it was the poorest citizens who rowed them. Contrary to movies and popular belief, slaves were never used in Greek, or for that matter in Roman ships, to row. As to effectively row an ancient warship, remember they used rams, you had to have a lot of skill and a lot of courage. And also, rowers were needed to be used as marines to fight if boarding was involved. In around 490 BC, in the course of an increasing threat to Greece from the Persians, the Athenians used income from a newly discovered silver mine to build a fleet of 200 triremes. And from this time forward, Athens had an enormous war fleet. Warfare continues to influence the economy of Greece, which grows to a sophistication out of proportion to its size and wealth. Coinage leads to a monetization of the economy. There's a much more efficient flow of capital, and the Greek, and particularly the Athenian, economy grows. Although the Greek hoplite system was largely self-arming, soldiers were required to buy their own supplies when on campaign. This is one reason the Greeks adopt coinage on such a large scale. The use of coins led to more liquid capital, encouraged consumer spending, which led to more growth in the economy. Monetization also encouraged the growth in manufactures, such as Greek pottery, and cash crops, such as olives for oil and grapes for wine. Athens actually imported substantial amounts of grain from what is now the Ukraine, because of their land was planted mainly in cash crops. The pottery was exported on a large scale, especially to Italy, but also the Near East. The Greeks built on their monetized economy to develop credit institutions, such as banks, and a primitive type of maritime insurance. The larger number of cargo ships and the navies that the city-states could afford to build and needed to protect their trade led to the ability to move large forces by sea, which happened, for example, in the Athenian invasion of Sicily in 415 BC. The Athenian fleet had played an important role in defending against the Persian invasion, defending against and defeating the Persian invasion in 480 BC, very important in the subsequent rise of Athenian power and its struggle with Sparta in the Peloponnesian War. So, given all of this, it's not surprising that the fourth class, the landless, who made up the rowers, began demanding and getting more rights and power in the Athenian democracy. By 400 BC, Athenians had the most democratic system in the ancient world, and in fact, one might say, the most democratic system that has ever existed. Now, we should note that democracy did not bring peace. In fact, the democratic factions in Athens were often the most imperialistic. And this is a phenomenon we shall see later. This is partly because non-aristocrats often benefited the most economically from expansion, but also because their political legitimacy could not come from ancestry, so it had to come from military success. And that could only happen in wartime. Courage and skill in military affairs became an important element in both politics and law, leading to a new type of democratic leader. It's noteworthy that the office of general or strategos was elected from each tribe, becoming the most important political position in classical Athens, being held most famously by Pericles. In this same period, the city-state of Sparta developed a completely different political, social, and military system. It had long been thought that the Spartan system was a relic of the Dark Age past. After all, the Spartans kept their kings, who functioned as military leaders long after the monarchy was abandoned by other Greeks. The Spartans themselves attributed the founding of the system to Lycurgus, who lived in heroic times. On the other hand, the Spartan poems from the 7th century BC, which we still possess, reveal a society little different from that of the other Greeks of the time. And this suggests that the specialized military society in Sparta was probably the result of the same tension between an aristocratic class and a rising hoplite class that we saw in Athens. Now, the Spartan code and its distinctive training system did not apply to all citizens, but only to the Spartiate class, a kind of aristocracy. Now, this was not an aristocracy of wealth, as all the Spartiates were supposed to be equal, and in fact, technically, they didn't have wealth at all. There was no coinage allowed. They were supposed to only use iron bars to account for wealth. They were supposed to live without any property. In fact, they lived very nicely. But this idea that there was no wealth wasn't just a fiction. It's interesting that Spartan women of the Spartiate class were able to have sex openly outside of marriage with anybody as long as they were in the Spartiate class. Because property was not an issue for the children. The only issue was that the children were members of the Spartiate class. So to be a Spartiate, you had to be born a Spartiate. Now, the Spartiate class didn't work. They only fought and only trained and fought for war. So they were supported economically by helots, who, although were not technically slaves, might as well have been. Now, Spartiates had to be born into that class, but that didn't automatically make them a member of this class. When they were still young, about 6 years old, boys were taken from their parents, and they were raised by the state in an especially brutal training program that involved really brutalization by older boys. It involved living outside and starving the youth. It involved a very intense discipline and training, and ended with a kind of initiation where Spartan youth were whipped until actually some of them died. And if they cried out during this whipping, they were then expelled. Now, after they finished the training program, they still weren't Spartiates because they had to be accepted into one of the communal eating societies that the Spartans had. They weren't allowed to eat at home. They had to eat, in fact, originally had to live with their fellow Spartans. They had to be elected into one of these eating societies. And it was only after they retired from the army, actually, that they were able to go home and live with their lives. So their entire lives were spent in the army, in a militarized society. Now, this, of course, made the Spartiates almost unbeatable as hoplites because they simply would not run away. And as we've seen, that was the key in beating a hoplite force, is making the other side run away. But it's worth remembering that most of the Spartan army was made up of the regular hoplite class, which were raised and recruited, and they fought just like those in other city-states. Now, during the period of the rise of tyranny and democracy, Sparta became a strong supporter of aristocratic regimes. We have seen that already in the case where they intervened with Athens. Now, the reasons for the growing conflict between Sparta and Athens that led to the Peloponnesian Wars are many and complicated. Certainly one of the issues was the question whether political control should be exercised by the hoplite class through democracy or the aristocratic class through oligarchy. And thus, in Greece, we find the first ideological war in history. The struggle between the aristocrats and the new hoplite class is played out in the cultural arena as well as in politics. The aristocrats use various areas of culture as methods of passing on the aristocratic ideology and the methods of fighting. All are adapted to hoplite warfare in the new society, but not without conflict. Aristocrats had trained their children for war through epic and lyric poetry, such as that of Homer and Archilochus, and stories told at banquets called symposia. Symposium literally means drinking party, and is not only a central part of the entertainment of the aristocratic class, but also key in the spread of ideas, including ideas about war. Every aristocratic house had a room called an Andrea, the men's room, which was specifically designed to hold the couches on which aristocratic men feasted and drank. The mixing of wine with water, it was never drunk straight, was an important ritual function carried out by the host. The recitation of poetry was a major element and was, in addition to conversation, an important way of passing on ideas and ideology. The symposium served as a kind of school in which young aristocrats could be taught about military and political leadership through songs, poems, and the experiences of their elders and ancestors. Written version of these poets were also very popular and must have inspired the hoplite class as well. The distinctive Greek painting and sculpture, which often features illustration of wars, were another element of aristocratic culture that was adopted by the hoplites. Athletic games, such as running, chariot racing, and javelin throwing, started as ways of aristocratic methods of combat and were adopted by the hoplites. The inclusion of the hoplite classes in political and military power, though, introduced a problem. How were these new leaders who lacked the informal aristocratic training to learn what they needed to know, not only skills, but also the culture of leadership? For one thing, we see the Andrea, or men's room, being built in non-aristocratic houses, and soon almost every house of someone in the hoplite class had a Andrea. We see athletic events, such as the Olympic Games, began to be popular among non-aristocrats, and gymnasia were built, where members of the hoplite class could go and exercise as well as take a bath, which is a remarkable new Greek custom. But the newly elected hoplite leaders needed a higher education, which was provided by the so-called sophists. Learning was not only learning how to read and write, but also about the nature of the universe, the history of the world, and especially how to make a speech in court. Thus, like law schools, the sophists taught how to argue both sides of the case. This is what appalled the brilliant young student Socrates. Socrates himself is an interesting example of the fact that just as many proponents of democracy were aristocrats, both in Athens and later, there were supporters of aristocracy who came from the hoplite class. Socrates was one of these. He was a stonemason and had served as a hoplite soldier, bravely, it is said, in several battles. He was also a lifelong opponent of the idea of democracy. He believed the majority of people lacked wisdom, and allowing these ignorant people to rule over the minority of intelligent people was foolish. Many of Socrates' aristocratic students, such as Alcibiades and Xenophon, as well as Plato, indeed participated in the aristocratic plots to overthrow the democracy. I shouldn't say Plato did, but Alcibiades and Xenophon did, and used philosophy as a justification. It's not surprising, therefore, that Socrates was unpopular among those who supported democracy, and not surprising that he was ultimately executed. Before we go on, let's talk briefly about Socrates and his student Plato's idea about truth and idea about war. In the first place, we have to understand that the idea that there are different approaches to truth was absolutely against Socrates' and Plato's notion. In Platonic philosophy, there's only one truth. But the truth is not the truth of this world, not a truth you can see. This world is only a shadow or copy of the real world, the world of ideas. And to explain this, there's a table behind me, and this table is a table because, according to Plato, it has tableness. And I'm standing at a podium, which has some tableness, but less tableness than that table. So if there's less tableness and more tableness, there must be most tableness. And that's the idea of tables. Now, in war, too, there's a war that's fought between two states that has a lot of warness, and then there's a gang fight, which has some warness, but less warness. So we have less warness, and we have more warness, so there must be most warness, which is the idea of war. And that war in the world is defined as simply the representation of this idea of war in the higher realm. Now, Plato continued and built on Socrates' anti-democratic ideas. While we are sure that Socrates criticized democracy, we don't know what he would have replaced it with. Plato's political views are well known through his dialogues and his book called The Republic. In many ways, they were more radical than those of the aristocratic oligarchs. He believed that in the idea of a philosopher king who would hold absolute power over everyone in the city-state. For Plato, the excellent soldier had to be trained, but he had to have innate abilities, as he pointed out in his discussion of guardians in The Republic. Now, Plato's student Aristotle was more sympathetic to democracy, although perhaps it was because it was disappearing at the time. He saw it as something that needed to be controlled within a mixed constitution, an idea that influenced our own founding fathers. Aristotle, by the way, disagreed with Plato about the nature of truth. You understood things through experience. And with Aristotle, we have the important idea that we'll come back to, that something either is or it isn't. That in logic, there can be nothing but existence or non-existence. And I'll return to this idea later. As the aristocratic class becomes less important militarily, nobles begin to turn to scholarship, a process that we will see repeated through time. This led to a debate over the meaning of the word arete, which means literally manhood, but increasingly means virtue. Remember when we talked about the Chinese word shi, exactly the same shift is going to happen. History writing, a new development, becomes a means not only of communicating important military ideas, but like philosophy of debating the value of aristocratic and common military leadership. It's noteworthy that many of the early historians, such as Thucydides and Xenophon, were aristocrats, and that they had attitudes to democracy that ranged from the lukewarm to the hostile. The Greek custom of homosexuality was an important part of aristocratic culture, and it was also closely tied to warfare, although in what way is controversial. Most Greek love poetry concerns relationship between men, or more accurately, between men and boys, because the Greek homosexual relationship was a conventional one between lovers that matched an adult with a boy who had not yet grown a beard. So this is a relationship that we would actually call child molestation. Now, it's important to understand the ancient Greeks did not see these relationships sexual and romantic as substituting for heterosexual ones. Men carried on sexual relations with women, their wives and others, simultaneously with those with boys. The point here is that the older man was expected to mentor the young lover, right? And this included mentoring him in the ways of becoming a warrior in the aristocratic sense and later in the hoplite sense. Ritual homosexuality seems to have been part of the Spartan training system. And there's some ideas that all Spartan boys had to go through a ritual homosexual relationship with an older boy to become a Spartiate. It was also present in democratic Athens, although there was also seemed to be an ambiguous relationship of homosexuality in the hoplite class. There's some evidence that it was considered an aristocratic feature and was opposed. The Thebans, another Greek city-state, another democratic Greek city-state, raised an entire unit called the Sacred Band, which was made up of 150 pairs of lovers. According to the Greek historian Plutarch, when the Theban army fled from the Macedonians at the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BC, we'll mention that later, this sacred band held their ground and were all killed in place. Now, war was a basic feature of the interaction of Greek city-states. Indeed, the Greeks considered warfare to be the normal state of affairs. Peaces were made between city-states, but they were limited. For example, a 10 years peace or a 30 years peace. The Greeks also, interestingly enough, developed rules and convention of wars which were different for Greeks and for barbarians. The attempt by the Persians to conquer Greece was an important event, especially in how it led to an idea of Greek liberty versus Persian barbarism. And is no question that the Greeks developed a sense of their own cultural as well as military superiority as a result. Victor Davis Hanson has developed a theory, as we mentioned before, that the Western way of war arose during this period, and is not only distinctive to Greece, but to the Western culture that arose from it. Now, while in this lecture I've discussed many of the distinctive features of Greek culture and Greek military culture, I think it is better to talk of these distinctions stemming from their style of fighting, rather than their style of fighting stemming from their warfare. In our next lecture, we will see that due to the various changes we have discussed in the last few lectures, the entire core plunges into a veritable age of warfare.
Lecture 12, An Age of War Throughout the Core.
Welcome back. In the last several lectures, we have discussed the rise of a new style of empire throughout the core, such as the Persian Achaemenids in the west and the Chinese Zhou dynasty in the east, as well as the Greek city-states. In this lecture, we shall see how both cultural and political developments led to the fall of these empires and city-states and a period of intense warfare throughout the core, what I am calling an age of war. This age of war saw not only intense fighting, but technological and methodological changes in warfare itself. We see a sort of military science developing, and some of our earliest discussions of military theory date to this period. Before talking about some of the general features of the age of war, let's take a brief survey of the political changes that led to such an intensive period of warfare. Already in the 8th century BC, an invasion from the steppes had caused China's Zhou dynasty to begin a period of decline. Civil wars also broke out among the Zhou dynasts, and eventually, in many regions, a leading noble called a gong in Chinese, usually translated as duke, gradually gained autonomy, then independence, and a number of them took the title of Wang, or king. By around 400 BC, the Zhou period had ended, and China entered what is called the Warring States period. Some of these new kingdoms of the Warring States period, which we will return to later, were the Qin, the Han, the Zhao, and the Wei kingdoms. Around the same time that the Zhou dynasty was beginning its decline, in the 8th century BC, India was divided into a dozen or more warring states during the so-called Janapada period. In the 5th and 4th centuries BC, the powerful Nanda dynasty was able to conquer most of the northern part of the subcontinent, though central and southern India remained under the control of a number of warring states. Nanda was the first Indian dynasty to be ruled by a non-kshatriya, that is, someone not from the hereditary warrior caste of India, or in world historical terms, not a noble. Nevertheless, the traditional nobility still held control in most of India. Incidentally, the Nanda were apparently the first Indian state to raise what would become the traditional Indian fourfold army, made up of chariots, elephants, cavalry, and infantry. India retained the chariot far longer than other regions, mainly as they reverted to the large four-wheeled version, similar to the type we saw with the Sumerians, that served as a platform for archers. A very important development in the Age of War was the establishment of a series of powerful tribal confederations in the grasslands or steppes that run across Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Most of these were Iranian-speaking people, the Scythians in what is today Ukraine, the Sarmatians in southern Russia, and the Sakha in Kazakhstan. The Oechi, despite their Chinese-sounding name, were also Iranians. They rose in western China, and the Xiongnu, whose language is frankly a bit of a mystery, had a kingdom in Mongolia. Around 250 BC, a steppe people called the Parthians took over Persia itself, that is, what is now Iran. This would have an important impact, as when the Silk Road develops, as we'll see, the Parthians worked hard, and fairly successfully, to keep the Hellenistic kingdoms and later Rome from interacting with China directly. These pastoral people not only provided raw materials, such as wool, to the agricultural states, but also established trade networks, particularly as the use of the camel spread. Pastoral people also controlled sources of metal, including not only iron, but gold and silver as well. The Scythians, for example, grew rich from the gold mines they controlled in what is now the Ukraine. Increasingly, pastoral groups gained wealth also by raiding trade caravans or extorting protection money not to raid them. In addition, money was earned by selling their military services to the warring states to their south. The rise of these powerful steppe kingdoms during the Age of War is often not recognized for its importance. We shall see how important they were in upcoming lectures. In Europe, the Greek city-states, although briefly unifying to defeat a Persian invasion in 480 BC, continued to fight each other. The rivalry between aristocratic Sparta and democratic Athens intensified in the 5th century BC, conflict culminating in the Peloponnesian War. We shall discuss the role of the more sophisticated economy of this period, but some historians have argued that the Peloponnesian War itself broke out because Athens tried to use an economic boycott as a weapon against Sparta's Peloponnesian League. If true, this was a remarkably sophisticated means of waging war. In any case, it is certain that the Persians used their vast wealth to influence the course of the Peloponnesian War, and it was they who enabled the Spartans to win. The Spartan stand at Thermopylae is well remembered, and movies are made about it, but not their accepting Persian money to defeat fellow Greeks. By the 4th century, the Greek city-states were in a state of almost perpetual war, not only with each other, but with the Carthaginians and Etruscans in the western Mediterranean, and the Thracians, Macedonians, Persians, and others in the east. This constant fighting led to many of the military and cultural innovations of the period, but also was one factor that led to the conquest of the city-states by the Macedonian kingdom in 338 BC. By the middle of the 4th century, the Persian Empire itself was on the verge of dissolution. The satraps had gained more power, and some of them had forced the king to make their posts hereditary, in effect turning them into de facto independent states. This is a fact that is often overlooked, making Alexander the Great's conquest of Persia more impressive. The fact is that in many parts of the empire, satraps ruled as virtually or actually independent monarchs, much like the Chinese dukes of the late Zhou period. Egypt, the wealthiest part of the Persian Empire, was in a state of more or less permanent revolt. When Darius III took the throne in 338, took the throne of Persia in 338, Egypt had just been retaken after decades of independence. The monarchy of Persia itself was very shaky. Darius was the third Persian king to rule in 338, his two predecessors having been assassinated. So, it is perhaps not that surprising that starting in 336, Alexander the Great was able to conquer the Persian Empire. My own view is that Alexander was less great and more lucky than is generally thought, but the importance of this conquest is undeniable. Alexander's conquest of the Persian Empire led to a combination of Near Eastern and Greek economic, political, and military systems. The impact of Alexander's conquest also had an effect farther east. After Alexander's death, his empire splintered into the so-called Hellenistic monarchies, as well as a steppe kingdom that I already mentioned, the Parthians in Persia. The Macedonian successor states, the Seleucids, Ptolemies, the Antigonids, were also constantly at war. Eventually, the large Hellenistic kingdoms themselves started to break up, generating even more fighting. The Ptolemies remained wealthy, but lost their territory outside of Egypt itself. Judea and other small kingdoms won independence in revolts. The Greeks formed leagues made up of groups of city-states and gained enough military power to throw off Macedonian rule. The Achaean, Aetolian leagues had federal governments, a council made up of representatives, assemblies made up of citizens, and a common army with a general elected each year. The similarity to the United States Constitution is not coincidental, as we will discuss in a later lecture. In the 5th and 4th centuries, there was also plenty of fighting at the western end of the core. The Greeks and the Carthaginians were fighting an intense war over Sicily and the western trade routes. In Italy, various powers, the Etruscans, Greeks, and Latins, were vying for power. At the same time, the Celts, or Gauls, were expanding, conquering parts of Spain and northern Italy, attacking Greece, even conquering part of Anatolia, what is now Turkey. This becomes the region known as Galatia. The Romans, one of the Latin peoples, were involved in almost constant warfare with their neighbors, and we'll discuss Rome's rise to empire in our next lecture. What were the factors that led to this period being one of such intense fighting throughout the core? The increasing demand for iron weapons and tools had spread the skills of blacksmithing and had led to the opening of many new iron mines, lowering the overall costs of iron weapons, such as swords. Every region of the core now had access to relatively inexpensive iron swords, spearheads, and iron scale armor. Although the arrowheads were still primarily made of bronze, except in India, high-quality bows, both compound and simple, were being used all through the core. And skilled archers, while still specialists, were found in virtually every military force. The equipment of slingers was very inexpensive, but certain groups became known for their expertise, often islanders, such as those from Rhodes and the Balearic Islands, now Minorca and Majorca, off the coast of Spain. An often overlooked factor in the development of military technology, especially in the West, is the contribution of the Gauls or Celts. The Celts took advantage of the iron deposits they found in the regions they had taken over and developed a very high level of ironworking. They introduced a new and more effective kind of sword, a kind of short sword that we'll see later being used by the Romans, as well as possibly a revolutionary type of saddle. This saddle was reconstructed by an English equestrian named Anne Hyland, based on reliefs of Roman cavalrymen of a much later period. It had 4 leather bumps or protrusions, 2 in front that sat against the rider's thighs and 2 in the rear holding his backside. Recent experiments have shown that such saddles are almost as effective as stirrups in holding a rider on a horse. While there is no direct evidence of its existence as early as the 4th century BC, this date makes sense due to the changing nature of the use of cavalry that we find in our historical sources. In addition, an origin among the Celts, known for their cavalry and for their innovation in weaponry, is a good guess. The idea of this Celtic saddle is based on circumstantial evidence, but is gaining acceptance among military historians. There was much other experimentation with new types of warfare. Due to our sources, we know more about this process in the western part of the Corps, so we will discuss these in greater detail, though equally dramatic changes are apparent in the Indian and Chinese military cultures, as well as those on the steppes. Macedonian success, for example, resulted from a series of military reforms introduced into its army by King Philip II. One was the lengthening of the 6 to 8 foot hoplite spear into a 16-foot pike called a sarissa. This sarissa allowed for the elimination of most of the hoplite's armor, as the long pikes provided a sort of hedgehog or porcupine defense against both enemy spears and arrows. It also meant the army could be recruited from peasants while retaining many of the advantages of the hoplite phalanx. Philip also had his soldiers grind their own grain and carry their own equipment, which cut down on the number of slaves and mules in the army's train. It is in Philip's army that we first find cavalry operating as shock troops, that is, charging an infantry or cavalry force directly. Shock troops with lances. This was probably made possible by the adoption of the new style saddle borrowed from the Celts. By 400 BC, cavalry had replaced chariots in most of the Western Corps, although they continued to be used in the far west, for example, in Britain and in India, as I have already mentioned. China lagged somewhat behind the rest of the Corps. While iron weapons were now common, the Chinese were still using chariots, although cavalry had mainly replaced them by around 200 BC. The spread of the horse culture meant that large war horses were now being bred in many different parts of the Corps, and the skill of taking care of them was also now more widely available, although, as we'll see, China has an ongoing problem with breeding sufficient horses. The steppe peoples, in any case, still provided the best cavalry. But in many agricultural regions in the west, such as Gaul and Macedonia, we find horse-riding aristocracies supported by mainly agrarian states. In Bactria, today northern Afghanistan, sometime around the 4th century BC, we find the rise of a new type of cavalryman, the armored horseman or cataphract. Some of the elements of the cataphract had already been present in the steppes for some time. The Sarmatians, the Iranian-speaking people I mentioned before, had used shaved horses' hooves to make armor for themselves and their horses, and these were eventually replaced by small plates of iron called scale armor. The heavy horse that was bred in the western steppes was large enough to bear this weight. This is what the Chinese called heavenly horses, or blood-sweating horses, that were bred in the Fergana Valley, now located between modern Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. These were large enough not only to carry an armored man, but to support the armor on the horse as well. A cataphract carried a bow and a sword, but his main weapon was the lance. Now, this lance was perhaps borrowed from the Greek cavalry pike, the kantos, this is the counterpart to the sarissa, introduced into the region by Alexander the Great. It is also possible that the Celtic saddle was also introduced into the region by the Macedonians, giving the cataphract the stability needed in the saddle to charge on horseback. Now again, all of this is rather speculative, but it makes sense in a world historical perspective. The cataphract was joined the horse archer in the cavalry of the steppe peoples, and gradually by those of the sedentary armies that imitated them. In China, the kingdom of Chou, for example, originally was one of the weakest of the 7 kingdoms that divided China at this time. King Wu Ling of Chou ordered his nobles to give up their chariots and not only adopt the horse and bow, but to dress and act like the barbarian Xiongnu people. Chou quickly became the most powerful of the warring states, and other states hurried to copy its military reforms. Well, stone had long been used for fortification. The Greeks developed very high-quality stone fortifications in the 4th century BC. The improvement in iron tools, the accumulated skill of masons, allowed stone to be worked more effectively and less expensively. In China, stamped earth continued to be used instead of stone or brick, but it also reached a very high degree of sophistication. Improvements in fortification naturally led to innovations in siege warfare. In both the western and eastern ends of the corps, new types of weapons developed, using torsion, that is, the energy in twisted rope. These weapons used various types of pulleys to draw back the rope, creating much more energy than could be stored in a hand-pulled bow. And then a trigger mechanism was used to release a stone, a bolt, or an arrow with great force. In an incident reminiscent of modern military contracting, Hero, ruler of the wealthy city of Syracuse, invited engineers from around the Greek world to create a practical version of this type of war engine. These anonymous inventors came up with 2 basic models, called the catapult and the ballista, both of which remain the basic types of torsion artillery throughout Western antiquity. Oddly enough, the ancient and modern meanings of catapult and ballista are different. In Greek and Latin, a catapult shot a bolt. In fact, it means through the shield. In other words, a bolt going through the shield. A ballista hurled a stone ball. In fact, that's what ballista means, to hurl a ball. In modern English, however, it's exactly the opposite. A catapult shoots a ball, and a ballista shoots an arrow or bolt. Although ultimately Western military engineers come up with smaller and even handheld versions of catapults called crossbows, Western torsion artillery always remained very large, as they were complicated devices and expensive to build. The primary purpose of Western torsion artillery was to fire at defenders of walls to keep them from interfering with the building of a siege ramp or the use of siege towers or ladders. The first evidence for the Chinese crossbow is in the 4th century BC as well, although it may have been introduced somewhat earlier. It is first found in the southern part of China and then moves north, which strongly suggests this was a completely separate development from that of Western torsion artillery. The Chinese not only developed a less expensive trigger mechanism, but an important innovation allowed them to mass produce this weapon. The Chinese had developed cast iron, as they had discovered the use of coal, which could heat a furnace hot enough to melt iron. This made the production of crossbows much cheaper in the East than was possible in the West. Thus, the crossbow in China is used much more as an infantry weapon and not simply in sieges. The Chinese also invented a more effective siege artillery piece called the trebuchet, which used a weight rather than torsion to hurl a rock and was much more powerful. Of course, cast iron would eventually transform technology worldwide. Steel is a product of carbon in iron, And while it was not yet introduced deliberately, natural carbon deposits were exploited in the 4th century in Spain and in China, and there was the development of quench-hardened steel. There had also been many developments in the civilian world during the Age of War that were important in improving the ability to wage war. The increasing needs of government, which included larger and more expensive armies, led to greater sophistication in taxation, which in turn led to a larger government. The provincial system, which we have already discussed as developed by the Assyrians and taken over by the Persians, was also used by the Hellenistic, Roman, and Parthian kingdoms that succeeded the Persians. This type of administrative unit, the province, was adopted by the Indians as well, perhaps in imitation of the Persians, who bordered them to the west. And we see the equivalent of provinces, although they're often called different types of names, but the equivalent of provinces, that is administrative districts, were also being adopted in China, although this was certainly an independent development. In the West, coinage spread, often through conquest and the need to pay armies, reaching west to Gaul and Spain on the Atlantic and east to India. The Chinese economy became monetized, but it had a separate history. The invention of coinage and the spread in its use was probably connected to the needs of warfare there as well. Chinese coins were mainly of bronze, and although gold and silver were occasionally used, as was iron, nothing like the silver standard or the gold standard developed in China in this early period. Rather, the Chinese dynasties established standard weights for bronze coins. Once established, the use of Chinese coinage expanded enormously from Central Asia through East and Southeast Asia. With the spread of coinage and the subsequent monetization that it brought, economic systems improved, and more writing and literacy led to better contracts and credit systems, even banks, which, although still primitive by modern standards, gave kingdoms more flexibility in supplying armies. Trade had become an increasingly important part of economies throughout the core, and trade networks grew in both size and sophistication. Shipping also improved, both along rivers and canals, especially in China, and on the open seas, such as the Mediterranean, Indian Ocean, and along the Pacific coast of Asia. Trade brought piracy, especially sea trade, so all the imperial states developed war fleets, both to protect trade and to project their power. In the West, these navies normally operated on seas, such as the Mediterranean, but in China, the east-west trajectory of the main rivers, like the Yangtze and the Yellow River, made them more important as military boundaries, and the Chinese built sophisticated river ships to guard them. Previously, virtually all trade had been in luxury items or in metals, but now food began to be transported over long distances. This improved military logistics considerably, and often private companies or public institutions gathered, stored, shipped grain and other staples, which were requisitioned or contracted during wartime. Indeed, for the first time, we see private contracting being used on a large scale to provide food, weapons, and other equipment, especially by the Romans. Larger armies could now operate over longer distances. The Hellenistic kings, for example, led armies up to 100,000 men in campaigns ranging from Italy to India. Both trade and military conquest had spread a great deal. Both trade and military conquest had a great deal to do with the spread of writing. The Phoenicians, developing their trade routes to supply silver for the Assyrian army, lent their alphabetic writing system to the Greeks. In turn, Greek colonization led to the adoption of the Greek version of the Phoenician alphabet by the Etruscans, Romans, Celts, and others. The conquest of the Aramean tribes, both into Mesopotamia and Syria, Palestine, led to their script, Aramaic, also adapted from Phoenician, becoming widely used. Since empires covered many different linguistic regions, a common language and writing system was necessary. The Persians used Aramaic, which was used from Egypt to Afghanistan. Aramaic, in turn, was adapted to write languages such as Sanskrit, and in Central Asia to write Sogdian, a little-known but highly influential Iranian language. In China, an official dialect of Chinese developed, written in the script invented in the Shang dynasty. In all these cases, the spread of a common language and script and the need to teach it led to the rise of various types of literature, including religious texts, poems, stories, and novels, and the rise of historical literature, which included, in all cases, descriptions of war. Writing also allowed for better administration of military forces, but also facilitated the exchange of information for tactical and strategic purposes, as well as others, for example, intelligence about foreign peoples. It is during this age of war that we see the writing of the first specialized military manuals. Few such Greek manuals of the period survive, one of Aeneas Tacticus, for example, another by Xenophon, but it is apparent that there were many, many more. In India, an early version of the Arthashastra may have been written. This text is attributed to Chandragupta's minister Kautilya, whom we'll discuss in a later lecture. And although it is usually seen as a kind of Machiavellian handbook on political science, much of it deals with how to fight wars. The Age of War is also the period of classic Chinese warfare, reflected in Sun Tzu's writing. Another military theorist, Sun Bin, edited Sun Tzu's Art of War and wrote his own military treatise. And there were several others. What is striking about much of this military writing is how much it concentrated on the use of tricks, called stratagems in Greek, to defeat the enemy not by force, but by cleverness. It is not entirely clear if this is just an accident of survival, as these texts were more interesting to copyists, or if they reflect something about the military culture of the period. We have seen how the Age of War led to the rise of fiercely competing states. A fundamental problem with the regimes of this period is that the empires were never able to consolidate or co-opt the power of their nobility, who were a constant factor in the ongoing warfare. In our next lecture, we shall see how, all through the core, monarchs arose who were able to establish stable, centralized empires, those of Imperial Rome, Mauryan India, and Han China.